Chapter 2165. The Gu Masters reacted and quickly retreated. Meng Qiuzhen stomped his foot. With a loud sound, the ground caved in. A Gu Master was caught off guard. He fell into the trap. You want to control me with this method? He was just about to fly out of the pit when he saw Meng Qiuzhen holding a huge rock the size of a horse carriage, throwing it down. Don't, bam! The huge rock smashed down, smashing the Gu Master into the pit. He lost all signs of life. Soon, blood started to flow out from the bottom of the rock. What are you doing? Are you crazy? You are actually trying to kill a clan member? The remaining 2 Gu Masters witnessed all of this, their hearts palpitating in fear. Weren't you guys unconvinced? Meng Qiuzhen smiled maliciously, getting closer. Even though the bald youngster had limited Gu worms, with Meng Qiuzhen's battle attainment, how could these mortal Gu Masters be his match? In just a few moves, they were all beaten to the ground by him. Stop, I surrender. The Gu Masters quickly begged for mercy. The 6th scene of the Dream Realm. Meng Qiuzhen became the Mushroom Man Huang Xiaomi again. His injuries had healed. The Mushroom Man plague was also successfully cured by Huang Wan's secret treatment. Huang Xiaomi obtained some poison goo from Huang Wan. Using these poison goo to form killer moves, he could completely get rid of the plague that was harming the Mushroom Man tribe. Huang Xiaomi sneaked away secretly. There were Gu Masters patrolling the surroundings of clan village. A group of rank 2 Gu Masters, a total of 5 people, were advancing in the forest. Stop, rest here. The leader suddenly stretched out his hand, instructing. The group had just rested when a colorless and odorless poison gas spread. Bam bam bam. These 5 Gu Masters immediately fell to the ground, unconscious. Huang Wan's Poison Path Killer move is only effective against rank 3 and below Gu Masters. But in battle, there is no aura. It is very valuable. Meng Qiuzhen evaluated in his mind before setting off again. He could not kill these clan Gu Masters, even if they had no strength to resist. Once he killed them, clan village would be alerted and chase after them. But a change happened right in front of Meng Qiuzhen. The Dream Realm suddenly changed. The bald youngster led a group of Gu Masters. They encountered Meng Qiuzhen. Variant human scoundrel, you are still here? Stop right there. Where do you think you're going? The bald young man was taken aback for a moment before he roared and led his team in pursuit. It seems that such a thing also happened in history. Meng Qiuzhen was helpless. Dream Butterfly Immortal Gu could not detect this change. In fact, even if Meng Qiuzhen detected this change, he could not do anything about it. Because no matter what route he chose, under the transformation of the Dream Realm, the bald youngsters group would always appear in front of Meng Qiuzhen. From another point of view, this was also a necessary process in exploring dreams. Only by getting rid of the bald youth's pursuit would he be able to successfully pass through this dream. An exciting battle of pursuit and killing unfolded between the 2 sides. The bald youngster chased them all the way, but Huang Xiaomi had recovered his strength. He did not linger. He escaped from time to time and set up ambushes to kill the other Gu Masters in the trapping group. The bald youngster was Huang Wan's son. For the sake of safety, Meng Qiuzhen did not attack him. Eventually, Meng Qiuzhen successfully got rid of the pursuers. The bald youth stood behind him and could not catch up. He shouted, "Mushroom Man thief, I will remember you. Sooner or later, I will kill you." The enmity between the 2 of them deepened. 7th scene of the Dream Realm. 8th scene of the Dream Realm. 9th scene of the Dream Realm. Meng Qiuzhen acted as the bald youngster, Green Beast. At other times, he acted as Huang Xiaomi. With the Poison Path Killer move that Huang Xiaomi brought back, the Mushroom Man tribe finally got rid of the plague. But war came. Even though the Mushroom Man tribe's gathering place was not discovered, under 2 clan villages' forceful search, they could not hide for long. Both sides sent their own Gu Masters to engage in small-scale battles. Both sides suffered heavy losses, but heroes also emerged as a result. 2 clan village had the bald youngster, Huang Wan's godson. And the Mushroom Man side had Huang Xiaomi, Huang Wan's clansman. The 2 often interacted and fought against each other. As they competed, their strength rose rapidly. They advanced to rank 4 at the same time. Many of their clansmen and comrades died in each other's hands. They became each other's greatest enemies. Finally, it was the 12th scene of the Dream Realm. Meng Qiuzhen acted as Huang Xiaomi and set up a trap. Using the tactic of sowing discord, 2 clan villages higher-ups became wary of the bald youngster. Green Beast did not have the surname Tu after all. He was not a true Tu clan member. The Mushroom Man side set up an inconspicuous trap. It seemed to be the Mushroom Man tribe's true gathering place. 2 clan villages higher-ups immediately sent the bald youngster to probe the danger. Even though the bald youngster knew something was amiss, he was not sure. After investigating, the bald youngster was ambushed and fell into a life-and-death situation. Green Beast, today will be the day of your death. Huang Xiaomi roared. He commanded his troops to encircle and annihilate the human race, which had only a few people left. Even if I die, I will drag 10 times the number of mushroom men down with me. The bald youngster screamed. He was bathed in blood and injuries, but his fighting spirit was high. Even the surrounding Mushroom Man Gu masters recognized that this person was a brave warrior of the enemy. Finally, the bald youngster lost all his strength. His primeval essence was expended. He was alone, and there were dozens of Mushroom Man corpses around him. You variant humans won't live for long. Damn it. I have the will to kill the enemy, but I have no strength. The bald youngster smiled coldly. He knelt on the ground but still held his head high. He shouted at Meng Qiuzhen, Huang Xiaomi, come and kill me. Even though I will die in your hands today, I was defeated by 2 clans' elders' scheme. You finally understand. Meng Qiuzhen smiled coldly. He walked forward and was about to kill when a change occurred. Huang Wan covered her face and suddenly appeared. A wave of white poisonous smoke spread out, successfully saving the bald youngster. But at the next moment, another human Gu master attacked. He had rank 5 cultivation level. Boom! With a loud sound, the human Gu master not only dispersed the white smoke, everyone's vision cleared up, he even obstructed Huang Wan. Huang Wan supported the bald youngster as they landed at the edge of the battlefield. Village leader. The bald youngster saw the rank 5 human Gu master and was overjoyed. He looked at the female Gu master who saved him. Chapter 2166. At this time, 2 clan villages' Gu masters came from all directions, surrounding the Mushroom Men and Huang Wan and her son. The Mushroom Men were surrounded. They panicked. Huang Xiaomi shouted, Don't panic. I have already asked for reinforcements from the tribe. They will stop us soon. Before that, we need to hold on. The Mushroom Man Gu masters forced themselves to calm down. 2 clan villages' leader did not attack. He took a few steps forward as he looked at Huang Wan with a complex expression. One heir, it is you after all. Huang Wan snorted coldly. What do you want? Once she said that, the bald young man heard it. His heart and mind shook as he cried out, Mother! Her identity was exposed. Huang Wan removed her disguise and returned to her original appearance. At this point, I can't hide it from you anymore, rascal. Huang Wan looked at the bald young man as she sighed deeply. Her expression was bleak. The Mushroom Man Gu masters were shocked. This is the previous generation witch? Why did the previous generation witch save the human Gu master Green Beast? From their words, they seemed to be mother and son. So Huang Wan was chased out of the tribe because she had an affair with 2 clan villages' leader. She even gave birth to a son. The truth was displayed in front of everyone. Soon, the cause and effect was revealed by everyone. Mother, are you really my mother? Are they speaking the truth? The bald young man's heart and mind shook. He could not control himself. For a long time, he had been a pure human. To think that he was a mixed blood of a mushroom man and a human. Huang Wan sighed deeply. They are speaking the truth. Mother has let you down. I hid it from you for so long. The bald young man took in a deep breath as he took a few steps back, looking at Huang Wan with wide eyes. He had never seen his mother who looked like a mushroom man. Because the secret of his birth was exposed, he could not accept it immediately. 2 clan villages' leader looked at the bald young man deeply before turning to Huang Wan. One heir, is he really our son? I did not expect that after you left me back then, you stayed and hid in 2 clan village. You even raised our son. It has been hard on you all these years. Huang Wan snorted coldly. You are two clan villages leader. I am the witch of the Mushroom Man tribe. We cannot be together. But the child is innocent. There is only one reason why I stayed in two clan village. That is for my son. He is of mixed blood, and the tribe cannot accept him. Thus, all these years, I have been thinking of letting him grow in two clan village, and finally reveal my cards to you, allowing you to take him in. At this point, Huang Wan looked at the bald young man and said softly, when you were young, didn't you always ask who my father was? Now you know. Nyangqin has Nyangqin's plans, but man proposes and God disposes. Today's situation is absolutely not what Nyangqin had imagined. Child, no matter what the result is, no matter how much you hate me, no matter how much you hate your father, Mother wants you to remember one thing. Living in this world, no matter if you are a human, a mushroom man, or a mixed blood, you have to be happy. Don't be entangled in hatred. Only with an open mind will you be able to see the vast world. So, I named you Paradise. Meng Qiuzhen's heart shook. What? Green Beast, is Paradise Earth immortal venerable? He's actually a mixed blood, but how could a mixed blood become one of the 10 great venerables of the human race? No wonder when I acted as Huang Wan and killed Paradise Earth, my emotions overwhelmed me and caused the exploration to fail. It turns out that my previous deduction was wrong. They really are mother and son. Mother, don't say any more. Paradise Earth shook his head, retreating again as he looked at Huang Wan in disbelief. Why are you a mushroom man? Huang Wan's heart shook. Alu, you have been living among humans since you were young. I know you cannot accept it, but, boom. The ground behind Huang Wan broke open as a two-clan rank 4 elder broke out of the ground and attacked Huang Wan's back. Huang Wan was caught off guard. She was sent flying and coughed out blood in the air. This two-clan rank 4 elder used this move but had no strength to chase after her. He said with a ruthless expression, Huang Wan. Back then, it was you who rescued Huang Xiaomi, and my own brother died tragically in your hands. For today, I painstakingly cultivated this move breaking earth-shattering life. How does it feel? Mother. Paradise Earth subconsciously ran towards Huang Wan. It was Lady Huang Wan who resolved the plague of our Mushroom Man tribe. Quickly save her. Meng Qiuzhen shouted. It's too late, two clan villages men, kill them all. Two clan villages leader shouted as he unleashed an all-out attack. The Mushroom Man Gu masters quickly faced the enemy. They could not even take care of themselves. Lord Village Leader. Paradise Earth could not call out, Father, in his urgency. He protected Huang Wan as he looked at two clan villages leader in disbelief. Paradise Earth was not a 3-year-old child. He was experienced in battles and knew people's hearts. Earlier, two clan villages leader used words to distract Huang Wan. He used Paradise Earth to distract her and protect the two clan elder, allowing the latter to succeed in his sneak attack. You still made this choice? Huang Wan stared at two clan villages leader, her former lover, with a cold expression. The situation was urgent. There was no time to heal her. She decisively suppressed her injuries and quickly stood up. I am two clan villages leader. I need to be responsible for all of my clansmen. Furthermore, exterminating variant humans is the righteous cause of humanity. Two clan villages leader snorted coldly as he charged over. You are so ruthless. Huang Wan shouted as she pushed Paradise Earth away, fighting against two clan villages leader. Bam bam bam. The two fought with a huge commotion. The shockwaves spread out as Gu masters who could not dodge in time died. Thus, the surrounding Gu masters immediately took a detour, creating a huge battlefield for these two people. Stop fighting. Paradise Earth was extremely anxious. He lost his head out of fear and shouted repeatedly. His condition was at rock bottom. He could not participate in this. Alu, quickly leave. Huang Wan shouted. Alu, you are a mixed blood, but you are also my son. I have seen all of your battle achievements. Hurry up and help the Stockade village. These mushroom men deserve to die. Two clan villages leader shouted. Stop fighting, stop fighting. Paradise Earth's body was shaking. He was completely out of his wits. A cold light flashed in two clan village heads' eyes as he thought of a plan. His cultivation level was higher than Huang Wan, and the latter was ambushed and injured, allowing two clan village head to have the upper hand and control the battle. Two clan villages had purposely pressured Huang Wan to get close to a certain two-clan Gu master. This two-tribe Gu master had unfortunately fallen into Huang Wan's attack range, but his cultivation was only rank 2. Huang Wan did not think much. She struck this two-clan Gu master and killed him on the spot. No! Paradise screamed and subconsciously ran over. It turned out that this two-clan Gu master was his close comrade. They had gone through life and death together many times. Go away, Le. Seeing Le Tu barge in, Huang Wan turned pale with fright. Two clan village head took the chance to attack. Bang bang bang, 3 strikes landed on Huang Wan, causing her to faint on the spot. Mother! Le Tu shouted as he used his body to block two clan village heads' path, protecting Huang Wan behind him. Don't hurt my mother! Killing intent surged in two clan village heads' eyes. Just as he was about to attack, a battle cry resounded from afar. It's the Mushroom Man tribe's reinforcements. Their tribe leader is here too. Two clan village heads squinted as he thought to himself, we did not bring many people this time, they are all elites. It is not worth it to exchange blows with these Mushroom Man army. Furthermore, so what if we win? As long as the Mushroom Man tribe's base is not found, they will not lose. Thinking of this, two clan village head ordered, retreat. What are you doing? Seeing that two clan village head was getting closer, the bald young man, Le Tu, asked nervously. Two clan village head sighed as a gentle expression flashed across his face. Le Tu, I will not attack you. You are my son after all. But your mother is a mushroom man. It's the foreign races. Two clan village head's voice suddenly rose. Do you want to join the variant humans? Two clan village head asked again. Le Tu gritted his teeth and did not speak. All these years, how many mushroom men have you killed? Even if you want to join them, will they take you in? Two clan village head sneered. Le Tu snorted coldly as he stared at two clan village head. I want my mother to live. If you do anything to her, I will not let you off. Two clan village head chuckled. You are still protecting your mother now, any later and she will die from her injuries. Le Tu was at a loss. Two clan village heads suddenly attacked, knocking Le Tu unconscious with one palm strike and bringing the mother and son away. Kill these humans. Get Huang Wan back. She knows the secret of the tribe's living area. The Mushroom Man Gu masters chased relentlessly. Meng Qiuzhen, who was acting as Huang Xiaomi, was among them, but he was only cheering them on. He did not do anything. Because he had already used Dream Butterfly Immortal Gu to investigate the next scene. The Mushroom Man Gu master's pursuit was futile. Meng Qiuzhen successfully arrived at the next scene. This time, he became Huang Wan again. He was chained to his shoulder blades, his primeval essence was completely depleted, he had no strength left. In the dark cell, the door was suddenly opened. Two clan villages had walked in. Meng Qiuzhen squinted. From the previous scene, this was clearly a formidable character. Two clan villages had laughed. He came prepared. You know my motive, but don't reject me. Let me show you this first. Two clan villages had took out an information path Gu worm. Immediately, a scene floated in the air as it started to appear vividly. In a luxuriously decorated bedroom, two clan villages had opened the door and saw Le Tuesday. I heard from my subordinates that you woke up, so I came to see you immediately. My son. Two clan villages' head had a warm expression. Le Tu was covered in bandages. He stood up from the bed, but his body shook as he sat down on the bed. How's my mother now? Paradise Earth blurted out with an anxious expression. P.S. A portion of the previous chapter was missing yesterday. It was uploaded by mistake. It has been fixed. Please remember this book's domain name. Writing Pen Chinese mobile version website. Chapter 2167. Two clan villages head sighed deeply. Your mother is a great mother. For your sake, she took the risk to live in two clan village. Two clan villages head changed the topic, but I cannot let her go. She is a mushroom man, a foreign race. You know that these mushroom men are. Those who are not of the same race have different intentions. The best outcome for these mushroom men is death. But you are different, you are my son. You know that I have no children, you are my only son. I'll come and help father. Only father can accept you, this two-clan village is your home. Father owes you a lot, father will do his best to make it up to you. After this battle, you have already accumulated enough merits. I know that you want the two surname. Originally, the village still needs to be examined, but father will allow it. From today onwards, you are a true two-clan member. You have the two surname, you are no longer Lutu, you are Tulu. Child, father is proud of you. This is your new life. Lutu laughed, his laughter was filled with mockery and sorrow. The goal that he once yearned for was finally realized, but he did not feel happy at all. I do not want the two surname, all the merits that I have made for two-clan village over these years, I will use them to exchange for my mother's life. Lutu shouted. But two-clan village's head was expressionless, he shook his head with a firm attitude. Lutu gritted his teeth, blood flowed out of the corner of his mouth, he pointed at two-clan village's head. If you kill my mother, I will not live alone. Moreover, I will fight you to the death. Allo! Two-clan village's head shouted coldly. Lutu did not speak, he only stared at two-clan village's head. The atmosphere in the room was extremely tense. The father and son stared at each other. Finally, two-clan village's head's expression relaxed. He shifted his gaze to the top of his head and let out a deep sigh. The sigh was filled with complicated emotions. There was anger, hatred, helplessness, and sorrow. Two-clan village's head looked deeply at Lutu as he sighed. All these years, father did not notice you at all. Father has let you down, my son. If father took care of you, I would not have ended up like this. But, since it's father's fault, father will satisfy your request this time. Father will let your mother go. He will only let her go secretly. However, the Mushroom Man tribe must be eradicated, not a single one shall be left alive. This is father's bottom line, it is also father's biggest concession as two-clan village head. Alu, you have to understand my difficulties. Paradise Earth's expression immediately relaxed, he swallowed his saliva. Lord, as long as you let my mother go, I don't care about those Mushroom Man tribes. All these years, Paradise Earth had been fighting with the Mushroom Man tribe, the hatred between the two sides was as deep as the sea. The only person he cared about was Huang Wan. Good boy. Two-clan village head became excited, he patted Lutu's shoulder, but father cannot let your mother go now. You also know that although we have the advantage, as long as we cannot find the Mushroom Man tribe's settlement, we cannot truly win. But your mother knows the secret of the Mushroom Man tribe. She knows how to find the Mushroom Man tribe. Alu, Dad, you have to help me. Persuade your mother, let her tell us this secret. Dad promises you, as long as we eradicate the Mushroom Man tribe and get rid of two-clan village's greatest threat, I will definitely let your mother go and let her live happily. This Paradise Earth hesitated. Even though he wanted to eradicate the Mushroom Man tribe, he understood his mother's feelings towards the Mushroom Man tribe. Two-clan village head patted Paradise Earth's shoulder, he said in an understanding tone, Dad will not force you, think about it. You are still injured, recuperate. Dad will give you enough time to think about it, I believe in you. The video ended. Two-clan village head sneered, he approached Huang Wan. Are you going to say it now? Or do you want your son to persuade you personally? Think about it, Wan Air. You can disregard your own life, but what about your son's life? If we really fall out, the two of you will not have a good time. I might not kill him either. I just need to send him to the front lines and let him fight with your tribesmen, what do you think? Meng Qiuzhen looked at two-clan village head with an appreciative gaze. You are truly despicable and shameless, you are quite a character. Haha, those who achieve great things do not bother with trifles. You only saw through me now, it's too late. Wan Air. Two-clan village head laughed loudly, but he felt that Huang Wan's gaze was not quite right. Meng Qiuzhen nodded with a serious expression, that is why I admire you. The laughter stopped abruptly, two-clan village head had an expression of doubt. What did you just say? Meng Qiuzhen's attitude was straightforward, his gaze was bright and energetic. You do not need to go through so much trouble, don't you want to know the location of the tribe? I will tell you directly. Two clan village head was stunned. Meng Qiuzhen shrugged. During this period of time, he had used Dream Butterfly Immortal Goo to investigate the next scene, and even the scene after that, he obtained crucial information. In any case, when Two Clan Village's army attacked the Mushroom Man base, it was definitely because Two Clan Village had found out the secret location of the Mushroom Man tribe. Or maybe, in history, Huang Wan was tortured and even threatened by Two Clan Village head using Paradise Earth. She did not reveal this secret. But this was the dream realm. Huang Wan was not the real Huang Wan. She was Meng Qiuzhen. Not only will I tell you the location of the tribe, I will also tell you that there is a small path in the tribe that is very secretive. You can use the main force to attack while sending elites to sneak attack through the small path. Meng Qiuzhen suggested. Two Clan Village head, however, had a look of doubt on his face. Meng Qiuzhen was so cooperative, he did not believe him at all. Two Clan Village head was silent for a while before smiling coldly. You are already a prisoner, you dare to play with me like this? Good, very good, you do not care about your own son, but have such a cold heart. No, listen to me. I really want to tell you the answer. Meng Qiuzhen had a sincere expression. But Two Clan Village head shook his head, his smile becoming colder. I won't listen. Do you really think I will believe you? Can you verify it if I say it? Meng Qiuzhen rolled his eyes. Two Clan Village head continued to smile coldly. Do you think I am stupid? Wasn't the previous battle a trap set by your Mushroom Man tribe? This time, it must be a trap as well. You want to make me lose my elites. Meng Qiuzhen sighed deeply. If you do not verify it, what will you do next? If you do not know the Mushroom Man tribe's location, how will you attack it? Two Clan Village head laughed loudly. I am prepared. Clap, clap, clap. He clapped a few times before saying, Master Wu Xiao, please come out. Wu Xiao greets Two Clan Village head. A tall and thin Goo master with a grim expression appeared from the dream realm. I will let you know, this is Southern Border's famous great doctor, Wu Xiao. Do you think I am unprepared? Two Clan Village head introduced. Meng Qiuzhen sighed. Why go through so much trouble? Wu Xiao walked forward and used his goo worms to inspect Meng Qiuzhen, reporting to village leader, this captive has tight defenses. If we soul search her, not only will her soul die, it will also cause a backlash and poison to the person who used it. Two Clan Village head nodded. Precisely so, I invited you here. Master Wu, you cultivate soul path. You use the soul to heal injuries. You are one of the 6 great doctors of Southern Border. In the current Southern Border, you are probably the only one who can counter the Mushroomman's poison path while preserving their souls. Wu Xiao smiled proudly. Village head is overpraising me, please watch me do it now. Wu Xiao started to use his killer move against Meng Qiuzhen. Meng Qiuzhen grunted. Pain assaulted him continuously. His body trembled as he broke out in cold sweat. The dream realm activated at this moment. His soul foundation fell rapidly. Don't attack. Don't you want to know the location? Can I tell you directly? Meng Qiuzhen shouted. You think I will believe you? One air, I know you too well, saying such words is an insult to me. Two Clan Village head waved his sleeves and snorted coldly. Meng Qiuzhen purposely screamed, I am telling the truth. Two Clan Village head was furious. You still dare to be stubborn. Meng Qiuzhen showed an expression of having his guard down. I can't take it anymore. I will tell you everything. Two Clan Village head waved his hand. Don't say it. I will soul search you even if you tell me. Meng Qiuzhen kept quiet. He understood now. This was the test of the dream realm that he had to endure. Some dream realms were like this. One had to expend their soul foundation to pass it. If the soul foundation was slightly weaker, the exploring goo cultivator would die in this round. Suddenly, Dr. Wu Xiao coughed out blood. He took a few steps back. His forehead was covered in sweat as he breathed roughly. Purple blood flowed out of the corner of his mouth. So amazing, so amazing. Poison hidden within poison. To think that there was such an exquisite method in this world. I fell for it accidentally. It seems that I have to use my final method. Wu Xiao turned to Two Clan Village head as he reported, but there is a huge flaw in this method. What flaw? This method is considered a forceful soul search. The victim will go insane, but the words they say will be the truth. Two clan village head did not even look at Huang Wan. He said without hesitation, "Master, please use your method. There is no need to hold back." Wu Xiao immediately started. A moment later, Huang Wan went insane. She lost her rationality. This was the first time that Meng Qiuzhen encountered such a situation. Such a state also directly affected his thinking. "Tell me the location of the Mushroom Man tribe." Two clan village head asked. Meng Qiuzhen wanted to tell him the truth, but he said it instead, "Oh my hometown is in my heart." Huang Wan started to laugh foolishly. "How do I enter the Mushroom Man tribe's gathering place?" Two clan village head continued to interrogate. "Use your legs to walk over, of course, you can crawl over too." Huang Wan started to laugh foolishly again. Please remember this book's domain name. Writing Pen Chinese website mobile version. Chapter 2168. The two clan stronghold head became anxious and interrogated. However, although Huang Wan spoke the truth every time, her answers were irrelevant. Two clan village head did not get what he wanted, so he looked at Dr. Wu Xiao with an unfriendly gaze. Dr. Wu Xiao was also shocked. Impressive, impressive. This mushroomman's will was really too strong, even though she had completely lost her rationality and was in a state of complete insanity. However, it was precisely because of this that she became even purer, and her every action was based on her heart. In her heart, she would never betray the tribe, even if the tribe expelled her. Two clan village head, forgive me for being powerless. Two clan stronghold head was extremely angry, but he forcefully held it in. Then I shall invite Grandmaster Wu Xiao to rest first. In the cell, only two clan village head and Huang Wan were left. Two clan village head sneered at Huang Wan. "Don't worry, even if you are crazy, I can still make use of you. It's fine if I can't get you to speak. I'll capture more Mushroom Man higher-ups and let Master Wu Xiao take action. I don't believe that I can't find the location of your Mushroom Man tribe." Thus, in the next scene, Meng Qiuzhen turned into Huang Xiaomi. Beside him were the elite Gu masters of the Mushroom Man tribe. In the deep night, they had already infiltrated two clan village. "Big brother little me," Fong Tu secretly responded. These years, Fong Tu had been taken care of by Huang Wan and Paradise Earth. He started his cultivation path and was now a rank 2 Gu master. She had benefited a lot from Huang Wan, and because of her fortuitous encounters, she always had a good impression of the Mushroom Man race. "How is the situation?" Meng Qiuzhen immediately asked. Fong Tu answered, "Zhaiju's side has already prepared everything. Early tomorrow morning, he will publicly execute anti-Huang Wan on the execution ground. On the other side, I've already scouted out the place where Paradise is imprisoned." "All right. We'll split into two groups. One group will go to the execution ground and lay in ambush. The other way is to save Paradise Earth and give him the set of Gu worms," Meng Qiuzhen instructed. The sky gradually brightened. Right when Huang Wan was about to be beheaded, Meng Qiuzhen led the Mushroom Man Gu masters to attack the execution ground. "You guys really came." Two clan stronghold head laughed. "Everything is within the stronghold master's expectations," the clan elders praised. "Mother." On the other side, Paradise brought people to help. Two clan village head frowned. "In the end, you still chose that side. Fine, today I will place righteousness before family and correct all my past mistakes. Kill that mother and son. Try to capture as many of the other mushroom men as possible." A chaotic battle unfolded. Two clan village quickly gained the upper hand. This was a trap that they had set. The Mushroom Man tribe also expected this situation, but there was nothing they could do. Huang Wan was the shaman of the previous generation. She knew too many secrets of the tribe. She must not be allowed to stay in two clan village. Huang Xiaomi and Paradise Earth sank into a bitter battle. There were strong enemies everywhere. Never would I have expected that there would be a time where we would have to fight side by side. Letu looked to Huang Xiaomi and laughed bitterly. Meng Qiuzhen suddenly smiled. "Don't worry, our reinforcements have arrived." At the crucial moment, The dream realm changed again. Large numbers of Mushroom Man Gu masters entered the battlefield. It turned out that the Mushroom Man tribe leader decided to stake it all on one throw. He led the entire tribe to launch a frenzied attack on Two Clan Village. Succeed or die trying. Cut off all means of retreat. Most of Two Clan Village's higher-ups were at the execution ground. Two Clan Village's defenses were not up to scratch. The Mushroom Man army actually broke through the checkpoints and charged straight into Two Clan Village. A fierce battle broke out. The village leader and tribe leader were both rank 5. They fought against each other. Lu Tu and Huang Xiaomi's cooperation became the crucial factor in breaking the stalemate. They were too familiar with each other. Even though this was their first time working together, they had great teamwork. The two had rank 4 cultivation level. Once they worked together, their strength rose sharply. Even Two Clan Village's leader could not resist them. Eventually, the Mushroom Man tribe won. Two Clan Village lost miserably. The surviving Gu masters escaped to the dungeon, resisting and struggling at death's door. Meanwhile, Two Clan Village's leader was heavily injured. On the verge of death, he was captured by the Mushroom Man tribe. "Mother, what happened to you? Why you like this?" In the chaotic battle, Lu Tu did not hesitate to get injured. He finally saved his mother. But he found out that Huang Wan had gone completely insane. Huang Wan looked at Huang Xiaomi. Son, you must live a happy and safe life. That is why I named you Lu Tuesday. Come, give your mother a smile, a smile." "Mother." Lu Tu's face was covered in tears. "It is all my fault. If I did not barge in, you would not have been taken advantage of by the village leader. You would not have ended up like this." At this time, Wu Xiao was brought over. He quickly begged, "Don't kill me, don't kill me. I know what is going on with your mother." "Speak." Lu Tu shouted. Two Clan Village's leader, who was heavily injured, laughed coldly. "Ha, your mother is hopeless. She has gone completely insane. That's right, I am the one behind this. This great Dr. Wu Xiao is the main culprit. All of you will die." Lu Tu's expression was twisted. He was about to attack. Huang Wan suddenly stopped him. "Don't kill, don't kill. This is not good. You need to be kind to others. You rascal." "Mother, you finally recognized me." Lu Tu cried loudly. Huang Wan suddenly slapped Lu Tu, stunning him. "Who is your mother?" "My son is here." She pulled Huang Xiaomi and patted his chest. "This is my son. Look at my son." Huang Wan flaunted in satisfaction. "My son is so handsome, so tall. What a great lad." Son. Huang Wan was smiling and flaunting a moment ago, but now she was crying. "Mother has let you down. Mother hid your identity. Mother shaved your head because I was afraid that your hair would grow out and form a mushroom crown. You won't blame Mother, right?" Lu Tu howled, his tears falling like rain. Huang Wan ignored him. She only looked at Huang Xiaomi. For the first time, Lu Tu looked at Huang Xiaomi with a pleading gaze. Huang Xiaomi nodded. He played along. "Mother, I won't blame you. You will always be my good mother." Huang Wan shed tears of joy. "Rascal, thank you for understanding Mother. Don't kill your father. Don't kill anyone else. Mother hopes that you will be safe and happy. Let them go. Fighting and killing will only worsen the conflict and hatred. It will make you feel empty. It will make you suffer. It will make you unhappy. If you are not happy, you are not Alu." Everyone was silent. Even Two Clan Village head was the same. "You want me to not kill these people?" Lu Tu's eyes were bloodshot. He clenched his fists tightly. His expression was sinister. "How is that possible?" He squeezed out this sentence. Two Clan Village head sneered. He had already suffered a crushing defeat. He was disheartened. He was not afraid of death. But great Dr. Wu Xiao suddenly shouted, "There is hope. There is hope. Your mother regains her sanity. There is hope." Lu Tu grabbed Wu Xiao's collar and lifted him up. "Tell me, what is the solution?" Wu Xiao quickly said, "Even though your mother has gone mad, she still has a trace of spirituality. Look at her actions and words. They are all sincere. They are the purest of her heart. As long as you do not go against your mother's heart, as time passes, your mother's condition will not worsen. Her spirituality will continue to grow." Then, under my care, she will definitely recover. There is hope. Wu Xiao shouted. For the sake of survival, he did not want to give up any chance. Letu threw Wu Xiao to the ground. He roared at the sky. He was in great pain. Two enemies were right in front of him. He could not retaliate, but he could not take revenge. For his mother, he had to listen to Huang Wan's intentions. All right, for my mother, I will spare the two of you today. Letu gritted his teeth. He used so much force that blood leaked out of the corner of his mouth. The dream realm ended here. Meng Qiuzhen's soul returned to his body. He sighed. To think that Letu's life was so full of twists and turns. Heroes often encounter strangers. It's no wonder that his image in history was also hairless. It's just that the green beast tattoo has disappeared. Letu is actually a mixed blood of a mushroom man and a human? How did he become a venerable? After that, did he manage to save his mother? When he was young, he had a bad temper and deep killing intent. He was no different from a normal person. How did he become like this now? The dream realm gave Meng Qiuzhen even more questions. These questions could not be answered for the time being. But the increase in attainment level was real. Fang Yuan's Earth Path attainment level also rose to Great Grandmaster level. Not just that, his Poison Path attainment level also rose to Great Grandmaster level. Before this, Fang Yuan's Poison Path attainment level was already at Grandmaster level. And this dream realm left behind by Letu contained the true meaning of both Earth Path and Poison Path. Ever since Fang Yuan took the risk to help the Dream Path clone ascend, his gains were clear. Not just Food Path, Poison Path, and Earth Path attainment levels. Luck Path and Ice Path were also at Grandmaster level. Space Path, Metal Path, Wind Path, Cloud Path, Lightning Path, Information Path, Light Path, Dark Path, and others were all at Grandmaster level. After conquering Letu's Dream Realm, there were only a few Dream Realms left. Before the battle in Crazed Demon Cave, Fang Yuan would definitely be able to digest all of the Dream Realms. Basically, Fang Yuan no longer had any shortcomings in terms of paths. However, the Painting Dao, the Military Dao, and the Alchemy Dao were completely blank. There was no helping it. Spectral Soul's Dream Realms that Fang Yuan obtained did not have any of these paths. Maybe Spectral Soul had some reservations, but the more likely reason was that Spectral Soul could not grasp them. After all, Weapon Path and Pill Path were created after Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable. Painting Path had always been purposely hidden by Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable. It had never spread. It was even more limited than Giant Sun Immortal's Luck Path inheritance. Don't forget, a portion of these Spectral Soul's Dream Realms were obtained by Feng Kim Hong during the pursuit of Fang Yuan. But the portion that she obtained was actually very small. It was not worth Fang Yuan searching for it. After all, Feng Kim Hong had a lot of luck. After becoming Great Grandmaster in Earth Path, Fang Yuan immediately modified the original Earth Vein plan. He saved a lot of costs and shortened the time needed. Looking at the time, Kuexian Hong should have already reached southern borders Wu Clan and met Wu Yong. Fang Yuan plotted and schemed. Chapter 2169. Southern Border. Wu Yi Mountain, Wu Clan Headquarters. In the guest hall. Kuexian Hong smiled as he greeted calmly. Kuexian Hong greets Wu Clan's first Supreme Elder. Wu Yong sat down and smiled. Envoy, you are too polite. Kuexian Hong went straight to the point. I am here to bring Fan Wind Goo. It has already been successfully refined. Please inspect it. Wu Yong could not help but feel surprised. So fast? Don't tell me that Fang Yuan has some method to refine fake immortal goo and is here to deceive me? He received it and inspected it carefully, but did not find any flaws. It is a genuine rank 8 immortal goo indeed. But how can Fang Yuan refine a rank 8 immortal goo in such a short period of time? Thinking of this, Wu Yong did not dare to be too sure. In his mind, Fang Yuan was crafty, sinister, despicable, shameless, vicious, and all sorts of other traits. This number 1 demon in the world could not be evaluated with common sense. Envoy, please wait for a moment, my Wu Clan's Goo Immortals will inspect it. Wu Yong said. Wu Clan had Refinement Path Goo Immortals, but they were not strong. Wu clan was not skilled in refinement path, they were most skilled in wind path. Not just in southern border, even in the 5 regions, Wu clan was a top-tier expert in wind path. 15 minutes later, Wu Yong received news that the rank 8 fan wind gu was verified. It was genuine. Wu Yong had a complex feeling. Immortal gu were unique, rank 8 immortal gu were too hard to refine, they had a huge significance. Ordinary rank 8 gu immortals did not even have a single rank 8 immortal gu. For example, old ancestor Shui Hu, in order to refine fortune rivaling heaven immortal gu, he destroyed his Shui Hu blessed land that he had been managing for many years. Of course, this was also because his ambitions involved the benefits of the celestial court and longevity heaven. In recent years, heaven and earth have changed, the 5 regions have fused into one, earth veins are moving, chi tides are surging, a vast number of immortal materials are appearing, it is very likely that the number of rank 8 immortal gu will increase. But for ordinary rank 8 gu immortals, especially those lone immortals, even one gu, rank 8, is hard to find. To think that my Wu clan gained another rank 8 immortal gu. While Wu Yong was happy, he was even more afraid of Fang Yuan. Although I already knew that Fang Yuan had swallowed the entire Langya sect, I did not expect that he would be able to do so. But his refinement path strength is so amazing, refining a rank 8 fan wind gu gave me a feeling of ease. Kuexian Hong continued, since the verification is over, which 2 immortal gu do you want to refine next? This time I can bring them all back. Wu Yong hesitated. Should he give the 7-faced prestige wind gu to Kuxinhong? If he could refine 8-faced prestige wind gu, it would be a huge boost to Wu Yong. But precisely because of this, the 7-faced prestige wind gu was very important. If he gave it to Fang Yuan, what would he do if he took it for granted? Actually, there are many choices. At once, Wu Yong felt that 3 immortal gu was too little. He wanted to raise all of Wu clan's immortal gu to rank 8 level. I did not expect you to act so quickly, I cannot make a decision now, I need to think about it carefully. Envoy, why don't you stay in Wu clan and wait for me for 3 days? Wu Yong said. Wu Bachong heard this and immediately added, persuading Kuexin Hong, speaking of which, this is your 3rd time coming to Wu clan, let us show our hospitality as a host. All right. Kuexin Hong nodded with a smile. I am very interested in Wu clan's style, I will not disturb you. As for First Supreme Elder's feelings, I understand. The truth is, I have another mission. I wonder if your clan wants to make another transaction with us? What business do you have this time? Wu Yong immediately became alert. He thought of the secluded domain of heaven and earth, whose land could be seen as a quasi-rank 9 immortal gu, but Fang Yuan forcefully bought it. Thinking of this, Wu Yong's heart started to ache again. Kuexin Hong explained in detail as Wu Yong fell into deep thought. Wu Bachong shouted, what? Fang Yuan wants to take away all of Wu clan's famous mountains? The price is to refine rank 8 immortal gu for Wu clan? Precisely. Kuexian Hong nodded. Wu Bachong sneered, how can we do that? Any famous mountain is at least a large resource point. Most are giant resource points, a few are super resource points, they can produce rank 8 immortal materials. Even though you can refine rank 8 immortal gu, it is on the basis of Wu clan's immortal gu, it is not to give Wu clan more immortal gu. Moreover, immortal gu are hard to feed, rank 8 immortal gu are even more so. Even if they are refined, they will only expend resources. Meanwhile, the famous mountain's resource points are constantly producing resources, they are almost inexhaustible. You want to take away our Wu clan's famous mountains? You are trying to destroy our foundation, what is your motive for doing this? Towards the end, Wu Bachong was almost scolding him. Kuexin Hong was already prepared, he spoke calmly, no. Elder Wu Bachong, you're thinking too seriously. Think about it calmly. Many gu immortal seeds in your clan have succeeded in their immortal ascension. But only 6 of them have been added, and most of them are outsiders. The number of gu immortals has increased, but Wu clan's territory is too big, it is not enough to defend it. Since that is the case, we might as well sell some of our territories. That way, Wu clan will not only have higher ranked immortal gu, we will also have more manpower. Furthermore, Kuexin Hong continued, immortal goo are unique, rank 8 immortal goo are very rare, Elder Wu Ba Chong should know this. Immortal materials can be exchanged, but can immortal goo be bought and sold casually? Immortal goo are unique, they can only be exchanged with each other. Even so, Jewel Yellow Skies is the #1 market in the world. May I ask, how many immortal goo transactions have there been over the years? The 5 regions are 1, chaotic battles are unavoidable in the future. Goo immortal battle strength is the most important. Only by protecting oneself can we talk about other things. Rank 8 immortal goo can raise your clan's strength. Not only can it protect yourself, you can even invade the surrounding areas. It is a huge windfall from war. This. Wu Ba Chong hesitated. Kuexin Hong looked at Wu Ba Chong. He glanced at Wu Yong without leaving a trace. He continued to increase the stakes. Human Smoke Mountain is Chai Clan's headquarters. Not long ago, Chai Clan sold it to us. What? There is such a secret? Wu Ba Chong was very surprised. Kuexin Hong did not harp on this matter. He retreated in order to advance. If Wu Clan does not want to do this transaction, we will not force you. This time, other than bringing back immortal goo to advance, I will also go to other clans to do this transaction. Wu Ba Chong's expression changed slightly. If Wu Clan did not cooperate with Feng Yuan, but the other clans cooperated with Feng Yuan, their battle strength would definitely rise sharply. Even if they lacked resources and lost momentum, what if these clans took the chance to expand? By then, if Wu Clan did not cooperate with Feng Yuan, they would instead be overtaken by other clans in terms of battle strength. By then, would Wu Clan fall from the throne of the #1 force in southern border and be bullied by other forces? Wu Yong tapped on the table as he fell into deep thought. Feng Yuan is so domineering even when doing business, he is forcing people to do things against their will. However, even though Kuexin Hong is trying to persuade us, his words are not without reason. This transaction can be done, but we need to strictly control the extent of it. Almost at the same time, in Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace. Gon and I greets Master. Earth Extremity of the 8 Extremities knelt in front of immortal zombie giant Sunday. Earth Extremity Gon and I was a female immortal. She cultivated Earth Path and Refinement Path. Her Refinement Path attainment was very deep. At this moment, she held 4 rank 8 immortal goo with both hands and presented them respectfully. Immortal zombie giant Sun took a look and was very satisfied. Gon and I, as expected of my Longevity Heaven's Refinement Path Master. From the Fate War until now, you have received my orders and refined 4 rank 8 immortal goo. You have made a huge contribution. Gon and I quickly said, everything is because of Master's luck path methods. Otherwise, with my meager talent, I would not have been able to refine so many rank 8 immortal goo in just a few years. But because of this, Longevity Heaven's luck fell. Immortal zombie giant Sun waved his hand to interrupt her. There are gains and losses in everything in this world. To refine these immortal goo, some luck is necessary. Immortal zombie giant Sun took out one of these 4 immortal goo and inspected it carefully. This goo had a strange appearance. It was square and fangjing, like a wooden block. This was imitation goo, ranked 8th on the current mystical goo list. It originated from Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable. If any other immortal goo in the world were in contact with this goo for a period of time, the goo cultivator could use imitation goo to turn this goo into the corresponding immortal goo. Immortal goo were unique, but imitation goo could take a different path and slightly break this convention. But the imitation goo's power could not compare to the original. Back then, Giant Sun Immortal had sought human chi immortal goo from Celestial Court, but failed. Giant Sun Immortal settled for the next best thing, refining imitation goo and turning it into human chi immortal goo. Next, he used the transformed human chi immortal goo as one of the cores to construct 88-point Shenyang Tower. And other than this imitation goo, the other 3 rank 8 immortal goo were all blood path immortal goo. Divine Emperor City. Light flickered as the 10 children of human path left the painting world and returned to the real world. They're finally out. It is a pity that we did not manage to take down the 2 newly added painting territories. We were nurtured by Celestial Court this time, Now that time is up, we can only leave. What are you worried about? Even though we did not take them down, the situation is set. Not only did beast tamers appear in the painting world, chi refinement warriors also appeared. Together with our solid foundation, we will not fail. That's right. After the 10 children of human path talked for a while, Gu immortals from their sects came to receive them and bring them away. Qin Ding Ling and the rest concealed themselves and hid at the side, watching the entire process. These 10 are the human immortal seeds of my celestial court. No matter what the result of our trip to Kray's Demon Cave is, we need to support and nurture these people. Qin Ding Ling said with concern. Yes, Lord. The celestial court Gu immortal in charge of guarding the place remembered Qin Ding Ling's words. Let's go. Qin Ding Ling turned around and said to Genesis Lotus Will. Genesis Lotus Will nodded. At the next moment, Divine Emperor City activated, the huge city flew up again and charged towards Central Continent with an indomitable momentum. Its gaze was directed towards Crazed Demon Cave. Please remember this book's domain name. Literature Library Mobile Version. Chapter 2170. Inside the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. Several variant human men were gathered in a circle. They were doing something important. Slow down, slow down. Take it easy over there, don't be so anxious. Hurry up, I can't hold on anymore. A loud sound echoed. A mountain range that occupied a vast area was located on the ground. This mountain range was not tall, it was not very beautiful either. The mountain rocks were mostly dust rocks, iron cloud rocks, and so on, causing the mountain range to be gray and hazy. The strange thing was, this mountain range was completely silent. Even though there were many living beings, even if Gu immortals spoke here, their voices could not be heard. Unless they used special methods. This was Silent Hill. It was as famous as Western Desert's anti-sound desert. It was famous in the world. Here, any sound path killer move would be greatly suppressed. Silent Hill was one of the famous mountains in southern border, but because it produced few resources, it was of little value. This time, Feng Yuan sent envoys everywhere to discuss business. Silent Hill was sold to Feng Yuan like this, and these variant human Gu immortals were a group of people responsible for moving this Silent Hill to a specific location in the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. But the relocation was only the first step. The next step was to nurture its mountain roots. The person in charge of this was the Rockman Gu immortal. He used his method. The mountain roots of Silent Hill grew rapidly, taking root in the surroundings. Deeper, deeper. The leader kept instructing and suddenly sighed. Hey, why did you stop? You can't do it again? The Rockman Gu immortal was impatient. Leader, can you not speak? I want to go deeper too, but I only have rank 7 cultivation level. This is a famous mountain. I don't know how tiring it is to manipulate the mountain roots for such a mountain range. The leader, however, said, that's why I said, you need to work harder. Your cultivation level is too low. When can you advance to rank 8? The Rockman Gu immortal rolled his eyes. Leader, I was only rank 6 not long ago. Thanks to Master, I was able to advance to rank 7. You asked me to advance to rank 8. I want to, but it is too difficult. The other Gu immortals spoke. Leader is right. In our team, only you can make mountain roots and make them thick and long. If you're stronger, we'll be able to complete the mission better and get more contribution points. You're in charge of the mountain roots. Your contribution has always been the highest. Hurry up. I heard that you've been sleeping recently? I haven't slept for 2 months. I've been doing mountain moving missions. Master's breadth of mind is as vast as the heavens and the sea, incomparably vast. But this plan will be completed one day. How can we not seize this rare opportunity? Look at the other teams. The more they complete, the less we have. The Gu immortals stared at the Rockman Gu immortal with a look of disappointment. The Rockman Gu immortal was helpless. Don't you know? We stone men have never lacked sleep since we were young. Our bodies are too heavy, and for our souls, it's a very heavy burden. I need to sleep to nurture my soul. Then let's use the liver life formation. I've already used it. Isn't there a soul path method in Master's contribution board that can increase your soul foundation? But I cultivate Earth Path. Soul Path methods have little effect on me. If I use my contribution points to exchange for these, I might as well increase my Earth Path attainment. The leader gritted his teeth. Stop arguing, let's work together and help our little brother Rockman. Everyone, gather some contribution points and increase his soul foundation. The other Goo Immortals nodded in agreement. Right now, the Rockman Goo Immortal was their team's weakness. If he got stronger, the whole team would benefit greatly. Fang Yuan's missions were all made through wisdom path deductions. The contents were simple, but they were very meticulous. Be it the difficulty of the missions or the content, they often required the Goo Immortals to cooperate with others. It was hard to complete them alone. This was why the Goo Immortals of the various races cooperated closely. After working together for a long time, they would naturally develop friendship. Thus, in the entire Sovereign Immortal Aperture, all the tribes were subtly merging into one. Humans, rockmen, feathermen, inkmen, snowmen, and others were all working together. They were working hard to build their beautiful homes. Very good, Silent Hill has also been settled. The famous mountains are scattered in the mini-5 regions. The number has reached the most basic requirement. We can start constructing the Earth Vein. Fang Yuan had been paying attention to the relocation of the famous mountains. Now that he found out about the situation at Silent Hill, he started to take action personally. In order to construct the Earth Vein, he had already set up immortal goo formations in all the important areas of the mini-5 regions. At this moment, Fang Yuan willed as his immortal essence began to be expended intensely. The immortal formations buzzed and activated. The entire mini-5 region started to tremble. The tremors were getting stronger and stronger. Some of the variant humans living in the different regions were panicking, while others showed expressions of joy. What's going on? Is there an earthquake? Most mortal goo masters did not know what was going on. Master is starting to make a move. Oh heavens, he is making a huge move in the entire mini-5 regions. The Goo Immortals sensed the situation and were overjoyed. They felt even more reverence towards Fang Yuan. Rumble, the ground continued to shake, but the tremors were not huge. There were not many losses. An earth vein was being pushed by the goo formations of various regions. With each famous mountain as the hub, it gradually formed. This earth vein passed through the entire mini-5 regions, covering mini-southern border, mini-central continent, mini-eastern sea, mini-western desert, and Kokidahara. If one looked from above, this earth vein was like an irregular geometric figure. The lines were very simple. It barely covered half of the mini-5 regions. After the earth vein was constructed, the ground calmed down again. All the immortal formations stopped working. They all used immortal materials as the cores. The immortal materials were almost used up, causing many immortal formations to be extremely damaged. They could not be activated again. Fang Yuan started to inspect carefully. He was very patient. After a while, he nodded in satisfaction. Just like the plan, the entire earth vein was constructed perfectly. There were no mistakes. Of course, this was also because the initial artificial earth vein structure was very simple. It could even be said to be crude. In fact, the biggest difficulty of the artificial earth vein plan was not the construction of the earth vein. It was how to gather enough famous mountains to act as the hub of the earth vein of the various regions. The second difficulty was the method to construct the artificial earth vein. The initial construction of the earth vein is complete, but it is quite crude. The effect on the entire Sovereign Immortal Aperture is not instantaneous. In fact, at the start, there might even be abnormal situations that occur frequently. But after some time, when everything calms down, the Sovereign Immortal Aperture will definitely be more stable than before. Fang Yuan estimated in his mind. He retracted his consciousness from the Sovereign Immortal Aperture and used Cooking Luck Pot to check his luck. Immediately, Fang Yuan's eyes shined. He showed a look of joy. Once the artificial earth vein was formed, it was a huge help to his luck. His original silver light pillar was huge, but it gave off a feeling of being loose, like clouds and mud that could crumble with a touch. But now his silver light pillar had shrunk slightly, becoming more solid. This was a change that made him feel at ease. But the luck of the other venerables seems to have increased as well. Feng Yuan frowned slightly. At the top of the silver light pillar, there were 3 layers of clouds. They represented star constellation, spectral soul, and giant sun immortal. Star constellation's cloud was still firmly in control of the first layer, but it had expanded slightly. Spectral soul was in the second layer, while giant sun immortal was in the third layer. But there was a strange scene. Star constellation's cloud was actually devouring spectral soul's cloud. This made Feng Yuan feel puzzled. He had many guesses in his mind, but he could not be sure of any of them. There was another change. At the bottom of the silver light pillar, there was yellow-brown dust again. The dust seemed to be protecting and stabilizing the silver pillar of light. Feng Yuan had confirmed through luck inspection that the artificial earth vein plan was very beneficial to him. He was even more determined to carry out this plan. But with the earth vein, myriad beings' assimilation transformation cannot be used anymore. Feng Yuan was wary of himself. Myriad beings' assimilation transformation was a supreme method of beast calamity immortal. It was the highest profundity of transformation path. It could turn the Dao marks of other paths into transformation path Dao marks. Even heaven path Dao marks could be affected, thus, all sorts of calamities and tribulations could be turned into beast calamities. Feng Yuan's main body could not be used. This move's Dao mark transformation had a huge impact on the sovereign immortal aperture's ecology. Feng Yuan had a terrifying number of Dao marks now, not counting the total, just the refinement path Dao marks alone numbered more than 6 million. If these 6 million Dao marks suddenly changed into other Dao marks, the sovereign immortal aperture would not be able to adapt. By then, a huge anomaly would occur, a severe calamity and tribulation would occur. The consequences would be unimaginable. For example, it was like a fish swimming in water suddenly turning into lava. The fish's outcome could be easily imagined. In the past, when Feng Yuan used myriad beings' assimilation transformation, that was because the sovereign immortal aperture's development was relatively low. There were very few living beings inside. At that time, Feng Yuan had far fewer Dao marks than now. If he used myriad beings' assimilation transformation now, he would not be able to transform too many Dao marks. Taking into account the sovereign immortal aperture, the transformation of Dao marks would be few. If there were too few, there would not be much meaning in fighting against venerables. Immortal killer move, heaven and earth travel. At the next moment, Feng Yuan's main body moved from eastern sea to southern border. A tall mountain peak that pierced the clouds was overflowing with frost energy. Its roots had already been cut and taken care of. All that was left was for Feng Yuan to take over. This was Frosty Peak. Back then, when Feng Yuan disguised as Wu Yihai and stayed in Wu Clan and Xia Clan had a conflict over this peak. Frosty Peak was a famous mountain, of course. It produced ice and snowpath resources. But the picturesque Frosty Peak that was covered in snow was now filled with holes due to excessive harvesting. Not only did it ruin the scenery, its production in recent years was also greatly affected. Thus, this Frosty Peak was sold to Feng Yuan by Wu Clan. Right now, there were many Gu immortals surrounding Frosty Peak. Other than the variant human Gu immortals sent by Feng Yuan, there were also Wu Clan's Gu immortals, including Wu Yong. Feng Yuan, how have you been? Wu Yong took the initiative to greet with a complex expression. Chapter 2171. On the 15th of December 2012, the first chapter of Gu Dao Master went viral on Qidian's website. On the 6th of January 2013, Gu Dao Master was featured on the cover. On the 16th of May 2016, Gu Dao Master was included in the premium channel. On the 13th of April 2018, Gu Dao Master had its first Silver Alliance Master. On the 11th of November 2018, Gu Dao Master logo selection results were released. On the 8th of December 2018, Gu Dao Master S-Book Group, Gu World, was officially established. 6 years of trials and tribulations. We walked through it together. The indignation of many reports, the happiness of new results, and the problems of water and mathematics. Whether you loved it in the past or love it now, everyone witnessed each other. In these 6 years, we grew up together. Many primary school students became high school students, many high school students became university students, and many university students had wives and children. After reading the latest chapter, many friends started to read it again. Read it a second time, a third time, a fourth time. We watched as Fang Yuan went through hardships and dangers step by step, persevering and moving forward. At the same time, we went through hardships in our own lives, tasting the tears and sweat of youth. We grew old together. Gu Dao Master, S-Book Group, Gu World, will always open its doors, welcoming friends with similar interests to communicate, discuss the plot, criticize the author, participate in all kinds of book group activities, urge for updates, and vote together. The prize for winning the logo was sent out the day before yesterday, and there were already some book friends who received it. Gu Dao Master Black Sky Group and Gu Dao Master White Sky Group will be renamed to Gu World Black Sky Group and Gu World White Sky Group. To celebrate the establishment of Gu World, there will be an additional chapter. Gu Dao Master Activity Group, Gu World, 722747201. Gu World Black Sky Group, 497266624. Gu World White Sky Group, 336936326. Gu Dao Master VIP Group, 250906315. Gu Dao Master winners can join any official group, and after successful certification, they will receive the corresponding title. Finally, thank you for your support. From now on, let us work together. Chapter 2172. Wu Yong wanted to meet Fang Yuan personally. If this was right after the pursuit battle with Fang Yuan ended, Wu Yong would not dare to get close to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan was the #1 demon in the world. If Wu Yong got close to him, he might be killed by Fang Yuan. This was very dangerous. But it was different now. After Fang Yuan's series of diplomatic methods, he was able to conduct large transactions with all the super forces without abusing his strength. There might have been little effect at the start, but after so much, including Wu Clan, Fang Clan, and Chai Clan, all the super forces could see the orderly side of Fang Yuan. After these super forces re-evaluated Fang Yuan, they started to cooperate with Fang Yuan. It was actually not easy to achieve this. Would a little rabbit feel at ease doing business with a big bad wolf? But this man in front of me has done this. Wu Yong looked at Fang Yuan with complex emotions. He was a formidable character of the current era. His aptitude and talent were among the top among rank 8 Gu immortals. Fang Yuan's recent actions made Wu Yong sigh inwardly. He even felt a trace of admiration. He had strength, but he did not use it. He did not bully the weak. This was not an easy thing to do. On the surface, this was self-discipline. He understood the logic of those who are good at water drowning. But in essence, he was not greedy. He was not influenced by his desires. Looking at the entire world, no, looking at the river of time, looking at the history of humanity, how many people could do this? And Fang Yuan was able to make all sorts of weak forces feel at ease working with him. Initially, it was only Wu Clan, but now, Wu Yong realized that almost all of Southern Border's super forces had made transactions with Fang Yuan. They sold some useless mountains in exchange for refining rank 8 immortal Gu. This was not easy. This showed Fang Yuan's superb methods. Be it threats or promises or other methods, he managed to achieve this. Fang Yuan, this person is really amazing. Although he comes from the Devil Dao, his actions and thoughts have never been bound by such a shallow faction. He can be righteous, he can be evil, he can rule the world, he can be in chaos. All of these are his methods. Throughout the ages, this kind of demon is the most terrifying. To be able to live in the same world as such a person, I, Wu Yong, am really lucky. Wu Yong was afraid of Fang Yuan, disappointed because of Fang Yuan, and angry because of Fang Yuan. However, because of Fang Yuan, his fighting spirit was high, and he even felt that life was beautiful. Because in Fang Yuan, he saw himself, he was witnessing himself. There were too many similarities between him and Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan's actions during this period of time allowed Wu Yong to see Fang Yuan's breadth of mind. He could see his grand strategy of taking one step at a time. Since people's hearts have already been changed by Fang Yuan, Why can't I cooperate more closely with Fang Yuan? After losing Hu Land, Wu Yong had this thought. What if he could not defeat the enemy? Then he would cooperate with the enemy and turn the enemy into a friend. Cooperating with Fang Yuan was completely profitable. It would be a huge help to Wu clan. Wu Yong did not lack forbearance. He also had the shame of the righteous path. It was just that the shame of an ambitious person was even thinner than a piece of paper. As long as there were enough benefits, Wu Yong could casually tear this piece of paper into pieces. Therefore, Wu Yong took the initiative to come over this time to personally meet and talk with Fang Yuan. It was to deepen the cooperation between Wu clan and Fang Yuan. Looking at Wu Yong, a smile appeared on Fang Yuan's face. Wu Yong once chased after him, but so what? If you can kill me, you, Wu Yong, have the ability. This world is the law of the jungle. If I die because of you, it is my weakness, my incompetence, my fault. The weak are devoured by the strong. Isn't this a matter of course? Therefore, in Fang Yuan's heart, there was never this kind of meaningless hatred. Wu Yong took the initiative to appear here. The intention of cooperation was clear, then it was cooperation. As far as Fang Yuan was concerned, cooperating with Wu clan was absolutely beneficial. Wu Yong was the Southern Alliance Lord, and Wu clan had long sat on the throne of Southern Borders No. 1 Force. Cooperating with Wu clan was a model for others. Like this time, when Fang Yuan transacted famous mountains with the other forces, he relied on Wu clan's transaction records to open up the situation. But right when Fang Yuan wanted to chat with Wu Yong, a Gu immortal flew over from the sky. This Gu immortal wore a gray hemp robe. He wore a conical hat. His body was muscular like a bear. His chin was wide and thick. It was Lu Wei-yin. It was just that he, who had always been steady, was showing an anxious expression at this moment. Lu Wei-yin saw Fang Yuan and shouted from afar, "Lord Fang Yuan, I finally found you." "Friend Lu, what are you here for?" Fang Yuan smiled. Lu Wei-yin flew towards Fang Yuan and glanced at Wu Yong. He had no intention of greeting him. Wu Yong could not help but feel curious. He had never seen Lu Wei-yin show such an anxious side. Lu Wei-yin looked at Fang Yuan and said, "Lord Fang Yuan, did you know that yesterday, Divine Emperor City brought the immortals of the Celestial Court from Central Continent to Northern Plains Crazed Demon Cave?" Fang Yuan's expression changed slightly. Lu Wei-yin continued, "Star Constellation Immortal Venerable has likely revived. If she works together with the Celestial Court, the situation in Crazed Demon Cave will be very bad. There is no time to lose. We need to go there and take control of the situation." What? Wu Yong couldn't help but be shocked when he heard this. What was going on? How did they get involved with the Celestial Court and Crazed Demon Cave? Wu Yong was very sharp and almost instantly realized that this was going to be an extremely important confrontation. No matter what the outcome was, it would affect the entire Gu immortal world. It would affect the 5 regions and 2 heavens. Fang Yuan was not anxious. He consoled Lu Wei-yin. "Lu Wei, you are really well informed. But there is no rush, I still have matters to attend to." Saying so, Fang Yuan used a method to store Frosty Peak in the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. "How can I not be anxious?" Lu Wei-yin took off his hat and stared with wide eyes, urging, "The other party is the Celestial Court. There is also Longevity Heaven, Limitless Demon Venerables Crazed Demon Cave, and the secluded domain of Heaven and Earth, Primordial Domain. Lord Fang Yuan, we cannot delay this opportunity." What? Celestial Court, Longevity Heaven, Limitless Demon Venerable, and Primordial Domain. The secluded domain of Heaven and Earth recorded in The Legends of Renzu? Wu Yong had many questions in his mind. He became anxious. He wanted to know everything. Fang Yuan had a solemn expression. "Lu Wei, I know you want to make contributions. I have already promised you. If Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable wants to revive, I will definitely help him. However, I have my own judgment of the situation. If I do not use every second to increase my strength, how can I fight against a venerable? You don't have to rush me for this." Lu Wei-yin did not speak. Fang Yuan turned to Wu Yong and smiled again. "Wu Yong, regarding the sale of famous mountains, I think we can increase the scale." For example, Moon Bowl, Fake Corpse Mountain, Phoenix Peak, Corpse Emperor Yuding Tian, and so on. Wu Yong had a difficult expression. These are all famous mountains, they are worth more than Frosty Peak. Phoenix Peak's true value lies in the time every year. All kinds of phoenixes will head to Phoenix Peak to lay eggs. If you want this mountain, it will not be worth it. And Corpse Emperor Yuding Tian and Fake Corpse Mountain are things that my Wu clan needs. Not long ago, my clan obtained the Corpse Emperor's enslavement path true inheritance. We are preparing to develop it. These two mountains are not for sale. As for Moon Bowl, as long as your price is reasonable, we can consider the transaction. Wu Yong said with a sincere tone, but his mind was elsewhere. He had been waiting for this meeting and conversation for a long time. But because of Lu Wei Yin's words earlier, Wu Yong's attention was elsewhere. Fang Yuan and Wu Yong conversed for a while. Lu Wei Yin was ignored. Fang Yuan indeed needed more famous mountains. Even though the previous transactions were effective, most of them were useless mountains. If Wu clan took the lead, this huge transaction that would affect the whole of Southern Border's Gu immortal world would take a step further. After the conversation, Fang Yuan waved his sleeves. All right, we shall part ways here. Lu Wei Yin stretched out his hand. Lord Fang Yuan? Before Fang Yuan left, he glanced at him with a cold gaze. I still have matters to attend to. Lu Wei Yin's words were stuck in his mouth. At the next moment, Fang Yuan activated heaven and earth travel, vanishing on the spot. He really had matters to attend to. This time, he was going to Rotten Mud Mountain to take over this mountain. Sigh. Lu Wei Yin sighed deeply. Wu Yong smiled. Lu Wei Yin, we have not seen each other for a long time. Why don't we? Lu Wei Yin waved his hand. Wu Yong, I have matters to attend to. If I am free, I will visit Wu Yi Mountain. Saying this, Lu Wei Yin left. He did not have the mood to explain anything to Wu Yong. Wu Yong's questions were stuck in his mouth. He felt extremely uncomfortable. His gaze turned towards the variant human Gu immortals present. His smile did not change as he probed these people. But what did these variant human Gu immortals know? The leader said calmly, without the permission of the Lord, how can we subordinates speak nonsense? Please don't blame us, Lord Wu Yong, we still need to go to the next location, Moving Mountain. Wu Yong was helpless. He could only watch as these people flew away. Even though he had negotiated some matters with Fang Yuan and achieved his original goal. But Wu Yong was not happy. He acutely sensed that he was already being left behind by Fang Yuan and the rest. He did not know anything about this battle in Crazed Demon Cave. No wonder Fang Yuan wants to cooperate with the other forces. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable Rebirth? His pressure is unimaginable. Maybe I should negotiate with Fang Yuan? Wu Yong understood Fang Yuan's difficulties. He felt a little melancholic. Wait. Suddenly, his eyes shined with bright light. Lu Wei Yin could have transmitted to Fang Yuan, why did he do it in front of me? Maybe I can find out more information from him. His refusal just now was just to loosen the reins only to grasp them better and take the opportunity to raise the price. Wu Yong smiled bitterly in his mind. He had a premonition that if he contacted Lu Wei Yin now, he would be extorted by the latter. But if he did not ask about this, how would he know if there were benefits to be gained from this? Please remember this book's domain name. Literature Library Mobile Version. Chapter 2173. Immemorial White Heaven. Intense winds blew, causing Fang Yuan's long hair to flutter in the wind. He prepared for a moment before using his killer move. A rank 8 Earth Path Grotto Heaven was continuously devoured by the sovereign immortal aperture under Fang Yuan's method. Like when he devoured the aperture earlier, Fang Yuan did not devour the entire Grotto Heaven. He selectively split it into parts and placed them in different parts of the sovereign immortal aperture. Of course, because this was a Rockman's Earth Path Grotto Heaven, most of it landed in the Mini 5 regions. The Mini 9 heavens only got a small portion. Inside the sovereign immortal aperture, as the profound light faded, a mountain range appeared out of nowhere in Mini Central Continent. We are in, this is our tribe's myriad ravine mountain range. Sure Sanbai was extremely excited. Yes, this was our former sacred mountain. but in the current sovereign immortal aperture, it has become ordinary. Shurguabai had a complex expression. He was disappointed but also gratified. These Rockman Gu immortals gathered together for this moment. They were originally the Gu immortals of this grotto heaven, but Feng Yuan arranged for them to enter the sovereign immortal aperture in advance. During this period of time, their cultivation levels rose rapidly. They also gained many immortal Gu. He was on a completely different level compared to before. Let's go in. The Rockman Gu immortals flew towards Myriad Ravine mountain range. Welcome back, Supreme Ancestor. The old ancestors are finally back. There were still a large number of Rockman Gu masters in Myriad Ravine mountain range. They cheered when they saw the Rockman Gu immortals. Yes, this is our new home. Living here, our future is bright. After the Rockman Gu immortals gave a few words of advice, they started to move. They had a mission. This Myriad Ravine mountain range was a famous mountain. It was the center of the Earth vein. Feng Yuan spent several hours annexing this Earth Path Grotto Heaven. During this process, some areas of the sovereign immortal aperture underwent a huge change. In Star Collection City, Combat Beast King and many other Gu immortals were paying close attention to the movements of the sovereign immortal aperture. During this period of time, Master annexed several grotto heavens. His Dao marks increased rapidly. I can foresee that the abnormal situations in the sovereign immortal aperture will become more frequent and intense. Isn't that a good thing? The more anomalies there are, the more missions we have. Sigh, when will our clan's heavenly abode be annexed by our Lord? The Gu immortals discussed. They were looking forward to the future. Their mentality had undergone a huge change. In the past, he was very opposed to Feng Yuan annexing his own paradise. But now, things were different. Instead, he was looking forward to it. It was as if his heavenly grotto heaven had not been devoured, and that was why he had not obtained the Lord's approval. Many of the Gu immortals whose grotto heavens were annexed and fused into the sovereign immortal aperture felt that they were superior to those Gu immortals whose grotto heavens were still in the immemorial two heavens. Lord Feng Yuan, Lord Feng Yuan. Lu Wei-yin shouted. He flew over from the horizon. Feng Yuan turned his head and smiled. Celestial friend Lu, it must have been hard on you to come all the way to Grand Earth White Heaven. Lu Wei-yin smiled bitterly, saying in an anxious tone, Lord Feng Yuan, you know why I am here. Quickly set off. Do you know that yesterday, a rank 8 immortal Gu house descended from immemorial Black Heaven and went to Crazed Demon Cave? Feng Yuan nodded. Many people saw this. That immortal Gu house should be the luck suppression heavenly palace left behind by Giant Sun Immortal, right? That's right. Lu Wei-yin nodded as he stared at Feng Yuan. Right now, Celestial Court and Longevity Heaven have already made their move. If we do not make a move now, we might really lose this opportunity. Feng Yuan nodded. All right, let's set off. Really? Lu Wei-yin heard the answer he wanted the most, but he found it hard to believe. These last days, he had been using information path methods to urge Feng Yuan to set off, but Feng Yuan kept rejecting him. To think that this time, Feng Yuan was finally going to set off. I wonder when Lord Feng Yuan will set off? Lu Wei-yin was still a little worried. Feng Yuan smiled. How about we set off now? Lu Wei-yin was overjoyed. Lord Feng Yuan is truly decisive. This is great, let's go together. In fact, Feng Yuan really wanted to go to Crazed Demon Cave. He had already used up all of the dream realms. His attainment levels had risen immensely. Quasi-Supreme Grandmaster attainment levels were still Refinement Path, Time Path, and Enslavement Path. Great Grandmaster attainment levels were Theft Path, Transformation Path, Rule Path, Chi Path, Fire Path, Wisdom Path, Water Path, Earth Path, and Poison Path. Grandmaster attainment levels were Blood Path, Strength Path, Star Path, Dark Path, Formation Path, Soul Path, Sword Path, Human Path, Wood Path, Food Path, Phantom Path, Luck Path, and Ice and Snow Path. Master attainment levels were Dream Path, Space Path, Metal Path, Wind Path, Cloud Path, Lightning Path, Information Path, Light Path, and Sound Path. The remaining paths like Bone Path had not reached Master level, But they still had gains. Heaven Path was the same. Even though he had not reached Spectral Soul's level, Fang Yuan's attainment level was already top-notch. He was the #1 person in the current world in terms of attainment level and breadth. After all, Spectral Soul's dream realm fell after leaving behind a dream realm, while Star Constellation and Giant Sun were not supreme grandmasters even after being reborn. Of course, there were areas that were lacking. For example, Painting Path, Weapon Path, and so on were still blank. These paths were few in number. Painting Path was purposely hidden by Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable. Meanwhile, Weapon Path was created by Celestial Court Gu Immortal Che Wei not long ago. With the increase in attainment levels, Fang Yuan could annex more grotto heavens, causing the sovereign immortal aperture to reach its limit again. If he had more time to digest them, the sovereign immortal aperture would be even more stable. But the timing was not right. Fang Yuan used luck inspection and found that the situation was worsening again. Even though there was still room for improvement, it was already very bad. Without hesitation, Fang Yuan set off on the spot, going to Northern Plains with Lu Wei-yin. Ever since the pursuit battle against Fang Yuan, he had been using every second he had to recuperate and strengthen himself. Now, he was finally going to fight against a venerable. After so many years, Fang Yuan came to Crazed Demon Cave again. Back then, when he came here for the first time, he only had rank 7 cultivation level and was restricted by the alliance agreement. Now, he looked down at Crazed Demon Cave. He was going to fight against a venerable. On a flat yellow land was the first layer of Crazed Demon Cave. This was a huge cave. The cave entrance was round and had a radius of 100,000 feet. It was exposed to the world. Inside the cave, there was a dense rainforest, yellow and green intertwined. Desolate beasts moved in groups, tree vines coiled around as they roared. It was a scene of wilderness. "Let's go down," Lu Wei said. "No rush." Fang Yuan waved his hand. "These immortal materials are useful to me." He opened his immortal aperture's entrance and let out many variant human Gu immortals. These Gu immortals roared as they flew down in groups, creating a huge commotion in the first layer. "Quick, there are desolate plants here. Dig them up and take them away." Oh, there is a large group of desolate beast monkeys here. Let's attack together." Squeak, squeak, squeak. The monkeys screamed. "Rocks, these are immortal materials. Take them away, take them away. These are all contribution points." The Gu immortals worked intensely. They were like a group of bandits that had entered a small village. Crazed Demon Cave's first layer naturally had ferocious beasts and plants, but Fang Yuan's subordinates had the advantage in numbers. There were also many rank 8 Gu immortals with rank 8 immortal Gu and rank 8 killer moves. The first layer of Crazed Demon Cave was ransacked just like that. Lu Wei stared with wide eyes. In just a short period of time, how did Fang Yuan's subordinates become so strong? Wasn't their strength rising too quickly? "We have many businesses. Our resources are being expended rapidly, especially when creating the Earth vein recently. Sorry for the embarrassment." Fang Yuan smiled. Lu Wei-yin waved his hand. Don't mention it, don't mention it. I am quite envious of you, Lord. In the current world, only you, Lord Fang Yuan, can use these immortal materials with chaotic Dao marks. Because every once in a while, a demonic sound would appear in Crazed Demon Cave, causing the Dao marks to be chaotic. All immortal materials would become useless. Living beings would go crazy and do whatever they wanted. There was once a rank 8 Gu immortal who went crazy because of this. After a while, the first layer, which was originally full of vitality, was only left with a bare surface. The variant human Gu immortals were not done yet. They brought the mountain of resources back to the sovereign immortal aperture. Fang Yuan and Lu Wei-yin entered the second layer together. Crazed Demon Cave's second layer was an incomparably hot volcanic rock beach. A vast number of volcanic rocks were piled up. Some were big and some were small. The big ones were like giant elephants, while the small ones were like small rocks. The Gu materials here also had chaotic Dao marks. It was just that Fire Path and Earth Path had the most Dao marks. "Move them away," Fang Yuan ordered. The variant human Gu immortals moved out again. They looted the area like locusts, leaving behind an almost empty second layer. Thereupon, Fang Yuan and Lu Wei-yin entered the third layer. Crazed Demon Cave's third layer was shrouded in thick fog. There were a vast number of fogworms and cloud bamboos. These living beings had chaotic minds. They were all killed and collected by the variant human goo immortals. There was also Fog Capital here. A ghost city of the dead. The vengeful souls of the goo immortals who died in Crazed Demon Cave gathered together, forming Fog Capital Ghost City. Fang Yuan had once come here and avoided it. After all, he only had rank 7 cultivation level. If he entered Fog Capital, he would definitely die. There was no way to escape. But it was different now. Fog Capital? My God. Take it away. Like this, Fang Yuan finally arrived at Crazed Demon Cave's 7th layer. It took much less time than before. Back then, when Fang Yuan came here, he was led by the Northern Plains lone cultivator not immortal. They had to take detours. The deeper they went, the more twisted the route. Sometimes, a straight line was very short, but they had to take a huge detour. According to their strength back then, taking a detour was indeed faster than taking a straight line. But now, Fang Yuan had swept through all of them. Even if he encountered any obstacles, he would stuff them into his sovereign immortal aperture. Crazed Demon Cave's 7th layer was filled with dazzling light. The rocks, soil, grass, and trees were all shining brightly. Every piece of soil and rock here was a quasi-rank 9 immortal material. But the Dao marks were too dense and chaotic. They had no value. Of course, this was only for most goo immortals. Chapter 2174. Fang Yuan was an exception. The demonic sounds resounded, but Fang Yuan was already prepared. Back then, he could deal with the demonic sounds. It was even easier for him now. Under the influence of the demonic sounds, the Dao marks of the same path in the 7th layer started to gather, forming a large area of dazzling colors. It was no longer as messy as before. Such a grand scene. Lu Wei-yin praised sincerely. At the next moment he saw Fang Yuan taking out Thieves' Den Immortal Goo House. Theft Dao Killer move activated. Large amounts of Dao marks were stolen and turned into the corresponding rank 9 immortal materials in Thieves' Den Immortal Goo. These rank 9 immortal materials were very pure. They only had one type of Dao mark. They had huge value. Lu Wei-yin looked at them and could not help but click his tongue. He estimated conservatively, in just a dozen or so breaths of time, Fang Yuan obtained at least 3 rank 9 immortal materials. Rank 9 immortal materials. Wasn't it a little too easy to obtain? Fang Yuan and Lu Wei-yin moved forward. Everywhere they went, large amounts of Dao marks vanished. The dazzling scene was like a huge rat that was gnawing away at it. Everywhere Fang Yuan went, there was only emptiness and darkness. Lu Wei-yin's eyes turned slightly red. Fang Yuan's gains were bountiful. The benefits were so great that even he felt jealous. I'm rich, I'm completely rich. This is the first time I've seen someone obtain so many rank 9 immortal materials so easily. Lu Wei-yin muttered in his mind. He could not estimate how many rank 9 immortal materials Fang Yuan had obtained. In short, it was a lot. As they moved forward, the two finally arrived at the entrance to the 8th layer. Fang Yuan's expression was slightly pale. He had been controlling Thieves' Den to activate Theft Dao Killer move. The burden was not small. Especially in terms of immortal essence, the expenditure was huge. Lu Wei-yin was a little worried. Lord Fang Yuan, please pay attention to your immortal essence reserves. It's fine. Fang Yuan smiled. I have the rank 8 Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus. Lu Wei-yin's expression froze before he said, Impressive, as expected of Lord Fang Yuan. At the entrance, Fang Yuan once again carved out 3 paths. One path shone with golden light, luck surging. This was the path of luck left behind by the giant sun immortal. One path was dark and terrifying, filled with killing intent. This was a soul path remnant left behind by spectral soul demon Venerable when he entered the 8th layer. One road was simple and unadorned, but it was virtuous. It was the path of Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable. Lu Wei-yin had prepared a method to let him step on the path to paradise. However, Feng Yuan waved his hand and activated the thieves' lair. These 3 paths were completely devoured and disappeared. Large numbers of rank 9 immortal materials were produced. Lu Wei-yin moved his lips but did not say anything in the end. He silently followed Feng Yuan into the 8th floor. Nothingness. The vast and boundless void was like a vast ocean. Feng Yuan and Lu Wei-yin, who entered this place, were like 2 insects in the ocean. They were extremely minuscule. Feng Yuan had come here once before. This place left a deep impression on him. Within the boundless void, countless worlds were created and destroyed, creating brand new heaven path Dao marks. He had once tried to enter the 9th layer but did not succeed. This void was clearly the profundity of Phantom Path. Feng Yuan did not have Phantom Path attainment back then. He could not deduce the entrance to the 9th layer. But this time he came prepared. His Phantom Path attainment level had already reached Grandmaster. Immediately, Feng Yuan tried to use Phantom Path methods. At the next moment, Feng Yuan raised his eyebrows slightly. The void here seems to be different from the one I saw before. But Feng Yuan could not tell what the difference was. Even though he had made great progress in Phantom Path, he was still far from unraveling limitless demon venerables arrangements in the 8th layer. Please follow me. Lu Wei-yin used a certain killer move to determine the direction and lead the way. Feng Yuan followed Lu Wei-yin and flew quickly. Along the way, he saw worlds that were being created and destroyed. They were extraordinary and mysterious. But unlike before, these worlds were also floating in the void at the same time. Regardless of which world it was, they were all moving in the same direction. Feng Yuan's deductions finally bore fruit. His expression changed as he said, "I understand now. This void is shrinking. At the final moment, all of the worlds and all of the heaven path Dao marks will be compressed and fused together. Is this limitless demon venerables arrangement?" Lu Wei-yin shook his head. "I only know the location of Yellow Earth Great World. We need to go there as soon as possible." The 2 immortals flew for another half a day before they saw their destination. "This is..." Lu Wei-yin revealed a shocked expression because he saw not only Yellow Earth Great World, but also the great worlds left behind by Reckless Savage and Genesis Lotus. Feng Yuan narrowed his eyes. The 3 great worlds have merged. Not just that, there are also many small worlds around the 3 great worlds. These worlds were floating in the void. They were motionless. Each world was like a bubble. The 3 great worlds were the largest bubbles. They were green, yellow, and red. The 3 great worlds were connected to each other at the center. At the periphery, there were large numbers of small bubbles attached to the surface of the 3 great worlds' bubbles. "Oh no, Lord, please look." Lu Wei-yin pointed at the large yellow bubble with an anxious expression. Feng Yuan looked over and saw that Yellow Earth Great World was being attacked by the other 2 great worlds. Even though the periphery of the bubble was blurry, Feng Yuan and Lu Wei-yin could sense that the battle inside was very intense. Especially at the border of the 3 great worlds, there were corpses everywhere. It was the most intense area of the battle. "Lord, with my method, Yellow Earth Great World will not separate us. Let's go and reinforce them." Lu Wei-yin charged in like a meteor. Feng Yuan followed closely behind. He was also covered in a layer of yellow light like Lu Wei-yin. It was this layer of yellow light that allowed the 2 to easily pass through the bubble and enter Yellow Earth Great World. Looking at the entire Great World, the first thing that attracted Feng Yuan's gaze was the huge mound at the center. This mound was like a small mountain. It was very flat and orderly. It seemed to be man-made. But Feng Yuan saw through the nature of this mountain. This is the graveyard of one of the 10 Earths. What a huge graveyard! There was also a huge monument on top of this unprecedented huge graveyard. There were only 6 words on the monument: Tomb of Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable. As if sensing Lu Wei-yin and Feng Yuan, Paradise Earth's tomb shot out a grand pillar of light. The pillar of light shot into the sky like a huge pillar that supported heaven and earth. At once, the battlefield froze as countless gazes were drawn over. The sacred graveyard is shining, Heaven and earth can witness it. Our sage has arrived. After a few breaths of silence, a huge wave of cheers erupted in Yellow Earth Great World. It was like a tsunami. The morale of Yellow Earth Great World's troops rose. They roared as they launched a counterattack. Green Lotus Great World. This was the Tao field created by Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable. Looking at it, there were forests and vegetation everywhere. It was lush and unfathomable. In this lush world, there was a black and white mountain range. There were rows of high-back seats at the peak of the mountain range. They were arranged in order. The two highest seats were empty. Celestial Court Qin Ding Ling was only sitting on the fourth seat. Fang Yuan and Lu Wei-yin, they appeared after all. After receiving the information, Qin Ding Ling snorted coldly. During the pursuit battle against Fang Yuan, Lu Wei-yin had helped Fang Yuan. Not only did he kill Spectral Soul, he even helped Fang Yuan escape successfully. Lu Wei-yin was Southern Border's Paradise Earth inheritor. This meant that Paradise Earth and Fang Yuan's intention of cooperating was completely exposed. Paradise Earth's tomb was located at the center of Yellow Earth Great World. It was known to all three Great World's Gu immortals. Thus, it was not strange for Lu Wei-yin and Fang Yuan to appear here. Qin Ding Ling gritted her teeth and said softly, "Right now, we have two main armies. One is the main force attacking the Yellow Earth Great World, and the other is using the Demon Judgment Board to hold the line against the Savage Wilderness Great World, trying to restrain the power of the Longevity Heaven. As for the other Gu immortals, they are attacking other small worlds in groups of 2s and 3s. Originally, we and Longevity Heaven were trying to annex Yellow Earth Great World, but now that Fang Yuan and Lu Wei-yin have arrived, Yellow Earth Great World is no longer a juicy piece of meat. If we are not careful, we might suffer a huge loss." Saying so, Qin Ding Ling stood up and bowed to the Gu immortal on the third seat. "Lady Ming Hao, please allow me to bring Divine Emperor City to Yellow Earth Great World and lead the main forces to resist Fang Yuan." Qin Ding Ling was the leader of Celestial Court, but here she was only the fourth. She had to obey the three fairies above her. But right now, the first and second fairies were not here. Only the third fairy Ming Hao was controlling the situation. This fairy Ming Hao looked like a 3 or 4-year-old girl. She looked like she was carved from jade. Her large eyes shined with starlight. She blinked her bright and beautiful eyes, thinking for a while before saying in a childish voice, "I have heard of Fang Yuan's name long ago, but why do you need to go personally to probe him? Let them go." Saying so, she waved her small hand. A Gu worm flew out. This information path Gu worm flew to the middle of the mountain, landing in front of two Gu immortals. These two Gu immortals were not humans. They were not variant humans either. One was a withered tree. Its trunk was thin, its branches were thick and uneven, but it did not have any green leaves. Its roots were thin and long. There were 100 of them. The withered tree was called Mu Cha Lang. The other was a long bamboo pole. It was jade green like jade. It was called Qing Hao Zi. Qing Hao Zi floated in the air. It was swaying. It was sleeping. Mu Cha Lang was lying in a cave. It looked like he was lying on a chair. The tree roots were entangled, resting on a rock. It was like a human's leg resting on a chair. It was very comfortable. Mu Cha Lang received the information path Gu worm first. He immediately got up. He stretched out a branch and patted Qing Hao Zi. "Stop sleeping. Stop sleeping. The sage has sent an order." Qing Hao Zi was swaying from the pat. It did not fall to the ground. It was woken up by the pat. It straightened its body and floated in the air. "To think that it is time for us to move out." Immediately, the two immortals left the mountain, each leading a group of people to the front lines. Please remember this book's domain name. Literature Library Mobile Version. Chapter 2175. Savage Wilderness Great World. A grand and ancient dark golden palace was floating in the sky. It was Lux Suppression Heavenly Palace. In the palace hall, Bing Sai Chuan was sitting on a cushion. An information path Immortal Gu was quietly lying on the table. Several Gu immortals were standing on his left and right. Bing Sai Chuan stared at the information path Immortal Gu on the table, frowning slightly. Fang Yuan and Lu Wei-yin came together. They were a huge variable in the battle of the three great worlds. Longevity heaven occupied savage wilderness great world. What should they do? Should they retreat first, or should they send more forces to probe Fang Yuan's strength? Bing Sichuan could not make up his mind. He thought for a while before looking at the first seat on his left. There was a fatty sitting there. The fatty was sprawled on the table, he was already asleep, his saliva was dripping from the corner of his mouth, onto his sleeves, and onto the table. Bam bam bam. Bing Sichuan used his knuckles to knock on the table. The fatty was woken up by this sound, he opened his eyes and asked in a daze, "What is it?" Bing Sichuan held in his anger, "Guy Mei, you are a heaven extremity, you cultivate wisdom path. The latest information is here, I want you to deduce what we should do next." Saying so, the information path immortal goo flew up and landed on the fatty's head. The fatty did not take it, he sent his consciousness into the immortal goo in his hair, and his pupils shrunk. That demon Fang Yuan is here? The fatty shrugged. See, my deduction was correct, right? Bing Sichuan knocked on the table again. I want you to deduce how we should deal with this variable. Originally, Yellow Earth Great World was the weakest, we controlled Savage Wilderness Great World, while Celestial Court controlled Green Lotus Great World. They wanted to take over Yellow Earth Great World and strengthen themselves before competing against each other. But now, Fang Yuan and Lu Wei-yin have appeared in Yellow Earth Great World. If we attack now, they will retaliate and expend too much of our strength. Bing Sichuan was not afraid of Fang Yuan's counterattack, he was worried about the overall situation. After all, the current situation was even more complicated than before, and the three great worlds were intertwined. If the two sides fought too fiercely, a third party would benefit from it. Then let me calculate it. The fat heaven extremity goo immortal Guy Mei shook his wide sleeves, he stretched out 5 fat fingers and pretended to make a deduction. Oh, I figured it out. Let's just continue as before, Guy Mei said. Bing Sichuan was dumbfounded. Use your immortal goo killer move and try to deduce it for real. Gale blinked. How did you know I was faking it? You found out. You're so smart. You are the one cultivating wisdom path, right? Veins popped out on Bing Sichuan's forehead. You think your southern borders Wu Yong? You don't even have a way to conceal your aura. Quick, calculate for me. Guy Mei shook his wide sleeves again, revealing his 5 thick and tender fingers. Just as he was about to pinch his fingers, he suddenly sighed and said, Alas! Forget it, activating a killer move is too tiring. Why don't we just ask for Master's opinion? Bing Sichuan's eyes were twitching from anger, he shouted in a low voice, Absolutely not. Master is working together with Earth Extremity, Black Extremity, and Space Extremity to deduce limitless Demon Venerable's arrangements. How can we disturb Master? Right now, that Celestial Court has already gained the upper hand, they have obtained Book Mountain. We are relying on Master to have hope of catching up to Celestial Court. Heaven Extremity, can't you look at the big picture? Guy Mei grumbled in dissatisfaction, Don't call me Heaven Extremity, I don't want to be Heaven Extremity at all, it was you who forced me to do so. Yellow Extremity Jiaohua, who was sitting beside Guy Mei, could not stand it anymore, he urged, Brother Guy, why don't you make a deduction? This is not just a problem of Yellow Earth Great World strength, it is also Fang Yuan's actions. This demon Fang Yuan has no awareness of being a human at all. What I am worried about now is that he will capture Yellow Earth Great World's indigenous Gu Immortals, or even Celestial Court's indigenous Gu Immortals as captives, before keeping them in his sovereign immortal aperture. Look at what he did in the 5 regions, he recruited variant humans as his subordinates, he did not reject anyone. In my opinion, it is very likely that he will do that. In that case, we might ruin Master's plan. Jiaohua urged, he sounded like he was trying to persuade Guy Mei, but Guy Mei still shook his head, he smiled. Actually, we don't need to worry too much. We are worried, but isn't Celestial Court worried as well? Why don't we look at Celestial Court's actions? Celestial Court has star constellation Immortal Venerable guarding it, she is the #1 wisdom path expert in history, her deductions are definitely more accurate than mine. Jiaohua's expression froze. Even so, Celestial Court has deduced that they will gain the upper hand. If we use their actions as a reference, we will fall behind again. I am not one of them. Guy Mei rolled his eyes, he sprawled on the table and went back to sleep. Zhao Hua, Bing Sichuan, and the rest stared at him, but he pretended not to notice. Charge with me. Chase these guys back. Kill. Thousands of Gu masters fought on the ground, the battle lines were uneven, blood flowed everywhere. In the sky, that was the battlefield of the Gu immortals. More than 10 Gu immortals fought in a chaotic battle. On the ground, Yellow Earth Great World's Gu Master Army launched a counterattack. But in the sky, Yellow Earth Great World's Gu immortals were still suppressed. Yellow Earth Great World Sage had already descended, the Gu Masters could activate their courage, but in a battle between Gu immortals, just a moment of determination could not make up for the difference in strength. After all, Yellow Earth Great World had fewer Gu immortals than Green Lotus Great World. There was no helping it. The 3 Great Worlds were created one after another. Savage Wilderness Great World had the longest history, but this Great World had a lot of internal strife. Green Lotus Great World was second, Yellow Earth Great World was last. Because Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable was the last venerable. Yellow Earth Great World had few Gu immortals to begin with, they were also being targeted by the other 2 Great Worlds, their Gu immortal battle strength dwindled, they were in a terrible situation. Our sage is here, there is still hope. I want to protect Yellow Earth Great World, I want to protect my home. Yellow Earth Great World's Gu immortals shouted and encouraged each other. Green Lotus Side sneered. Even if your sage is here, you cannot stop me from killing you. You have a sage, but we have one already. The result of this battle will not change. We do not want to do that. But our sage has decreed that only by killing all of you and annexing all the worlds can we avoid the calamity of the apocalypse. Green Lotus Gu immortals continued to attack. Yellow Earth's Gu immortals specialized in defense. Even though the situation was dangerous, they were barely holding on, struggling on the brink of collapse. Right at this time, from the huge tunnel connecting Green Lotus Great World and Yellow Earth Great World, 2 armies appeared. The leading Gu immortals were Qing Hao Zi and Mu Cha Lang. Immortal Killer Move, Withered Tree Gives Spring. Mu Cha Lang shouted, and green spots suddenly grew on the trunk of the withered tree. Tender green sprouts flew out and landed on the Green Lotus Gu immortals. The Green Lotus Gu immortals did not have heavy injuries to begin with. Now that their injuries were reduced to minor injuries, their minor injuries were completely healed. The Green Lotus Gu immortals' condition immediately rose. Immortal Killer Move, Green Targeting Life. Qing Hao Zi flew with extreme speed, drawing a green light in the sky as it pierced through a Yellow Earth Gu immortal's body. Yellow Earth Great World's Gu immortal was a black iron bear. It suddenly clutched its empty chest. Next, it whimpered as it fell from the sky. The Yellow Earth Gu immortals were in great pain. After Qing Hao Zi dealt the fatal blow, he looked down at these Gu immortals and smiled coldly. The sacred mountain has decreed that you will all die. Mu Cha Lang laughed loudly. So what if a sage is here? The final victor will be our Green Lotus Great World. Another battlefield. Savage Wilderness Great World's main force was fighting against another group from Yellow Earth Great World. A mountain-like 6-legged black tiger charged around in the sky, finally grabbing the Yellow Earth Great World's Gu immortal. I finally caught you. The 6-legged black tiger laughed sinisterly as it exerted strength with its claws. Swoosh. With a soft sound, the Yellow Earth Gu immortal was also a giant, but he was torn into 2 by the 6-legged black tiger, dying on the spot. Ha! The 6-legged black tiger laughed loudly. The giant's blood was all over the black tiger's face. It licked it with its tongue. It was bloodthirsty to the extreme. Little Rock Lord was also killed by the black 6 tiger. Let's retreat, we are not their match. That's right, our sage is here. Let's retreat and ask the sage to avenge us. The Gu Master army on the ground was still fighting intensely, but in the sky, the Yellow Earth Great World's Gu immortals had already lost their will to fight. They wanted to retreat. Suddenly, there was an eagle's cry as white light flashed in the sky. The immortals quickly looked over. A snow-winged eagle was holding a Yellow Earth Gu immortal in its mouth, swallowing him whole. It's Xueli Du. He ate another person. The Yellow Earth Goo immortals were shocked and furious. Snow-winged eagle Xue Li Du shrieked, "Want to run? With me here, none of you can escape." The Yellow Earth Goo immortals' morale was on the verge of collapse. Below Paradise Earth's sacred tomb, Ken Kula pays respects to the two sages. Big Rock Lord pays respects to the sages. Please save our Yellow Earth great world. A group of Goo immortals knelt on the ground. They had beasts and trees. Some had strange appearances, some looked like they were casually made from mud, some looked like children's scribbles. None of them looked like humans. These Yellow Earth Goo immortals were all injured. Some had severe injuries, some were even on the verge of death. But because Feng Yuan and Lu Wei Yin's arrival caused a huge commotion, these injured Goo immortals were attracted here. Feng Yuan took a glance and saw a familiar person. This was a large white fish. It looked like a goldfish, but its size was like a whale. When Feng Yuan first entered the 8th layer, he encountered this fish and forcefully enslaved it. He even named it Xiaohua. Right now, Xiaohua saw Feng Yuan and had an excited expression. She wanted to say something but felt that it was not the right time. She forcefully held back her words. Feng Yuan nodded, saying plainly, "I want to meet the mastermind of Green Lotus Dao Field." "Lord Feng Yuan, don't attack casually," Lu Wei Yin suddenly transmitted. Feng Yuan looked at Lu Wei Yin strangely as if saying, "Didn't you invite me here to rely on my battle strength?" Please remember this book's domain name. Writing Pen Chinese website mobile version website. Chapter 2176. Lu Wei Yin transmitted in secret, explaining in detail, "Lord Feng Yuan, you might not know this, but your battle strength is too strong. If you act rashly, you might trigger Limitless Demon Venerable's retaliation. Our arrival is so obvious. Why would the Celestial Court send reinforcements to provoke us? It is to probe our strength. It would be for the best if you can make a move yourself." "What else is going on?" Feng Yuan asked. Lu Wei Yin smiled bitterly. "I do not know the exact situation. I only know that Limitless Demon Venerable spent all his strength to set up Crazed Demon Cave in order to deduce the heavenly Tao and find the true path to eternal life. Today, it is finally time for this setup to bear fruit. Right now, the 8th layer's void is shrinking. All the worlds are being drawn to the center, merging and swallowing each other until only one great world is left. And this great world might be the result of Limitless Demon Venerable's deduction. It contains the answer to eternal life. If we act rashly, the battle will affect too much and disturb Crazed Demon Cave's final deduction. Limitless Demon Venerable's method will immediately activate to punish us. That will be a huge loss. The Celestial Court and Longevity Heaven will be happy to see this. If we fight with Limitless Demon Venerable, the threat we pose to them will be greatly reduced. At the same time, Limitless Demon Venerable's method will be exposed, allowing them to see through more of it." Feng Yuan pondered. "In that case, we can only act after the final great world is formed? But why would the Celestial Court and Longevity Heaven come here in advance to control a great world each?" Lu Wei Yin explained patiently, "To be precise, with your battle strength, you cannot act for the time being. I can still act. If we can control Yellow Earth Great World and win, we will have the upper hand in the final battle. After the final Great World is formed, our control over it will determine our gains. Thus, we need to annex as many worlds as possible to expand our territory." After the transmission, Feng Yuan understood the situation. He could not act personally yet. If he used his full strength, the commotion would be too great, and it would disturb the Crazed Demon Cave's final deduction, triggering the Limitless Demon Venerable's counterattack. Of course, Feng Yuan could also suppress his strength. But there was no need for that. By suppressing his strength, Feng Yuan was about the same as the other Gu immortals. At most, he would be slightly stronger, but he would not have an immediate impact on the situation. On the other hand, if Feng Yuan fought too often, the Celestial Court and Longevity Heaven would be able to see through him, and his destiny would be depleted ahead of time. Lu Wei Yin invited Feng Yuan over mainly to deal with the final battle. Once the final Great World was completed, Feng Yuan, Xingxiu, and Longevity Heaven would fight for the final result of the Crazed Demon Cave. At that time, it would be their turn to make a move. Before that, Lu Wei-yin could make a move. After all, he only had pseudo-immortal venerable battle power in terms of defense, and strive to make Yellow Earth Great World the final victor. This would have a huge influence on the final battle. If Lu Wei-yin could do this, Fang Yuan would have the initiative. Even if Yellow Earth Great World cannot win, we cannot let the other two Great Worlds have too much of an advantage. As long as we defend the sacred tomb, Lord Paradise Earth will be able to revive successfully during the final battle. By then, our strongest battle strength will surpass the other two Great Worlds. Lu Wei-yin told Fang Yuan about his meticulously planned strategy. To sum it up, it was to defend and counterattack. In the early and middle stages, they would defend their own territory and secretly sow discord, hoping that Savage Wilderness Great World and Green Lotus Great World would fight and exhaust each other, causing the difference between the three forces to be equal. Later on, after Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable revives, Fang Yuan would assist them and use their peak battle strength to turn the situation around. This strategy was very logical. It also suited Lu Wei-yin's patient nature. But this was not Fang Yuan's style. Fang Yuan looked at the Yellow Earth Gu immortals who were kneeling on the ground. He looked at Lu Wei-yin as he smiled. Passively taking a beating is not my style. Since our battle strength cannot be used casually, the Celestial Court is clearly bullying my subordinates by sending more troops. Very good. Fang Yuan smiled as he looked towards Green Lotus Dao Field. Then come out. Saying so, he opened his immortal aperture's entrance. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. A large group of Gu immortals rushed out. Greetings, Master. Dozens of Gu immortals bowed together. Their voices were thunderous. The Gu immortals all had excited expressions on their faces. The mission board says it clearly, go. Fang Yuan waved his hand lightly. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. These Gu immortals immediately split into two groups, rushing towards the two battlefields. The kneeling Yellow Earth Gu immortals were dumbfounded. Why are there so many Gu immortals all of a sudden? These people are calling that good-looking sage master. We are saved. Yellow Earth Great World is saved. After the Yellow Earth Gu immortals reacted, they relaxed. Some even cried tears of joy. Not to mention them, even Lu Wei-yin was shocked. He had seen the variant human Gu immortals that Fang Yuan had sent to various places in southern border to take over. He also knew that Fang Yuan was the leader of the variant human alliance. His force was not weak. But after seeing the main force personally, Lu Wei-yin was filled with shock. So many Gu immortals, there are already more than 50. And judging from their auras, there are 18 rank 8 Gu immortals. The rest are all rank 7 Gu immortals. How can there be so many rank 8 Gu immortals? The rank 7 Gu immortals also seem to have surging auras. They are at rank 8 after all. No, it is impossible for Fang Yuan to not have any rank 6 Gu immortals. This means that these Gu immortals are not all of his subordinates? Right? At least, Fang Yuan's clone Wu Shuai has not appeared yet. Lu Wei-yin analyzed as the feeling of disbelief in his heart intensified. He was also somewhat worried. In such a short period of time, did Fang Yuan nurture all of his subordinates? According to his nature, he should not be so unwise. Also, even though these Gu immortals have great numbers and high cultivation level, their battle strength is still unknown. The only ones that Lu Wei-yin was at ease with were Xiao He Jian, Ice Crystal Immortal, and Wang Air. Frontline. The Qing Haozi killed another Yellow Earth Gu immortal. But his injuries were not light. He could only slow down his charge and come to Mu Cha-lang's side. Under Mu Cha-lang's healing killer move, Qing Haozi's condition continued to recover. It is all thanks to you, old friend. Qing Haozi was overjoyed. Mu Cha-lang said enviously, I am only skilled in this aspect. I am very envious of you killing so many enemies. But don't charge too much and forget to defend yourself. These Yellow Earth Gu immortals are retaliating before death. If you get hit, you will not feel good either. Don't worry. Qing Haozi raised his bamboo tail. I will try to kill 4 people. Sai, take it easy. Leave a few for me to kill. Qing Haozi suddenly shouted as he entered the battlefield again. Right at this time, A group of Goo Immortals flew over from the horizon. The leader was the Snowman Rank 8 Goo Immortal, Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch. He shouted, "We are the subordinates of Yellow Earth Sage Gue Fong Yuan. We are here to reinforce and kill the Green Lotus Goo Immortals." The Goo Immortals were stunned. The Yellow Earth Goo Immortals were in a precarious situation. They were overjoyed to see a chance of survival. Meanwhile, the Green Lotus Goo Immortals' hearts started to pound. There was no helping it. Including Mu Cha Lang and Qing Hao Zi, there were only 8 of them. But there were more than 20 Goo Immortals here. And there were 9 Rank 8 Goo Immortals among them. On Green Lotus side, only Mu Cha Lang, Qing Hao Zi, and Old Forest Fungus had Rank 8 cultivation level. Weren't there too many Goo Immortals here? Mu Cha Lang gritted his teeth as he shouted, "Don't be scared by the numbers. Who knows what will happen in a real battle?" Green Lotus Goo Immortals became energized. That's right, cultivation level was only one aspect of battle strength. Only by fighting could one see the details. If they did not even dare to fight and retreated, how could they face the sages on the sacred mountain? Green Lotus Goo Immortals abandoned the Yellow Earth Goo Immortals and faced Ice Crystal Immortal Monarchs group. Immortal Killer Move, Avalanche. Immortal Killer Move, Falling Boulder. Immortal Killer Move, Great Earth Collapse. Immortal Killer Move, Refinement Life. Immortal Killer Move, Layered 5 Poison. Boom 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 boom. The Yellow Earth Goo Immortals who were abandoned opened their mouths as they watched in shock. At the moment of the battle, Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch's side erupted with their full strength. All sorts of killer moves created a huge commotion that shook heaven and earth. Green Lotus side also used killer moves, but not only were they inferior in quantity, their power was also inferior. In just one round of battle, Green Lotus Goo Immortals were completely defeated. "Retreat, retreat quickly!" Old Forest Fungus shouted. "How can this be? They have so many Rank 8 Immortal Goo." Qing Hao Zi shouted. He was a Rank 8 Goo Immortal long ago, but he had never possessed a Rank 8 Immortal Goo. In fact, he had only seen 3 Rank 8 Immortal Goo in his life. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch was not satisfied. He chided, "Don't attack so recklessly, it is a waste, do you understand? Most of the internal energy is used up, less than 30% is used on the enemies. Find your targets one by one, don't let anyone escape." Even though the first round of battle was huge, there was too much internal energy. The outside world was not the sovereign immortal aperture after all. Thus, Green Lotus Goo Immortals managed to survive. But the results of the first round were huge too. Because Green Lotus Goo Immortals were already scared out of their wits, it was their turn to retreat. But Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch's side had more people. They immediately spread out and surrounded them. The battle began again. Green Lotus Goo Immortals were soon beaten to a sorry state. They were in a pathetic state. "These Goo Immortals have too many Immortal Goo," Qing Hao Zi shouted. "We can only focus on one aspect, but they all have excellent healing methods." Mu Cha Lang said bitterly. "They have too many killer moves, they are too refined." The other Goo Immortals shouted. Fong Yuan's refinement path attainment was number 1 in the world. Even Celestial Court and Longevity Heaven could not compare to him. After receiving a vast amount of immortal materials from the Grotto Heavens, compared to the other forces, Fong Yuan had the most immortal Goo. This book's domain name. Literature Library Mobile Version. Chapter 2177. Immortal Goo were unique, Immortal Goo were the most basic. And after the Sovereign Immortal Aperture's Goo Immortals obtained many Immortal Goo, they could easily exchange for corresponding killer moves. Even though they lost some Dao marks, these advantages were too obvious. They made up for their deficiency in Dao marks. A moment later, the Green Lotus Goo Immortals escaped with all their might. Only 3 Rank 8s escaped, the rest were killed by Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch and the rest. Without a battlefield killer move, Goo Immortals are not easy to kill. Bing Yuan sighed. "They are not easy to kill?" The Yellow Earth Goo Immortals looked at the 5 Goo Immortal corpses on the ground as their hearts jumped. Too cowardly, too cowardly." Shizong sighed. They escaped just like that? They are truly a disgrace to their rank 8s. The Yellow Earth Goo immortals looked at each other, transmitting secretly, if I had rank 8 cultivation level, I would have to escape too, right? How can we face Master with just this bit of battle achievement? Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch gritted his teeth, making up his mind, Chase, we will kill our way over. The Yellow Earth Goo immortals were shocked. They urged, everyone, don't be rash. There are still a bunch of Green Lotus rank 8 Goo immortals, they just did not participate in the battle. That's right. It wasn't easy for us to obtain such a great victory. We should properly defend our victory. Green Lotus Great World has several immortal Goo houses with terrifying power. Goo immortals will die on the spot if they collide with them. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch was unmoved. He looked at these Yellow Earth Goo immortals. We are subordinates of Sage Gu Fong Yuan. We only listen to the sage. You can stay behind and clean up the battlefield. These dead Goo immortals, be it their immortal apertures or immortal Goo, Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch, and the rest did not take them. This was Fong Yuan's order. The Goo immortals and immortal Goo that grew up here were the results of Limitless Demon Venerable's deductions. Killing these Goo immortals would allow the great worlds to merge into one. At the same time, in another battlefield, Xiao Hejian and the rest also arrived in front of He Lu Biao and Xue Li Du. So many reinforcements. Great were saved. Only 2 Yellow Earth Goo immortals were left. Be careful, these 2 are rank 8 experts of Savage Wilderness Great World. They are very powerful. They are good at long-winded. Xiao Hejian was the leader. He shouted and interrupted the kind reminder of the Yellow Earth Goo immortals. This mini-man Goo immortal's eyes seemed to be shining with red light. He pointed at the mountain-like 6-legged black tiger and shouted, "This guy is mine. I will fight anyone who tries to snatch it." He Lu Biao's ferocious nature was aroused. You are dead. You are dead. No Goo immortal has ever looked down on me like this. He Liu Biao charged at Xiao Hejian like a crazed demon. The Yellow Earth Goo immortals were shaking in fear. Numbers do not mean everything. Xue Li Du sneered, charging into the group of Goo immortals. Boom, 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 boom. Fireworks suddenly bloomed in the sky. It was too beautiful to behold. But with a loud bang, He Liu Biao smashed into the ground, creating a huge pit. His eyes widened as he struggled to get up. Xiao Hejian was like a meteor, rushing down. 5 to 6 other rank 8 Goo immortals also attacked. Boom, 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 boom. The ground shook intensely, dust clouds surged, almost covering the sky. A strong wind blew, the dust clouds dispersed. The pit became deeper. He Liu Biao was lying at the bottom of the pit. It was still on its last breath. Its 6 tiger claws twitched. I said don't interfere. Xiao Hejian shouted. But the contribution points belong to whoever kills it. The other Goo immortals shouted. Xiao Hejian rolled his eyes. We all attacked. Who killed it? Who knows? That's easy. We will split the contribution points. Whoever gets the most corpses will get the biggest share. No one knew who had made the suggestion. Thus, at the next moment, 5 to 6 rank 8 Goo immortals flew into the pit and dismembered He Liu Biao's corpse. The leg is mine. Just a tail. Return my butt. Head, this tiger head is good. Ha, it's mine. The rank 8 Goo immortals shouted. Some were happy, some were annoyed. Those who did not fight for much turned their gazes to the snow-wing eagle Xue Li Du, but Xue Li Du was killed long ago. He died earlier than He Liu Biao. His corpse was also torn apart by the Goo immortals. The Yellow Earth Goo immortals were dumbfounded. Ruthless. Too ruthless. Weren't these Goo immortals the subordinates of the sage? How could they be so ruthless? Not only did they kill the Goo immortals, they even dismembered their corpses. They were so happy after dismembering the corpses? Too ruthless. Too ruthless. Yellow Earth Great World was created by Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable. He advocated for peaceful coexistence, love, and unity. Even though Yellow Earth Great World had its own internal conflicts, it had always been like this. The actions of Fong Yuan's subordinates were completely incompatible with Yellow Earth Great World. It was completely different from the expectations of the Yellow Earth Goo immortals. There are still some Gu immortals left. The rank 8 Gu immortals' eyes shined. But those rank 7 Gu immortals shouted, "We agreed before coming, these rank 7 opponents are ours. You rank 8's got the meat, shouldn't you give us some soup?" The rank 8 Gu immortals pouted, "Then hurry up, don't waste time. Do you want me to help you and get a share of the contribution points? Don't even think about it." The rank 7 Gu immortals exerted their strength. After a while, these savage wilderness great world Gu immortals were all killed. Ah, these Gu immortals are so stupid, none of them are running. That's right, I was worried that without a battlefield killer move, we would not be able to stop them. The Gu immortals started to discuss enthusiastically. The two yellow earth Gu immortals looked at each other, seeing the strange expressions on each other's faces. Savage wilderness great world's Gu immortals were very aggressive and ruthless. What made Yellow Earth Great World and Green Lotus Great World's Gu immortals most wary was that Savage Wilderness Great World's Gu immortals would fight to the death without retreating. Once they started fighting, they would disregard their lives and go crazy with courage. But in the words of these sage subordinates, why did they become stupid? How many did you take? Just this much? Oh, that's a lot. You made a huge profit. Hee hee. It is all because of Master, he gave us such a rich reward mission. The Gu immortals calculated their contribution points and threw away the corpses in their hands. Feng Yuan had given detailed orders, be it immortal apertures, immortal bodies, or immortal Gu, they were all to be thrown away. These subordinates did not dare to disobey. Seeing these corpses scattered on the ground, the two yellow earth Gu immortals' eyelids twitched. Since they were going to be thrown away in the end, why were they fighting so fiercely? Was it just for fun? How ruthless were these Gu immortals? The two yellow earth Gu immortals had just mustered up the courage to express their gratitude, but it was blown away by this action. They breathed in deeply and braced themselves to greet them, but Xiao Hejian and the rest's expressions changed. Our Lord has ordered us to rendezvous with that group of people and kill our way to the Green Lotus world. Go, quickly go. Don't let Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch's group gain the upper hand. Swoosh swoosh. The Gu immortals left in waves, leaving behind two yellow earth Gu immortals who were floating in the air in a daze. They looked at the Gu master battlefield that was still fighting. Yellow Earth's Gu masters were already chasing after them, feeling dazed and at a loss. Inexplicably, they started to feel pity towards the Green Lotus Great World's Gu immortals. Feng Yuan looked far away. He could see the situation of the two battlefields clearly. After those dead Gu immortal corpses fell to the ground, they were quickly fused into the world. The immortal apertures were rapidly disintegrating. The Gu worms inside were also the same. There were no winds of assimilation or traces of them being left behind. Feng Yuan's heart was not at ease. This is the profundity of refinement path. But Limitless Demon Venerable was not refining immortal Gu, he was refining an entire world. I want to walk the path of refinement path and ascend to venerable status. This is also a blank slate for me. In his later years, Limitless Demon Venerable searched for a way to escape fate and obtain eternal life, but he could not find it in the celestial court. Thus, he set up Crazed Demon Cave and decided to deduce the method of eternal life by himself. After all, Fate Gu was still around at that time, and it was completely intact. The great world that was eventually unified might have been his achievement. It contained the method of eternal life. And now, these Gu cultivators were fighting. They were the fuel and sacrifices for this deduction. After understanding this, Feng Yuan would not take in these native Gu immortals, nor would he take the immortal Gu here. In this world war, many Gu cultivators were destined to die, be they mortals or immortals. As for how many living beings would survive in the end? Hundreds, thousands, or just one person? Nobody could say for sure. But what did it matter? Be it Feng Yuan, Lu Weiyin, or even the Celestial Court or Longevity Heaven, they did not care about this answer. They had their own motives. The native Gu immortals who lived here fought and killed under the orders of their respective sages. They fought with their lives on the line. They were just pawns that had to be sacrificed from start to finish. Feng Yuan cast his gaze towards Green Lotus Dao Field. He saw that his two groups had gathered together and were charging into Green Lotus Great World. If an outsider Gu immortal dies here, what will happen? Fang Yuan's gaze was calm as he waited to see what would happen. These Gu immortals were just his pawns. When it was time to sacrifice them, Fang Yuan would not be stingy. But it is better if there are fewer innocent casualties. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan said to Lu Wei-yin, "Friend Lu, please go and protect my subordinates. But if things go south, you need to protect yourself first, you can ignore everyone else." Lu Wei-yin nodded and immediately flew away. Fang Yuan's subordinates were so fierce, he was overjoyed and surprised. At the same time, he agreed with Fang Yuan's decision. They were already the weakest. With such a force, they had to catch up and make up for the gap. Savage Wilderness Great World. Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace. Bing Sichuan looked at the information path Immortal Gu on the table with a grim expression. To think that Fang Yuan's force is so powerful. He Lu Biao and Shueli are both rank 8 experts of Savage Wilderness Great World, but they died so easily. But now, Fang Yuan's 2 groups have gathered and are attacking Green Lotus Dao Field. Saying this, Bing Sichuan let out a breath of air. He felt some joy in his heart. Thankfully, he did not send more troops earlier. Now, Celestial Court sent more troops. They offended Fang Yuan and his army went to find trouble with them. Please remember this book's domain name. Literature Library Mobile Version. Chapter 2178. That's why I said that my divination was correct. Heaven's Extremity Guy Mei said shamelessly while drinking wine and eating peanut-like food. Bing Sichuan could not be bothered to reprimand him. He looked at the other Gu immortals. Fang Yuan's force is so powerful, it is truly unexpected. If he attacks me, my side will definitely be on the defensive. Even though Savage Wilderness Great World had the most Gu immortals, most of them were half-hearted and unruly. If we could unite them, our side would have long since ranked first, surpassing the Celestial Court. The Heavens Terminus rolled his eyes. Don't you know the reason? That Yellow Earth Great World was Paradise Earth Immortal Venerables arrangement. Green Lotus Dao Field was also owned by Celestial Court's Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable. However, the Savage Wilderness Great World was created by the reckless Savage Demon Venerable, and it was only Master who obtained it. How can anyone be convinced by it? Bing Sichuan could not help but knock on the table. Let's not talk about the reason, we should focus on how to solve the problem in front of us. Everyone, do you have any good ideas to recruit those wild Gu immortals? Green Lotus Major World. Every once in a while, an information path Gu worm would fly over. Qin Ding Ling's frown deepened. Fang Yuan's subordinates are so ferocious. In just half a day, not only did they defeat our main army, they even broke through 3 of our defensive lines. Close to 20 of our Gu immortals died. The rank 8 Gu immortals who were defeated are heavily injured. They have all come to the middle of the mountain to request an audience with the sage. Fairy Ming Hao, who sat in the 3rd highest position, couldn't help but reveal a look of interest. As expected of Fang Yuan. I didn't expect him to have a knack for training his subordinates. After a pause, Fairy Mingho asked in a childish tone, "Does that mean that Longevity Heaven has also increased its forces?" Qin Ding Ling nodded. When they sensed that Fang Yuan had merged his forces to launch a counterattack, Longevity Heaven immediately sent reinforcements to stall Lord Yushio's group. Perhaps this is what Fang Yuan wants to see. Fairy Ming Hao laughed. Since they want to attack, then let them come. Withdraw all the defensive lines and let them attack. Qin Ding Ling immediately relayed the order and deployed without the slightest doubt. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch and Xiao Hejian had no obstructions along the way. They charged to the center of Green Lotus Great World, at the foot of Sacred Mountain. He looked up at the mountain and saw that it was exceptionally strange. The entire mountain was only black and white. The mountain rocks seemed to be outlined with black lines and piled up with large pieces of white paper. The creatures on the mountain also lost their sense of reality. All of them had become white paper dolls with black lines forming their outlines. A tiny white paper doll flew down from the top of the mountain. After leaving the area of the Holy Mountain, she immediately reverted to a body of flesh and blood, turning into a little girl carved from jade. Xiao He Jian and Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch looked at each other, feeling that something was amiss. The second half of the journey was smooth and unimpeded, which made them feel that something was wrong. Now that they were attacking the enemy's base, they only sent one rank 8 Gu Immortal. The other party was the Celestial Court. Even if the base was empty, those rank 8 Gu Immortals who escaped earlier should still be around, right? Why did they only send a little girl? Even though Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch and Xiao He Jian had a fierce aura, they were feeling uneasy internally. This army mainly came from the two heavens grotto heavens. After all, they had been holed up in their grotto heavens for most of their lives, trembling in fear and treading on thin ice. They were afraid that the humans of the 5 regions would find them. If not for Fang Yuan's overwhelming demonic aura, they would not have dared to attack. Furthermore, during this period of time, their strength had risen greatly, they were full of confidence, otherwise, with their previous state, they would not dare to attack like this. What do we do now? Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch and Xiao He Jian transmitted to each other. They chose a general to probe the enemy. This Gu Immortal was Kuexen Hong. He cultivated Poison Path, he was the strongest among the Mushroom Man Gu Immortals. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch and Xiao He Jian did not choose their own people, they chose him instead. After all, the Mushroom Man race was the last to join Fang Yuan, they had not submitted to anyone yet. Thus, Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch and Xiao He Jian used their seniority to work together against the Mushroom Men. In fact, during this period of time, Kuexen Hong had made many people envious. Because he had the most diplomatic missions, he was almost the only one who could gain a lot of contribution points just by talking. This made many Gu Immortals envious. Kuexen Hong breathed in deeply, he stood up and faced Fairy Ming Hao. His eyes shined with bright light, he was filled with fighting spirit. On one hand, he had been on diplomatic missions many times, there was some hostility towards him, he wanted to prove himself through battle. On the other hand, he wanted to use this chance to gain merit, he wanted to lead the Mushroom Man tribe and become one of Fang Yuan's subordinates, he would be able to protect his own tribe in the future. Our Mushroom Man tribe was the last to join Master, we were naturally ostracized by our predecessors. But we also want to have a good relationship with Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch, Xiao He Jian, and the rest, but Master does not have such intentions. Why did Master assign diplomatic missions to me again and again? Maybe his intentions were simple at the start, but the more time passed, the deeper his intentions became. Master's subordinates are divided into 2 groups. One is the variant humans, the other is the humans. There are few humans, let's not talk about that for now. The variant humans far outnumber the humans, with Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch and Xiao He Jian as the leaders. The 2 groups are expanding day by day. In the long run, there will be conflicts of interests, they will not be able to get rid of them, it will be disadvantageous to Master's jurisdiction. Thus, from the start, Master did not want my Mushroom Man tribe to get involved. Why did Master assign diplomatic missions to me again and again? Isn't it because he wants to help my Mushroom Man tribe and divide the variant human forces? Kuexen Hong sighed internally. The longer he joined Fang Yuan, the more he felt Fang Yuan's unfathomable shrewdness, as well as his shrewd and unfathomable political skills. Against the situation of Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch and Xiao He Jian working together to ostracize him, Kuexen Hong had already expected it. His mental state stabilized, he collected his thoughts and focused on the little girl in front of him, cupping his fists. I am Kuexen Hong, I have the guts to compete with you. The little girl smiled. I am called Fairy Ming Hao. Kuexen Hong, I know you, did you use your poison path method like this? As she spoke, Ming Hao waved her hand and poison immediately flew out. Each lump of yellowish-brown poison liquid flew into the air and turned into a wild goose. Soon, a group of poisonous geese was formed, flying in the air and changing their formation continuously. Kuexen Hong's expression was shaken. This is clearly a killer move that I created, why can the other party use it? Is she a poison path Gu Immortal? But why can she use my unique method? Kuexen Hong forced himself to calm down. Fairy Ming Hao has a good method, but this move has a variation, watch. Saying so, Kuexen Hong also used the same poison path killer move. After the group of geese formed, They cried out continuously. Wherever the sound waves went, poison spread out. Ming Hao's eyes shined. She commanded the poisonous geese group to go forward and fight while observing carefully. After a few breaths of time, she smiled. So that's what happened. Take a look. Is it like this? Saying so, she also used Ku Xen Hong's variation move. The poisonous geese group under her control also started to cry out. What? This time, Ku Xen Hong was not the only one shocked. Fang Yuan's subordinates all had a change of expression. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch quickly conversed with Xiao Hejian. This immortal is strange. She can actually imitate other people's killer moves. But she only has rank 8 cultivation level. We have so many people, how can we stop her alone? The two had the same opinion. They immediately ordered the other Gu immortals to go around Fairy Ming Hao and attack the sacred mountain behind her. Fairy Ming Hao sighed. You people, can't you just have some fun? Why are you in such a rush? Saying so, her aura surged, resonating with the sacred mountain behind her. Next, the sacred mountain that was covered in black lines and white paper shined with profound light. From the profound light, countless killer moves shot out. Fang Yuan's subordinates quickly defended. Bam bam bam. After a series of killer moves, Fang Yuan's subordinates' offense was completely disintegrated. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch, Xiao Hejian, and the rest were shocked. What killer move is this? It can imitate all of our killer moves. This mountain is not ordinary. It is not just a famous mountain, it is a secluded domain of heaven and earth. Is this the book mountain recorded in The Legends of Renzu? Fairy Ming Hao chuckled. This killer move was created by me. It uses humility Gu as the core. It is called humble reciprocation. This move can use book mountain's information to deduce and restore all of your killer moves. Every killer move that you use is a gift to me. Thank you. It really is book mountain? Humble reciprocation? This is clearly a human path killer move. Fang Yuan's subordinates were shaken. They attacked again. But Fairy Ming Hao used humble reciprocation again, defeating the attacks of the immortals. Fang Yuan had many subordinates, but they were obstructed by one person. Master often says, it is impolite not to reciprocate. I have received so many gifts, I should return the favor. Take this. Fairy Ming Hao increased her offense. The attacks were like a tidal wave. They were hard to defend against. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch, Xiao Hejian, and the rest had to use their full strength. They defended while retreating. At the crucial moment, a yellow light appeared, blocking most of the attacks and stabilizing the situation for Fang Yuan's subordinates. It was Lu Wei-yin who took the initiative to help. Fairy Ming Hao looked over and smiled. You are the inheritor of Southern Border's Paradise Earth? You are finally willing to come out? Lu Wei-yin frowned deeply. He greeted Fairy Ming Hao. Greetings, Fairy Ming Hao. I wonder what relationship you have with Star Constellation Immortal Venerable? Fairy Ming Hao blinked mischievously. Take a guess. Saying so, she stretched out her tiny finger and pointed at Lu Wei-yin from afar. Swoosh! A 5-pointed starlight shot out. It was so fast that it reached Lu Wei-yin the moment it was activated. Lu Wei-yin's expression did not change. He did not dodge. When the starlight reached him, a yellow light blocked it and turned it into nothingness. Lu Wei-yin sensed something. He raised his eyebrows and said with a surprised tone, Carefree Wisdom Heart Physique? Chapter 2179. You have good insight. Fairy Ming Hao smiled. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. Starlight specks flew out from her body towards Lu Wei-yin. Lu Wei-yin flew up and fought against them. Initially, he could still interact with Fairy Ming Hao. But not long after, he was suppressed by Fairy Ming Hao. Fairy Ming Hao continued to use flying stars to attack. It was just that at first, her flying stars only shot out one by one, but soon, 2 to 3, 5 to 6, eventually more than 10. Her flying stars did not change in power, but when they landed on Lu Wei-yin, the pressure on him increased greatly. These flying stars are very profound. They seem to be continuous attacks. The damage I am enduring will only increase. Lu Wei-yin had a grim expression. He was getting tired of resisting. Both sides fought for a while longer. Lu Wei-yin could only retreat while fighting. Fairy Ming Hao had the complete upper hand. Every time she waved her hand, a large amount of starlight specks would be shot out. The number of flying stars shot out with each wave of flying stars, breaking through 100. Starlight specks shined brightly, sounds of air being torn could be heard continuously. It was a beautiful sight. This Ming Hao cultivates wisdom path and star path. She definitely has pseudo-venerable battle strength. I should retreat for now. Lu Wei-yin had the intention to retreat. Fang Yuan also gave the order to retreat at an appropriate time. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch and the rest let out sighs of relief as they quickly retreated. Fairy Ming Hao smiled. You came all the way here to die, why don't you just leave your lives behind? Fairy Ming Hao charged towards the immortals. Don't even think about it. Lu Wei-yin blocked her. Fairy Ming Hao giggled. Her eyes shined with a strange light that shone on Lu Wei-yin's forehead. Lu Wei-yin immediately felt an indescribable change in his mind. He could only store a small portion of his thoughts. At the same time, his thoughts moved at a much faster speed, but each thought was cut off prematurely. It was as if all the remaining thoughts were impatient. They could not collide patiently and deduce the true result. Lu Wei-yin fell into a predicament immediately. He needed thoughts to activate killer moves. The more killer moves he had, the more complex they were, the more thoughts he needed to use. But now that he had lost most of his thoughts, he could not think calmly anymore. More importantly, even if these thoughts collided, they would end hastily, unable to achieve the desired results. This was a fatal point. If Lu Wei-yin's thoughts ended prematurely while he was activating the killer move, when the killer move was prepared to the end, it would be for naught. Then the killer move's activation would fail, and Lu Wei-yin would be heavily injured because of him. Such a powerful wisdom path method. Lu Wei-yin was helpless. He could only protect himself. He did not have the spare energy to take care of others. Fairy Ming Hao confirmed her absolute advantage. She immediately ordered the rank 8 Gu immortals on the sacred mountain to move out and chase after Fang Yuan's subordinates. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch, Xiao Hejian, and the rest were defeated. Along the way, he killed 9 Gu immortals. Among them were 3 rank 8 Gu immortals. These Gu immortals' immortal apertures landed on the ground and were immediately absorbed by Green Lotus Great World. The immortal Gu were also completely digested. When Gu immortals died, they would leave behind their obsessions, but Fang Yuan did not find any land spirit or heavenly spirit. After Fang Yuan's subordinates retreated to Yellow Earth Great World, Fairy Ming Hao stopped chasing after them. Lu Wei-yin led the immortals to meet Fang Yuan, Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch, Xiao Hejian, and the rest immediately knelt down to accept their punishment. Fang Yuan, however, had a pleasant expression as he consoled them. This loss is not your fault. I saw it clearly. Fairy Ming Hao had incredible strength. She had pseudo-venerable battle strength. To think that this place could actually nurture such an existence. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch and the rest were consoled. They calmed down. On the way back, they were extremely worried. They were afraid that in a fit of rage, Fang Yuan would kill them all. Fang Yuan assigned these Gu immortals to guard the various defense lines of Yellow Earth Great World. The focus of their defense was on the 2 main passages of Yellow Earth Great World, Green Lotus Great World, and Savage Wilderness Great World. I am ashamed. To think that Celestial Court produced such a female immortal. She has an incredible combat system. I am not her match. Lu Wei-yin had a guilty expression. Fang Yuan also consoled him. Fang Yuan knew that Lu Wei-yin had probably used his full strength already. After all, in the pursuit battle, he and Lu Wei-yin had fought against Spectral Soul and Celestial Court. They had almost died. In such a situation, it was impossible for Lu Wei-yin to hide his strength. In the battle against Fairy Ming Hao, Lu Wei-yin had already used all of the methods that Fang Yuan knew. But he was still not Fairy Ming Hao's match. Since this is war, there will be sacrifices. Maybe in the future, we will lose our lives. This is the nature of Gu immortal cultivation. There is no need to worry about this. Fang Yuan was quite satisfied with this battle. All in all, Fang Yuan's losses were smaller than the combined losses of Celestial Court and Longevity Heaven. This was already a victory. Furthermore, Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch and Xiao Hejian even forced someone like Fairy Ming Hao to show up. Feng Yuan learned a lot about the other party's foundation. Feng Yuan nurtured Gu Immortals intensively, weren't they meant to be sacrificed? Since these cannon fodders were able to display their value, it was not a loss. The most regrettable thing is that Lord Feng Yuan lost many immortal Gu. Lu Wei-yin continued, but now, Northern Plains Paradise Earth true inheritance is right in front of us. Lord might be able to gain some benefits from it. Lu Wei-yin was talking about Paradise Earth's holy tomb. Actually, there was no need for him to say it. When Feng Yuan sent him to escort the emperor, he had already secretly investigated it. Paradise Earth's holy tomb is very profound. I have no clue about it yet. Feng Yuan admitted, asking, "Do you have any clues?" Lu Wei-yin smiled bitterly. "I am ashamed, I know almost nothing about it." Feng Yuan nodded, saying, "That wisdom path killer move you were hit by earlier was the key to our defeat. What are your thoughts on this?" This wisdom path killer move was too powerful, but since it was exposed, Feng Yuan naturally had to think of a way to counter it. Lu Wei-yin thought about it, saying with uncertainty, "The core immortal Gu of this move seems to be Pride Gu." Feng Yuan nodded again. "I deduced the same answer." Lu Wei-yin sucked in a breath of cold air. Fairy Ming Hao is not a simple person. She has the unfettered wisdom heart physique. She also controls Modesty Gu and Pride Gu. This makes me think of the legends of Renzu. According to what I know, there is no such person in the history of Celestial Court. She seems to have a close relationship with star constellation Immortal Venerable. The Legends of Renzu, Chapter 5, Section 35. Renzu and Great Strength True Marshal finally arrived in front of Qian Kun Crystal Wall after a long journey. Qian Kun Crystal Wall was straight from top to bottom. It stood in the void like a huge mirror. It reflected everything that was happening in the world. Renzu and Great Strength True Marshal entered Qian Kun Crystal Wall. Countless flowers, birds, fishes, and insects formed a dazzling image that filled Great Strength True Marshal's vision. The sound of waves, thunder, and birds resonated in his ears. A refreshing, sweet, stimulating, and spicy taste lingered on his tongue. At times, he felt like he was walking on a steep mountain path. At other times, he felt like he was swimming in waves. And at other times, he felt like he was falling from the sky. "Father, father, where are you?" Great Strength True Marshal shouted. Renzu could not hear Great Strength True Marshal's voice. He could not see Great Strength True Marshal's location. Everything was white and empty. "Son, where are you?" Renzu ran, trying to find Great Strength True Marshal. Renzu continued to run. After a long time, he saw a small black dot at the end of his vision. Initially, he thought it was Great Strength True Marshal. He was very happy. But when he got closer to the black dot, it had already expanded into a mountain. This mountain was very special. The rocks and plants were made of white paper, while the mountain stream and waterfall were made of black ink. This was Book Mountain. At the foot of Book Mountain, there was a village where many ink men lived. Renzu walked into the village and caused a commotion. This is truly a rare sight. The inkman spoke. Normal life forms would get lost after taking a few steps into Qian Kun Crystal Wall. They cannot resist the colorful world, the endless mortal world. They cannot reach this place. You are the first person to arrive here. Renzu was curious. Why is that? The Inkman elder replied, "O human, you are only left with a skeleton. You cannot see, hear, taste, smell, or touch. Instead, your life is preserved. You can move unhindered through the Qian Kun Crystal Wall." Qian Kun Crystal Wall had existed since the beginning of the world. It reflected everything, containing all the secrets of the world's past and present. Once a person entered, they would be constantly assaulted by endless information. After a long time, they would explode to death from the information. Renzu heard this and was very worried for Great Strength True Marshal. He quickly asked the Inkman Elder for advice on how to survive. The Inkman Elder brought Renzu up the mountain. In the Book Mountain, there was the largest waterfall of ink, and underneath the waterfall was the deepest pool. The Inkmen called this pool Literary Spring. The ink waterfall heavily smashed into the literary spring, creating countless splashes. These black splashes scattered in the air, the water droplets turned into words, they were ink texts. Humans need to continue living in Qian Kun crystal wall. These ink texts are your best helpers. The reason why we Inkmen are able to survive here is also because of the ink texts. The Inkman elder told Renzu this big secret. Renzu received the Inkman's guidance, he collected many ink texts and descended the mountain. Every time he walked a certain distance, he would throw down some ink texts as a marker. In this vast expanse of whiteness, the pitch-black ink characters were very conspicuous. Even though the ink texts would gradually dissipate, relying on these ink texts, Renzu no longer walked the wrong path, he finally found Great Strength True Martial. Great Strength True Martial obtained Renzu's ink texts. With every step he took, he would throw down a handful of ink texts. The ink texts recorded all the information that reached Great Strength True Martial and turned them into essays. These articles were laid under Great Strength True Martial's feet like bricks of literature. Great Strength True Martial was freed, his eyes were no longer blurry, his ears were no longer buzzing, he could not smell the chaotic smells anymore. He stepped on these bricks and followed Renzu back to the Inkman village. Renzu asked the Inkman elder, "Oh elder, how do I find wisdom goo in Qian Kun crystal wall?" P.S. Congratulations to Dream LV and Bing, book friend 201812102249455184. Gue Desolate Een, the three of you are the alliance leader of this book. So, I owe 10 chapters, why did I owe so much for no reason? My heart was trembling. There was another important matter. The Goo World logo could be obtained in the book friend group. Everyone might have already seen that some of the book friends QQ and Chidian accounts have changed to the Goo World logo. There are many Goo World logos to choose from, everyone can choose one that you like. Chapter 2180. The Inkman elder told Renzu, even though wisdom goo often stays in Qian Kun crystal wall, it is hidden deep inside. If you want to find it, you need to go deep into the crystal wall. To go deep into the crystal wall, just using ink text records to form bricks is not enough. These bricks only record all sorts of information, this is superficial and cannot withstand the erosion of other information. The limited ink text in the bricks will continue to change its contents and dissipate rapidly, it cannot last for long. The Inkman elder continued, "O human, you need to refine these records into knowledge. Only knowledge can better explain more information, using ink text to describe knowledge will not be bricks, but the true path." Renzu was troubled, how can I refine knowledge? The Inkman elder smiled, there are many bookworms on Book Mountain, they record a lot of knowledge that our Inkman ancestors refined. O human, you can take a look. If you want to refine knowledge yourself, it is not hard. First, you need to use memory goo to record all the information in your mind. Before the Inkman finished speaking, cognition goo appeared, it said to Renzu, then, I can help you refine knowledge. The Inkman elder smiled, that's right, thinking can produce knowledge. Renzu, thank you so much. The Inkman elder shook his head, no need to be polite. Cognition goo, don't say that, human. We've always been good friends and it's also good for me to do this. If thoughts do not accept new information, they will slowly age. Only by accepting new information and thinking, using the things that they have thought of to feed the thoughts, could the thoughts grow healthy and shine brightly, as if they were brand new. Renzu picked up many bookworms on Book Mountain, he obtained a lot of knowledge. Next, with Cognition Goo's help, he gathered a lot of new knowledge from the vast amount of information. He used ink text to draw the knowledge and sprinkled it on the ground, forming a dark ink text path. Renzu and Great Strength True Martial followed this path and walked for a long time, further than any of their previous attempts. Sigh, I don't have enough knowledge. Renzu walked to the end of the path, feeling very regretful. He had collected a lot of ink text, but the knowledge in his mind was too little. Renzu and Great Strength True Martial's first attempt failed, so they could only return to Book Mountain. Great Strength True Martial continued to collect ink text, while Renzu collected all of the bookworms. Using Cognition Goo's help, he extracted even more knowledge. The more knowledge he gained, the more Renzu felt that his mind was being filled up. I have too much knowledge. Renzu was very proud and said confidently, let's continue. This time, we will definitely reach the deepest part of the Qiankun crystal wall. However, their second attempt failed as well. Why is this happening? My mind is already filled with knowledge. Renzu was very disappointed. I can only remember so much knowledge. No, human, take a closer look. Self-Gu suddenly reminded. Renzu checked his mind and found a Gu hidden in it. Renzu suddenly realized, so it was you who occupied my mind, preventing me from filling it with more knowledge. What kind of Gu are you? This Gu replied, I am the Pride Gu. Renzu was anxious. Then why aren't you leaving? You are occupying such a huge space. How much knowledge can I fill in? But no matter how anxious or how Renzu persuaded, Pride Gu did not leave. Renzu had no choice. Great Strength True Marshal said, Oh father, don't be anxious, don't forget that I have a humility Gu. I will give it to you. Great Strength True Marshal took out humility Gu and gave it to Renzu. Pride Gu was chased away by humility Gu. It flew out of Renzu's mind and into Great Strength True Marshal's body. Strong Gu was very happy. Experts have their own pride. Renzu got rid of Pride Gu in his mind. He returned to Book Mountain and continued to extract knowledge. After Renzu obtained humility Gu, the more knowledge he obtained, the more he felt that he knew less. He wanted to fill in more knowledge. Renzu's mind was gradually filled up. Self-Gu urged him, Oh human, stop, your mind is already filled with knowledge. But Renzu said, But I feel that it is not enough. I am certain that there is still a lot of knowledge that I do not know. I need to extract more. Renzu continued to extract knowledge. His mind was swollen and painful. He could not fill in more, but humility Gu made him feel that he had too little knowledge. Suddenly, there was a loud sound. Finally, Renzu's mind could not take it anymore. It exploded from the large amount of knowledge. The knowledge scattered on the ground. A girl stood up from within. Father, father. The girl hugged Renzu's leg happily. I am Carefree Wisdom Heart, I am your daughter. Northern Plains. Pure child grassland. Chen Cheng wore a green robe. He had his hands behind his back as he stood proudly. He looked at the unfamiliar female immortal in front of him, shouting, Who in the world are you? Why did you ask me to come here? The female immortal in front of him wore a mask that covered her nose, mouth, and face. Only the upper half of her face was exposed. She had sharp eyebrows, bright eyes, and a heroic aura. She was also wearing a set of black and gold armor, which made people feel a heavy pressure just by looking at her. It could be said that she had a domineering aura and an oppressive aura. She was definitely not an ordinary person. You can call me Fairy Black Moon. This female immortal said. Fairy Black Moon? Qin Qing raised his brows. Where are you from? Now that the 5 regions were united, Gu Immortal's auras no longer differed by region. That was why Qin Qing asked this. Fairy Black Moon smiled. Where I come from and who I am is not important. Qin Qing, you are known as the Pure Sincerity Immortal. You cultivate rule path. In your early years, you had an agreement with a friend. The loser would assist the winner and acknowledge him as their master. Do I still remember? Chen Cheng's pupils shrunk as he frowned. I was arrogant when I was young. I did not know the immensity of heaven and earth. That was why I made this bet. At that time, I was only a young Gu master. Or you actually know such a secret? Fairy Black Moon sneered. I am only asking you, Qin Cheng. Is this bet still valid? As she spoke, she tossed out a token. Chen Qing took a look and his expression changed again. This token is real. Where did you get it from? What relationship do you have with my friend? Fairy Black Moon continued. I said, these are not important. Chen Cheng breathed in deeply. His expression was extremely solemn. I understand. You want to fight me, defeat me and take me as your slave. Since you came to me, you must be very confident in your own strength. But let me remind you, even though I, Qin Cheng, am a lone cultivator, I have roamed Northern Plains for so many years, I naturally have trump cards that no one knows about. If you win this battle, I will acknowledge you as my master. But if you lose, I will be your master." Fairy Black Moon laughed heartily. "Everyone says that you are a pure sincerity immortal who acts according to your nature. Seeing you today, you truly live up to your reputation. Let's fight." Qin Cheng was furious. "No matter who you are, I, Qin Cheng, will have a taste of your strength today." At the next moment, thunder rumbled as a battle between two immortals began. Inside the sovereign immortal aperture, Ichuanqiu was in charge of 4 elements square regret blood refinement pool. Swish, swish, swish. The water in the pool rose and fell, giving off an intoxicating sound like waves. A rank 8 immortal goo quickly formed and landed in He Chunqiu's hands. "Good, all the rank 8 immortal goo that were lost have been refined." He Chunqiu nodded slightly, very satisfied with this progress. 4 elements square regret blood refinement pool had one of regret pool's abilities. Any immortal goo that was successfully refined would have a success mark left behind. When the immortal goo is destroyed, 4 elements square regret blood refinement pool would use the power of the tributary of the river of time and the success mark left behind to refine the immortal goo again. The success rate would be even higher than refining a rank 8 immortal goo normally. When Fairy Ming Hao forced back Fang Yuan's subordinates, Lu Wei-yin felt regret over the loss of immortal goo. But he did not know that Fang Yuan's refinement path methods were unimaginably high. In just a few days, he refined all 3 rank 8 immortal goo that were lost. But Fang Yuan was still not satisfied with his refinement path attainment. Several days had passed since Ming Hao defeated Lu Wei-yin and the rest. Over these days, the 3 great worlds had been peaceful, the flames of war had subsided, there was a short period of peace. Since it was not the time to fight yet, Fang Yuan used this chance to comprehend the profundities of this place. Fang Yuan had already inspected Paradise Earth's tomb. It was filled with Dao marks. The structure was profound and huge. It could not be deciphered in a short period of time. Fang Yuan placed most of his attention on the big and small worlds themselves. He wanted to comprehend the refinement path profundities contained in them. "Sage, Savage Wilderness Great World's envoy wishes to meet you." Right at this time, a yellow earth goo immortal came forward and reported respectfully. "It is Bing Sai Chuan." Lu Wei-yin also came over, bringing more accurate information. Fang Yuan smiled. Looking at the time, they should be here soon. The defeat of Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch and Xiao Hejian was actually part of Fang Yuan's plan. Even though Celestial Court had lost to him before, Fang Yuan had never underestimated Celestial Court's foundation. Celestial Court placed great importance on Crazed Demon Cave. Even Divine Emperor City had come. Could Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch and Xiao Hejian defeat Celestial Court? In the current situation, even though Longevity Heaven, Celestial Court and Fang Yuan controlled the 3 great worlds, Celestial Court was the absolute leader. In the contest between the 3, it was natural for the weak to resist the strong. Moreover, Bing Sai Chuan had come to cooperate with Fang Yuan during the Fate War. Thus, after Lu Wei-yin and the rest returned, Fang Yuan had been patiently waiting for Bing Sai Chuan's envoy. But this time, Bing Sai Chuan, one of the 4 Desolation Immortals, actually came personally. This showed Longevity Heaven's sincerity. "Fang Yuan, how have you been?" Bing Sai Chuan smiled. Fang Yuan, however, had a cold expression. "I am cooperating with Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable to help him revive." Bing Sai Chuan, your Longevity Heaven is not wise to cooperate with us. Once the time is ripe and Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable revives, our strength will rise sharply, we might even suppress Celestial Court. This. Bing Sai Chuan's smile froze. P.S. Chidian has a 2018 Golden Keyboard event. Everyone can vote for author or iconic character in the book. Thanks to everyone's support, many people voted for me. I personally do not care much about the author's achievements, but Guyue Fang Yuan, I really want to see him rise to the top. I have already voted for Guyue Fang Yuan. I suggest everyone to vote for Guyue Fang Yuan if they are interested. Let old demon fight. Chapter 2181. Bing Sai Chuan took the initiative to visit. His intention was clear. He wanted to ally with Feng Yuan to resist the Celestial Court. Feng Yuan did not want to waste time. He purposely said the opposite, pointing out the obstruction of their alliance. Paradise Earth's tomb was huge like a mountain, longevity heaven, and the Celestial Court knew about it long ago. This was also the reason why they attacked Yellow Earth Great World earlier. Bing Sichuan was indeed a famous rank 8 expert. He laughed heartily, the stiffness on his face vanished instantly. Feng Yuan, do you know where Book Mountain came from? Feng Yuan had a thought. Is Book Mountain not the original arrangement of the Celestial Court? Bing Sichuan nodded. That's right. Book Mountain was originally in the 9th layer of Crazed Demon Cave, but the Celestial Court's wisdom path strength was too deep. They actually comprehended a portion of the profundities and extracted Book Mountain from the 9th layer. Feng Yuan did not deny it. Lu Weiyin's expression changed slightly at the side. Yellow Earth Great World's Gu Immortals did not know about this. After all, it happened in the depths of Green Lotus Great World. The Celestial Court actually has such a method? They have already comprehended the 9th layer and extracted Book Mountain? Did Limitless Demon Venerable's countermeasures not activate yet? Lu Weiyin asked. Bing Sichuan sighed deeply. If they activated it, we would not have come here so urgently to seek an alliance. Feng Yuan asked solemnly, have you seen star constellation Immortal Venerable? Bing Sichuan shook his head. I have not. Feng Yuan asked again, then what is the relationship between Fairy Ming Hao and star constellation Immortal Venerable? Bing Sichuan said everything he knew. With Limitless Demon Venerable's arrangements, we did not use our full strength until the time was right. We did not force star constellation Immortal Venerable out. But the Celestial Court sent 3 female immortals. They all have pseudo-venerable battle strength. Fairy Ming Hao is one of them. These 3 female immortals are Ming Hao, Yu Xiu, and Fengya. They cultivate Wisdom Path and Star Path respectively. You already have an understanding of Fairy Ming Hao's strength. Fairy Yu Xiu is only stronger than her. In the battle a few days ago, I, Feng Jing, sent more troops to tangle with her and stall her. As for Fairy Fengya, she seems to be stronger, but she has never made a move. She has always been in seclusion to deduce the mysteries of the 9th level of Crazed Demon Cave. The Book Mountain is the fruit of her labor. Lu Weiyin could not help but sigh. The Celestial Court is indeed the #1 force in the world. Its foundation is unfathomable. After the fall of Duke Long, the Celestial Court lacked pseudo-venerables. Unexpectedly, there were 3 hidden in the Crazed Demon Cave. From this, we can see how much importance the Celestial Court places on the Crazed Demon Cave. Bing Sichuan added, other than these 3 pseudo-venerables, don't forget about Qin Dingling's group of rank 8 elites. Besides Divine Emperor City, Celestial Court had already exposed the Immortal Gu House's Demon Judgment Board and Heaven Overseeing Tower. With Celestial Court's foundation, it is not strange for them to take out even more Immortal Gu Houses. Lu Weiyin gritted his teeth. Celestial Court even moved a portion of the Immortal Graveyards to Crazed Demon Cave. These Immortal Graveyards were arranged by the Celestial Court after they collected the graveyards. At the crucial moment, the historical experts in the Immortal Graveyards will also awaken. This group of experts is quite terrifying. Precisely so. Bing Sichuan concluded, Feng Yuan, Lu Weiyin, we should work together. If we do not work together, how can we force out star constellation Immortal Venerable? How can we defeat 3 pseudo-venerables? How can we protect Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable from reviving? Bing Sichuan's meaning was clear. Celestial Court had too much of an advantage. If they did not work together now, before Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable revives, Celestial Court would have already won. Thus, both sides had to work together. Lu Weiyin looked at Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan nodded slightly, agreeing to work together. Longevity Heaven did not seem to fear Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's revival. It seemed to have a lot of confidence in itself. It definitely had many trump cards. But for now, Celestial Court was still the strongest. They needed to restrain its advance. Savage Wilderness Great World and Yellow Earth Great World stopped fighting. Both sides sent out their main forces to attack Green Lotus Great World. Even though they allied with Longevity Heaven, the extent of the alliance was limited. Feng Yuan suggested that both sides exchange true inheritances, using venerable true inheritances of the same value to exchange for Giant Sun's luck path true inheritance that Longevity Heaven had collected. Bing Sai Chuan rejected. His tone was polite, but his attitude was firm. Feng Yuan suggested that both sides exchange immortal materials. He wanted to exchange for rank 9 luck path immortal materials, but Bing Sai Chuan rejected him. Feng Yuan's force had already expanded to such an extent. When his subordinates moved out earlier, even Bing Sai Chuan was dumbfounded. Bing Sai Chuan and the rest were very unhappy with Spectral Soul, Red Lotus, and the other venerables. In order to let Feng Yuan destroy Fate Gu, they had truly nurtured Feng Yuan too much. In just a few days, Feng Yuan's force had already expanded to such a terrifying extent. What about his own strength? To what extent would it reach? In this situation, how could Longevity Heaven make a transaction with Feng Yuan? This was no different from continuing to support the enemy. Feng Yuan and Longevity Heaven's cooperation caused a huge change in the situation. However, Celestial Court had already expected this. They allowed the two sides to attack with all their might, but they were still able to defend themselves well. Occasionally, when the defensive line was about to collapse, Fairy Ming Hao and Fairy Yu Xiu would move out personally. They would either stabilize the situation in Celestial Court and repel the invading Gu Immortals, or seize the opportunity to counterattack Savage Wilderness Great World and Yellow Earth Great World, causing huge casualties. Feng Yuan also witnessed Fairy Yu Xiu's battle strength. Fairy Yu Xiu also had an outstanding combat system. Her offensive methods were very special. They were based on the difference in attainment level between her and her enemies. The greater the difference, the stronger her attacks. Ever since the first time they reached the foot of Book Mountain, Feng Yuan's subordinates had not achieved such results again. The three sides fought like this. The situation was in a stalemate as days passed. Large numbers of Gu cultivators died. Their sacrifices made the three great worlds grow larger and more stable with more Dao marks. The more Gu cultivators that died in foreign lands, the more the regional walls of the three great worlds would dissipate, the larger the connection would be. On this day, at the peak of Book Mountain, Fairy Yu Xiu gathered the Celestial Court's immortals, saying, "Right now, Longevity Heaven and Feng Yuan are working together. They are giving us huge pressure. Our forces are hidden in the immortal graveyard. Feng Yuan's Wu Shui clone has not moved out yet. Longevity Heaven definitely has hidden forces as well. Since the situation is in a stalemate and everyone is wary of each other, the small and small worlds outside of the three great worlds will be the key to victory. Even though these small and small worlds are weak, they have Gu immortals. If we can get them to join our side, we will have an advantage in the competition between the three sides." During this period of time, Feng Yuan and Longevity Heaven worked together to suppress Celestial Court's side. Celestial Court's losses were even more severe. Zhou Xiong Xen side. These small worlds are easy to defend but hard to attack. Even though we could attack them forcefully, few Gu immortals chose to join us. Prince's Impatience added, "These native Gu immortals lack intelligence and are very stubborn. Most of them have enmity towards the three great worlds. They think that if their small worlds fuse with the great worlds, their homeland will be destroyed. Thus they are stubborn and stubborn." Fairy Yu Xiu smiled. 3 days later, I will hold a Dao impartation ceremony at the peak of Book Mountain. I will teach everyone regardless of background. Any Gu cultivator, be they mortal or immortal, can participate. How do we do that? Wan Zihong asked. Fairy Yu Xiu explained in detail. The Celestial Court's immortals' expressions changed. Lady Yu Xiu has such a divine ability? This is truly admirable. This way, we don't have to worry about Gu cultivators not joining our Celestial Court. These Gu cultivators are neither fish nor fowl. They actually have the fortune to listen to Lady Yu Xiu's Dao impartation ceremony. This is too good for them. They are just cannon fodder. They will be sacrificed sooner or later. There is no harm in doing this. The Celestial Court's Gu immortals discussed. The atmosphere gradually became relaxed. Divine Emperor City. Qi Howling Painting World. A group of beggars surrounded Fong Dichang as they faced a huge elephant. The elephant was pure white in color. It stood on the ground without moving. It was like a majestic mountain. The beggars had been facing each other for a long time. They felt a chill in their hearts. Their morale continued to fall. They gradually did not dare to fight this elephant. Fong Dichang frowned deeply. This chi monster is formed from righteous chi. The longer we fight it, the more disadvantageous it will be for us. Chi monsters were of all shapes and sizes. They were formed from all kinds of chi. They had different natures and abilities. For example, chi monsters formed from domineering chi were usually domineering. And chi monsters formed from death chi liked to roam around places where death was the most common. Chi monsters formed from life chi had very strong recovery abilities. Chi monsters formed from luck chi were hard to encounter. Once they were killed, the benefits to the Gu cultivator would not be small. Even though Fong Dichang was Fong Yuan's clone and shared his attainment level, he had already lost his body. He did not even have a soul. He only had a will left, residing in the human path Gu worm, beggar Gu. Thus, he could not resist this white elephant formed from righteous chi. Thankfully, the white elephant formed from righteous chi was not irritable. It did not attack and only faced the beggars. "I'm here." Shen Shang finally charged over. He quickly finished off his previous opponents and rushed over to reinforce Fong Dichang. He had fought a group of blood chi monsters alone earlier, so he was covered in blood. Fong Dichang immediately let out a sigh of relief. He gathered the beggars and let Shen Shang into the encirclement. Shen Shang fought the white elephant while using human path methods. This rank 8 Gu immortal was indeed worthy of being a human path quasi-supreme grandmaster favored by Paradise Earth immortal venerable. He quickly gained the upper hand. But just as he was about to get rid of this righteous white elephant, the ground suddenly shook. Rumble. A group of over 10,000 bull-shaped chi monsters raised dust clouds as they galloped over. Shen Shang and Fong Dichang's expressions changed. The righteous white elephant cried out in fear as it fled frantically. Shen Shang ignored it. He directly grabbed Fong Dichang and ran in another direction. 10,000 bulls galloped like a tsunami, sweeping through heaven and earth. They were unstoppable. Shen Shang and Fong Dichang barely escaped as they watched the bulls leave. These are chi monsters formed from fighting bull chi. The scale is too huge. Who can stop them? Shen Shang sighed. Fong Dichang said solemnly, "The route the bulls are taking is the nearest camp. I wonder how many casualties there will be, but that camp is definitely finished." Shen Shang nodded. "That's right. Once the camp is lost, we can only retreat to the camp behind. It will be even more inconvenient to explore. Please remember this book's domain name. Right Pen Chinese website mobile version website. Chapter 2182. The two had deduced some things earlier, so they worked together to explore deeper into the Chi Howling painting world, to contact the enemy of Celestial Court at the deepest part of the painting world. The enemy of an enemy was a friend. But Shen Shang and Fong Dichang could not reach the deepest part no matter how hard they tried. The Chi Howling painting world was huge. Fong Dichang's strength had already reached a bottleneck. Although Shen Shang had rank 8 cultivation level, he was severely restricted here. The difference between immortal and mortal was not obvious. The only consolation was that Shen Shang's madness was greatly alleviated here. Ever since he entered the painting world, he had not gone crazy even once. According to Shen Shang's deductions, the rich human path environment here should have helped him. Sigh, the 10 children of human path have left. Without them, with just the two of us, when would we be able to get through this painting world and see the suppressed target at the deepest part? Fong Dichang sighed deeply. Shen Shang was about to speak when his expression suddenly changed. He cried out in shock. "This is..." Next, Fong Dichang also sensed the aura of a rank 8 immortal Gu rapidly spreading towards them. The two could not care about the Chi Howling painting world anymore. They immediately returned to the center of the original painting world. The two saw a rank 8 immortal Gu floating in the sky at the same time, shining brightly. Divine Emperor City was deeply hidden. It actually had such a legendary immortal Gu. If I am not wrong, This should be the learning Gu recorded in The Legends of Rinzu. The two conversed, they could see the shock in each other's eyes. Learning Gu is a human path immortal Gu. This is probably the highest rank human path immortal Gu in the current era. Fong Di Chang exclaimed. I understand. Shen Shang's eyes suddenly shined with bright light. Why were there beast tamers and chi refiners in the past? It was probably the result of this learning Gu's secret operation. Of course, it is not just this Gu, there should be another killer move. Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable had such foresight and deep arrangements. Fong Di Chang frowned. But why is this learning Gu activated by itself now? Did something happen in the outside world? Shen Shang was vexed. He did not know anything about the outside world. But he quickly reacted, this is a great opportunity. Learning Gu must be one of the cores of Divine Emperor City. No matter what happened in the outside world, Divine Emperor City took out a core to use. In this way, the originally complete structure of the Divine Emperor City has a gap. Perhaps we can find this gap and make use of it. Good idea. Fong Di Chang's pupils dilated as he looked at Shen Shang with a burning gaze. Let us work together to probe the secrets of Divine Emperor City. Meanwhile, Crazed Demon Cave. The 8th floor. Green Lotus Dojo on Book Mountain. Fairy Yu Xiu sat at the peak of Book Mountain. Inside her immortal aperture, the light of Learning Gu in Divine Emperor City spread out. Together with Fairy Yu Xiu's other immortal Gu, they formed a human path killer move. There was no limit to learning. There were Gu cultivators at the waist and foot of Book Mountain. The killer move's light blue light spread down and enveloped these Gu cultivators. The Gu cultivators shook intensely. This is... The expressions of the immortals changed, their minds were shaken. Indescribable mysteries of the great Tao flowed into the depths of the immortals' hearts like a gurgling spring. The immortals' paths and realms actually began to slowly rise. There's actually such a marvelous killing move in this world. If I hadn't experienced it myself, I wouldn't have imagined it. This is the teachings of a sage. The sage is truly benevolent. Many Gu immortals shed tears of gratitude. Some Gu immortals knelt down on the ground, worshipping Fairy Yu Xiu who was at the peak. These Gu immortals were all unusual, but they obtained the orthodox Gu cultivation method. They knew clearly how hard it was to raise one's path attainment level. This was an extremely rare fortuitous encounter. In this world, other than dream realms, there are truly other methods to raise attainment levels. Human path. Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable had already deduced this. Celestial Court's development of human path is definitely not wrong. Qin Ding Ling was extremely excited. The members of Celestial Court, who were led by her, were also sitting down and meditating with their eyes closed. Fairy Yu Xiu's eyes were slightly closed as she looked down. Her forehead was covered in sweat. All the thoughts in her mind were used to maintain this move. There was no limit to learning. It was a strategic level human path method. The benefits to a super force were unimaginable. Its greatest advantage was that it did not expend the true meaning of the Gu immortal who used the killer move, but created true meaning in other people's hearts. Rule Path and Wisdom Path Gu immortals were more proficient in extracting their own true meaning than other paths. After other Gu cultivators extract the true meaning, their attainment level would rise rapidly. But the Gu cultivator who extracted the true meaning would have their attainment level fall. The loss would be irreversible. This was the reason why true meaning was so rare in the world. Endless learning was a killer move that used Fairy Yu Xiu's attainment level, the secluded domain of heaven and earth, Book Mountain, as well as learning Gu. This move could create a new true meaning in the target's heart. The moment these true meanings were created, they would be instantly absorbed by the Gu cultivator, causing their attainment level to rise. This was the greatest advantage of endless learning. It would not expend the Gu cultivator's attainment level. But at the same time, this advantage was also its weakness. Because there was a limit to how much true meaning a killer move could create. These limits were the Gu cultivators who were hit. The Gu cultivators' aptitude, talent, comprehension, as well as their personal experiences were the conditions that restricted their creation of true meaning. The same attainment level and profundity could be comprehended differently by different people. If they reached the limit and could not comprehend the profundity no matter what, the goo cultivator would start to hallucinate. As expected, not long after, some goo cultivators on Book Mountain started to hallucinate. Some had golden lotuses bursting out of the ground, some had green rain falling from the sky, some were filled with blood water and a bone forest, some had colorful lights forming into phoenixes that cried out, I can't hold on anymore." A moment later, someone coughed out blood and fainted. More and more people fainted. But some goo cultivators persisted. Because of this, the goo cultivators' aptitude and comprehension, as well as their personal experience, started to differentiate. But in Qin Ding Ling's group, some people started to shake and sweat appeared on their foreheads, but most of the local goo immortals of Green Lotus Dao Field had already fainted. Even though these mutants became goo immortals, humans still have the most intelligence. Fairy Yushio nodded to herself. After some observation, she had a clear understanding of the strengths and weaknesses of Green Lotus Dao Field's goo immortals. When Qin Ding Ling and the rest started to falter, the other goo cultivators on the mountain had already fainted. Bai Tsang Shui fainted, Zhou Xiong Xen also fainted, Jun Shunguang followed closely behind. Eventually, only 3 members of Celestial Court were left. They were Qin Ding Ling, Che Wei, and Gue Fangjing. "Brother!" Gue Fangjing's eyes were bloodshot, he cried out as he fainted. Not long later, Qin Ding Ling smiled bitterly as she lost consciousness. Che Wei lasted until the end. Fairy Yushio nodded to herself. As expected of the creator of Weapon Path. How could I have misjudged him? Fairy Yushio suddenly had a surprised expression. Her gaze moved away from Che Wei and landed on a meteorite at the foot of the mountain. This meteorite was huge like an elephant. It was also a goo immortal. It had already fallen into a semi-conscious state earlier, but even Fairy Yushio did not expect that there was some kind of power accumulated inside the meteorite. Until now, when this mysterious power reached its limit, the quantity caused a qualitative change. Rumble. With a loud sound, the meteorite exploded, golden light shot everywhere. From the dazzling golden light, a stone monkey flew out. The stone monkey landed on the ground, scratching its ears and cheeks as it jumped around, shouting, "Amazing, truly amazing." Che Wei could not hold on any longer, he fainted. Fairy Yushio's expression became even more surprised. This stone monkey was nurtured by heaven and earth. It is extraordinary. Its aptitude and comprehension actually surpass Che Wei. With such potential, it will definitely become someone great in the future. Amazing, amazing. What a pity, what a pity. Fairy Yushio sighed repeatedly. She said, "Amazing," because she was praising Limitless Demon Venerable. Limitless Demon Venerable created Crazed Demon Cave and deduced new Heaven Path Dao marks for over 1,000,000 years. The results were huge. The stone monkey in front of him was proof. This stone monkey's potential and aptitude actually surpassed the members of Celestial Court. It defeated Che Wei. If this stone monkey could be nurtured and grew up, it might be able to create its own path in the future. But this stone monkey was destined to have a tragic ending. It would not live for long. It was destined to become Limitless Demon Venerable's sacrifice. Celestial Court could not contain it. Because it was a variant, it was not a pure human. This was also the reason why Fairy Yushio said, "What a pity." The stone monkey lasted for a few minutes before it fell to the ground, fainting. Fairy Yushio stopped her killer move and started to rest. Even though she did not expend her attainment level, the price of using this move was very high. Be it thoughts, immortal essence, or lifespan, they were all expended. Not long later, the goo immortals woke up. They cheered uncontrollably. Their attainment levels rose. The problems of killer moves or immortal goo remnant recipes that troubled them in the past were all solved. Many goo immortals created new methods to modify old killer moves. Thank you, Sage, for your Dao teachings. Sage's Dao teachings are immeasurable. The goo immortals knelt down. Fairy Yushio smiled, her voice spread throughout Book Mountain and out, shaking the whole of Green Lotus World. 3 days later, I will teach at the peak of Book Mountain again. The immortals were stunned, but at the next moment, they cheered loudly. 3 days later, not only on Book Mountain, even the foot of the mountain was filled with Gu Masters. The Gu Masters could only surround Book Mountain, they could not ascend it. At the foot of the mountain, many new Gu immortal faces appeared. These Gu immortals came from all sorts of small worlds. They heard that a sage was teaching on Book Mountain, it would be a waste not to come, they wanted to take advantage of the situation. Fairy Yu Xiu activated endless learning again. Illusions started to appear, each person was different. I see it, so many flowers. So many pig heads are flying. Fairy, don't run, you can't escape. That lad is dead. I said that even Gu immortals cannot save him. My lover is an unparalleled hero. One day, he will step on a rainbow cloud to marry me, even though I am a man. Please remember this book's domain name. Writing Pen Chinese mobile version. Chapter 2183. The illusions were endless. Soon, the Gu masters outside the mountain collapsed, fainting in large numbers. Next, on the mountain, the Gu immortals who had experienced the first Tao imparting also fainted. They had already reached their limits when they first imparted the Tao. In just 3 short days, the extent to which they could improve their foundation was very, very small. Even the members of the Celestial Court were no exception. Finally, the remaining ones were the mutant Gu immortals from the small worlds. They had deep foundations, and it was also their first time experiencing a preaching of the Tao. Fairy Yu Xiu was astonished once more. Among these mutant Gu immortals, she found another genius. This was a dark green hurricane. He persisted until the end. His talent and comprehension abilities were on par with the stone monkey from before. When this tornado Gu immortal fainted, Fairy Yu Xiu stopped her killer move. When these Gu immortals woke up, she announced again, 3 days later, the third Tao imparting would be held. For the third time, even more Gu immortals came. Not just the variant humans of the small worlds, even Gu immortals from Savage Wilderness Great World and Yellow Earth Great World came. Eventually, a lizard Gu immortal emerged. This immortal came from Savage Wilderness Great World. His aptitude was on the same level as the Stone Monkey and Hurricane Gu immortal. He was extraordinary. Fairy Yu Xiu had preached a total of 3 times. Her influence had not only covered the 3 great worlds, but it had also spread to the other small worlds. Not only were there small worlds attached to the outer walls of the 3 worlds, but there were also many small worlds that were being drawn to the center. Fairy Yu Xiu achieved her goal, and the effects were extremely clear. Green Lotus Great World's impression in the minds of the Gu immortals greatly improved. A large number of Gu immortals joined them. Yu Xiu chose 3 leaders from them. They were the Stone Monkey Bu Tiankong who jumped out of the meteorite, the Hurricane Gu immortal Nye Kuang Feng, and the Lizard Gu immortal Duan who came from Reckless Savage Great World. But most of the Gu immortals still chose to watch. Most of these Gu immortals came from small worlds, and these small worlds were still migrating. They had not landed on the 3 great worlds yet. Since the void has mutated and the merging of the worlds is unavoidable, I'll have to choose a good home. That's right. We are the rulers of our respective small worlds. We can influence the landing location of the small worlds to a certain extent. The sages of Yuanlian Great World are preaching. I wonder if the sages of the other 2 great worlds are doing the same? These Gu immortals could not help but feel anticipation. A fine bird chooses a good tree to nest in. Even though they were native Gu immortals and did not look like humans, they were intelligent and astute. From Fairy Yu Xiu's act of imparting the Tao, they acutely sensed that she was trying to recruit them. The battle between the 3 great worlds was like a raging fire, and the consumption of energy between them was extremely fierce. This was the stage for them to display their prowess. They even directly spread the news. If the sages of the other 2 great worlds don't give us any benefits, we can only rely on Green Lotus Great World. The 3 great worlds have been united for a long time. The sages of the Green Lotus Great World are really broad-minded to be able to teach everyone without discrimination. I believe that the sages of the other 2 worlds are not inferior. We'll go to whichever great world offers better treatment. These Gu immortals wanted to gain as many benefits as possible. As for where it would land and which great world it belonged to? Let's take advantage of him first. With the situation changing like this, Lu Wei-yin hurriedly went to discuss with Feng Yuan. Lu Wei-yin sighed. Right now, Celestial Court has the upper hand again. Our alliance with Longevity Heaven was able to shake Celestial Court's position with much difficulty. But Fairy Yushio's Tao teachings made all of our hard work go to waste. Thankfully, the situation is not irreversible. Now, how do we recruit those Gu immortals who are still watching from the sidelines? Feng Yuan was silent. These wandering variant human Gu immortals were natural cannon fodder. Celestial Court had made a good move by recruiting them. Fairy Yushio's method also broadened Feng Yuan's horizons. Learning Gu, there is no end to learning. Other than dream realms, this was the first time Feng Yuan had seen a killer move that could raise one's attainment level directly. He did not have such a killer move in the 500 years of his previous life. From the information he gathered and Lu Wei-yin's information, there were no clues or signs of such a killer move. This meant that this killer move was likely a creation of Celestial Court. Celestial Court had deep foundations, they had so many elites, they were also advancing with the times. Lu Wei-yin looked at Feng Yuan as he continued, "This killer move is extraordinary, it can raise the strength of an entire force, it is a strategic method. Attainment level advancement is very hard to come by, Celestial Court's bargaining chip is very tempting. There is another thing that I am very worried about. The Legends of Renzu clearly states that Renzu and the other two used true meaning to go to primordial domain. Celestial Court has the killer move Endless Learning. It means that they have an unparalleled method in the creation of true meaning. This method might allow them to go to primordial domain earlier, like Book Mountain, they might even be able to take primordial domain from the 9th layer." Feng Yuan nodded slightly. Lu Wei-yin was able to see the bigger picture from a small clue. His words were indeed insightful. Primordial domain was the most crucial factor in the contest between the three sides. Even if a venerable succeeded in rebirth and wanted to become a true Tao Lord, they would need to rely on primordial domain. It could be said that among the three sides, whoever could seize primordial domain first would have the greatest advantage and become the final victor. Feng Yuan pondered, "Endless Learning is indeed a marvelous killer move, it is extremely powerful, but I also have a strategic method that can match it. I have already used it secretly." Lu Wei-yin had a joyful expression as he guessed correctly. "Is it that lingering poisonous ant plague killer move?" Feng Yuan nodded and admitted, saying at the same time, "I have used this move once in Eastern Sea, let's see how Celestial Court deals with it. Other than that, we need to keep an eye on Longevity Heaven as well, I am very interested in their next move." Lu Wei-yin thought for a while before adding, "Since Lord has already used lingering poisonous ant plague, we should take the initiative to attack and exert direct pressure. Heavenly Court's side will be exhausted from dealing with them, they will not have enough time and energy to resist this move." Feng Yuan, however, had already closed his eyes. "I will leave this to you. I still need to deduce Paradise Earth's true inheritance." Lu Wei-yin took his leave. He thought that it would be better to contact Longevity Heaven. It would be more suitable for both sides to attack together. After receiving Lu Wei-yin's invitation, Longevity Heaven cooperated without hesitation. In fact, their pressure was even greater. There were many Gu immortals who defected from Savage Wilderness Great World to Green Lotus Great World, much more than in Yellow Earth Great World. The most famous was Duan Hu. This rank 8 expert was very famous in Savage Wilderness Great World. He took the lead to defect to Celestial Court. This had a bad influence on Longevity Heaven. After many days, Longevity Heaven and Feng Yuan's side sent their armies to invade Green Lotus Great World again. In the sky, Gu immortals fought intensely. Golden Fur Immortal Monarch held 2 large hammers as he charged around fiercely. His body was covered in golden fur, he had many immortal Gu and killer moves ready, his defense was tight and he had no worries when charging into the formation. The mutant Gu immortals on Celestial Court's side were disrupted by him many times. "Don't be arrogant." A childlike wood-path Gu immortal with grass growing on his head gritted his teeth in anger, blocking Golden Fur Immortal Monarch. Golden Fur Immortal Monarch stopped his charge and fought with this immortal. Both sides fought for more than 10 rounds. They were evenly matched. I am Grasshead Baby. I was born with immortal goo. I have great luck. You have immortal goo. My number of immortal goo does not lose to yours. This would Path Goo Immortal shouted with great momentum. Suddenly, his expression twisted as his body tilted. Suddenly, Grasshead Baby felt an unbearable itch all over his body. Waves of ants came out of his body, drilling through his turf skin. How can this be? What the hell are these things? Grasshead Baby was pale with fright. He quickly retreated. Ha, where are you going? Golden Fur Immortal Monarch saw an opportunity and chased relentlessly. Grasshead Baby was hit by the killer move Lingering Poisonous Ant Plague. He was in a mess, and after resisting for a few rounds, he was smashed by Golden Fur Immortal Monarch's hammer. His soul perished. Similar scenes happened to the other mutant goo immortals. The Lingering Poisonous Ant Plague immediately changed the situation of the battlefield. Originally, Celestial Court's side had many mutant goo immortals. They were in a deadlock with Feng Yuan's subordinates who were well equipped. But now that these mutant goo immortals' immortal apertures were on fire, their morale was gone. They no longer had the will to fight. Why are there ants on my body? Don't kill me, I surrender. A huge defeat occurred. Feng Yuan's subordinates chased after them. They had great results. This is the result of joining Green Lotus Great World. All the goo immortals who join them will be punished by Lingering Poisonous Ant Plague. Kill all the captives. Master has ordered us not to take these things. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch and the rest cheered loudly in the battlefield. They fought with Longevity Heaven's group. The mutant goo immortals of Celestial Court could not put up any resistance. The mutant goo immortals who were defeated found that they could not deal with Lingering Poisonous Ant Plague. They could only run to the foot of Book Mountain and pray to the sages to save them. At the peak of Book Mountain, Qin Ding Ling frowned. Feng Yuan used this killer move after all. If we do not deal with this move, our great advantage will crumble. Many of the mutant goo immortals were watching. If Green Lotus Great World was too weak, no matter how many benefits they received, they would not join. After all, no matter how many benefits there were, they needed to be alive to enjoy them. Right now, Fairy Yuxiu was guarding Book Mountain, while Fairy Ming Hao went to the front lines to prevent Longevity Heaven's army from causing any trouble. Fairy Yuxiu was also troubled. Regarding Lingering Poisonous Ant Plague killer move, you have already brought information about it. This move is incredible. It contains Poison Path, Enslavement Path, Refinement Path, Wood Path, Food Path, and even Heaven Path profundities. There are Heaven Path profundities as well? Qin Ding Ling was shocked. No wonder Eastern Sea's Righteous Qi Alliance can only alleviate this move. They cannot cure it completely. Chapter 2184. Peak of Book Mountain. Against Feng Yuan's Lingering Poisonous Ant Plague killer move, Fairy Yuxiu continued. Thankfully, Feng Yuan has already used this move in Eastern Sea. You also placed Zui Xianweng in the Righteous Qi Alliance and obtained first-hand information. Thus, I was prepared for it. But the current Lingering Poisonous Ant Plague killer move has already been modified by Feng Yuan. My original method is no longer suitable. I need to modify it further. When Qin Ding Ling heard this, the serious expression on her face immediately dissipated a little. That's good. Fairy Yuxiu smiled lightly. I only need 3 days to complete the modification. During this period of time, Celestial Court will publicize Lingering Poisonous Ant Plague killer move. Qin Ding Ling received her orders and left. Not long after, the mutant goo immortals learned of this. They were furious. Yellow Earth Great World Sage is too despicable. I heard long ago that Yellow Earth Great World's goo immortals are united and harmonious. To think that Yellow Earth Great World Sage is so vicious, we are truly disappointed. In comparison, Green Lotus Great World Sage is truly generous. He has the demeanor of a sage. Savage Wilderness Great World Sage is only SOS. The spectating goo immortals were very disappointed. They were waiting anxiously, but be it Longevity Heaven or Feng Yuan, they did not react in the way they wanted. Without gaining any benefits, Yellow Earth Great World and Savage Wilderness Great World directly mobilized their armies and started a war. While these mutant goo immortals were disappointed, they also started to feel anger. The sages of these two great worlds are acting like this. Are they not afraid that we will join Green Lotus Great World? The sages of these two worlds are too arrogant. Forget it, let's join Green Lotus Great World. The mutant goo immortals who were spectating almost all decided to join Celestial Court. Celestial Court's wisdom path method is truly amazing. The emotions of these mutant goo immortals are all secretly influenced. According to what I know, many goo immortals decided to join the Celestial Court out of anger. Lu Wei inside to Fang Yuan. The Celestial Court first promoted Fang Yuan's viciousness and ruthlessness. Next, they used a killer move for free to alleviate the lingering poisonous ant plague of the mutant goo immortals. Finally, they secretly used a method to influence the emotions of these mutant goo immortals. Through this series of attacks, not only did they get rid of lingering poisonous ant plague's negative effects, they even retaliated. Fang Yuan and Longevity Heaven were in a bad spot. Right now, the Celestial Court has gathered a large number of mutant goo immortals. They have a clear advantage in numbers. Should we withdraw the army at the front? Lu Wei-yin asked again. Fang Yuan smiled and waved his hand. The Celestial Court is truly formidable. According to my deductions, this mysterious wisdom path killer move also contains heaven path profundities. It can interfere with the thoughts of all living beings like Providence. Lingering poisonous ant plague has been troubling the Righteous Chi Alliance for a long time, but the Celestial Court easily neutralized this move. In fact, I have already modified this move again. However, Longevity Heaven has already made a move. Let's observe for a while before making a decision. Gu Luan was one of the mutant goo immortals who joined the Celestial Court. After forming an agreement with the Celestial Court, she passed through the void and returned to her small world. For several days, she set up an immortal formation. This immortal formation was naturally the support of the Celestial Court. After activating it, it could influence the trajectory of the small world and make it land on the boundary of Green Lotus Great World. The Sage of Green Lotus Great World is truly unfathomable. This immortal formation is incredible and has great power, but it expends little immortal essence. Gu Luan praised in her mind as she activated the immortal formation. The immortal formation burst out with a faint profound light that spread out from the small world. The small world had been flying towards the center of the void, but under the effect of the immortal formation, it started to change its trajectory. After activating it for a few breaths of time, Gu Luan suddenly showed a shocked expression. What's going on? I clearly activated the immortal formation, but the small world is not under my control. It is flying towards another direction. Is the immortal formation ineffective? Gu Luan quickly inspected and found out to her shock. It was not that the immortal formation was ineffective, but there was a profound and grand force that was affecting her small world. Compared to this grand force, even the immortal formation could not match it. The Bone Luan could only watch helplessly as its home flew down and finally landed on the Savage Wilderness Great World's boundary wall. Her situation was not unique. Most small worlds were affected. They either landed on the Savage Great World or were on their way to the Savage Great World. Gu Luan and the other mutant goo immortals were dumbfounded. They joined Green Lotus Great World, but their small world landed on Savage Wilderness Great World. It would definitely be absorbed by Savage Wilderness Great World in the future and fuse with it. This is the method of Savage Wilderness Great World Sage. Unbelievable! That sage has already taken action. He can actually absorb all of the small worlds. Only those small worlds at the periphery are spared. What do we do? Many goo immortals started to regret it. If they knew this, they would not have joined Green Lotus Great World in such a hurry. Peak of Book Mountain. This is Giant Sun's Heaven and Earth Luck Method. Qin Ding Ling sighed. Fate is fixed, luck is a variable. Longevity Heaven did not hesitate to send Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace down. It has already started to interfere with the Heaven and Earth luck of Crazed Demon Cave's 8th layer. That's why these small worlds landed on his side. It is a venerable method after all. Fairy Yu Xiu sighed. Even though they saw through this method of longevity heaven, they could not break it. Not mentioning luck path methods, longevity heaven was superior to celestial court. This method was activated by luck suppression heavenly palace. To break it, luck suppression heavenly palace had to be destroyed. And luck suppression heavenly palace was hidden deep in savage wilderness great world. In the current situation, even pseudo-venerables could not use their full strength. How could they attack it? Celestial Court could not think of anything, they could only watch. This way, Celestial Court gathered most of the mutant goo immortals. They had the advantage in numbers. Longevity heaven took in most of the small worlds. Savage wilderness great world continued to expand. Only Fang Yuan's side was the weakest. After losing this round, not only did they not recruit many mutant goo immortals, they also did not obtain many small worlds. Celestial Court commanded the mutant goo immortals to counterattack. The battle line that had penetrated deep into Green Lotus Great World was pushed back. Goo masters gathered into an army and slaughtered all over the mountains and plains. Immortals fought in the sky. It was an intense battle. Stone monkey Butian rampaged in the sky. It suddenly gave a loud roar as it vanished far away. This move again. Bingjua's eyelids twitched. He looked around nervously. Where is he? Where did he appear? But Bu Tiankong did not continue to attack Bingjua. It teleported behind Shizong. Eat my fist! Bu Tiankong shouted. Shizong quickly defended, but his defensive killer move was instantly broken. Bu Tiankong's fist pierced through Shizong's chest, coming out of his back. Bu Tiankong laughed sinisterly. Its body shook as it activated its killer move. Shizong exploded into pieces, rocks flew everywhere. Bingjua and Shizong were rank 8 goo immortals. Bu Tiankong also had rank 8 cultivation level, but it still managed to kill Shizong in a 1 vs 2 fight. No matter what formation this is, scatter. On the other side, Nye Kuangfeng's scream came from the Rotten Egg Vicious Cloud formation. The 6 Eggman goo immortals from Rotten Egg Grotto Heaven had created the ancient battle formation Rotten Egg Vicious Cloud. It had already trapped Nye Kuangfeng for a long time. It could not hold on any longer. It was destroyed from the inside. The 6 Eggman goo immortals spat out blood. They were either injured or dead. Meanwhile, on another battlefield, Duan who fought against Lu Tonglan. Lu Tonglan was one of the 8 extremities, desolate extremity, but she was at a disadvantage. Duan who attacked fiercely, his body was tough like a mountain. When he charged, it was like heaven and earth were collapsing. Lu Tonglan's Blue Phoenix Totem Killer move was almost destroyed by him. These 3 immortals were born from luck. They are the luck children of Crazed Demon Cave's 8th layer. Yellow Earth Great World should have produced such an expert as well, unfortunately. Fang Yuan saw through the 3 immortals. His gaze turned towards Paradise Earth's tomb. Under his luck inspection killer move, this Paradise Earth tomb's luck was like a mountain of yellow earth. It did not move at all. It was extremely grand. These last days, the front lines had been suffering losses. Many of Fang Yuan's goo immortals had died. But Fang Yuan was still as calm as ice. The casualties were just a number to him. Stalling for time was also beneficial to him. Fang Yuan comprehended many profundities of Paradise Earth tomb. In the past, he could not create a tomb, but now, he could create a huge tomb in the sovereign immortal aperture. It could be used as an earth vein node. Fang Yuan spent most of his time and energy on comprehending the refinement path profundities here. Ordinary goo immortals refined goo immortals, but limitless demon venerable refined worlds of heaven and earth. This gap in refinement path was quickly filled by Fang Yuan. He had made great progress in it. At the same time, Fang Yuan gained a deeper understanding of limitless demon venerables arrangements. It's time. Fang Yuan muttered softly, his gaze gazing afar with a dark and eerie gaze. Crack! A bolt of lightning struck the battlefield. The immortals were shocked. In the blink of an eye, lightning rained down. The immortals quickly stopped and retreated. Next, calamities and tribulations of all sizes appeared like rain and smoke, appearing in every corner of the 3 great worlds. At the peak of Book Mountain, Qin Dingling was shocked. What is going on? Fairy Yu Xiu deduced for a while and understood. This is limitless demon venerable's method. When the worlds fuse to a certain extent, calamities and tribulations descend. At the same time, Feng Yuan's gaze pierced through the surroundings, observing these calamities and tribulations. Waves of understanding surged in his mind. All calamities and tribulations are actually excellent methods to refine heaven and earth. When Gu immortals manage their immortal apertures, under normal circumstances, the main source of Dao marks are calamities and tribulations. When Gu immortals pass tribulations, they will obtain a large number of Dao marks. These Dao marks will modify the immortal aperture, causing the environment of the immortal aperture to change continuously. This is refinement of heaven and earth. Broadly speaking, all calamities and tribulations were refinement path methods. Feng Yuan smiled lightly. At this point, he had already understood most of the refinement path profundities of refining heaven and earth. Earlier, the luck hinted at this moment. It is time to use that move. Feng Yuan activated Heaven's Envy Immortal Gu. Chapter 2185. The sky was in chaos. Gu immortals were fighting intensely. Intense winds howled, wind blades shot everywhere. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch paused for a moment. Wind blades surrounded him from all directions. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch's square face was covered in frost. He snorted coldly as countless ice crystals shot out, blocking the wind blades. But at the next moment, Nie Kuang Feng appeared in front of him. Nie Kuang Feng was a green tornado to begin with. Now that it was condensed into a ball, it burst out with a terrifying suction force. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch had already thought of dodging, but he could not make it in time. He was sucked in by Nie Kuang Feng. He could not escape. Oh no! Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch's expression changed. It was too late to use Extreme Ice Crystal Light Immortal Suppression Coffin Killer move now. Normally, the stronger the Immortal Killer move, the longer the activation time. While fighting against Nie Kuang Feng, Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch could not find an opportunity to use this move. In a dangerous situation, he could not use this move in time. In a deadlock, using this move would expose a weakness. The enemy would be able to take advantage of it. Even if he used it, Nie Kuang Feng would be guarded against it. He could not end the battle in one move. This is my famous killer move, Sucking Life Strangulation. It took me more than 30 years to build it with great care. I spent 100 years to modify it. No one has ever survived this move. You will not be an exception. Nie Kuang Feng laughed sinisterly. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch had a grim expression. He could not dodge now. He could only activate his defensive killer move. Ah! Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch screamed in pain. His arms were first absorbed into Nie Kuang Feng's body. Even though there was a thick layer of ice on the surface of his arms, they only lasted for a few breaths of time before breaking apart. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch's arms were twisted into pieces. Next was Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch's body. This is the end of me. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch was in despair, but suddenly, a black lightning bolt struck down. Nie Kuang Feng was struck by it. It suffered a huge blow. The suction force stopped for a moment. Nie Kuang Feng's wind ball strangulation fell in speed. The green wind ball was corroded by a large amount of black ink. It looked like ink. Damn it, another calamity has appeared. Nie Kuang Feng gnashed his teeth. Since a few days ago, calamities and tribulations had been appearing frequently in every corner of every major world. Especially in the vicinity of Gu immortals, calamities and tribulations were more common. Right now, there were many Gu immortals fighting intensely in the battlefield. It was not strange for tribulations to appear here. Nie Kuang Feng's attention focused on Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch again. Die! Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch tried his best to break free, but he could not resist Nie Kuang Feng's suction force. He was sucked into Nie Kuang Feng's body inch by inch. My life is over. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch was in despair again, but suddenly, a dark lightning bolt struck down. With a cracking sound, the black thunderbolt struck Nie Kuang Feng. The Nie Kuang wind became sluggish once more. and the pitch-black color within the green ball of wind grew even more intense. The power of this calamity is so strong. To think that it could cause such deep damage to me. Nie Kuang Feng sighed. He shouted at Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch, "But you cannot escape, your life is mine." Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch was slowly absorbed by the wind again. It seems that I, Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch, am going to die here. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch sighed. Right at this moment, another dark lightning bolt struck down and struck Nie Kuang Feng. Nie Kuang Feng stopped moving. The wind ball distorted as if it was going to explode. What is going on? What is going on with this calamity? Why did it strike me 3 times in a row? I was so close to Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch, but he was not struck even once? Is his luck so good? I don't believe it. I'll absorb. The black lightning struck Nie Kuang Feng. Nie Kuang Feng did not believe it. I'll absorb again. I still want to absorb. Crack, crack, crack. Nie Kuang Feng could not take it anymore. The black thunderbolts struck down continuously, all of them aimed at his head. It was completely unreasonable. Nie Kuang Feng's body almost broke apart. It could not absorb Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch anymore. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch took the chance to retreat, getting away from Nie Kuang Feng. I actually survived? What the hell is going on? Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch was still alive. He was filled with disbelief. Far away, the black lightning was still striking Nie Kuang Feng. No matter where Nie Kuang Feng went, the black lightning seemed to be targeting him. No, not just the black lightning, blood dragons, gray ghosts, and other calamities and tribulations also came for Nie Kuang Feng. Nie Kuang Feng was going crazy at this moment. He felt like he was being targeted by the entire world. Of course, there were calamities and tribulations that took care of other Gu immortals, but Nie Kuang Feng had the most calamities and tribulations. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch healed himself as he observed. He soon found another person in the same situation as Nie Kuang Feng. That was the stone monkey Bu Tian Kong. This unlucky monkey was fighting against Stone Warrior and several other rank 8 Gu immortals. Countless bats and white sparrows were pecking at him. The stone monkey's attacks were disrupted and disrupted. Even though Stone Warrior and the rest were also affected by the calamities and tribulations, they were much less affected. Seeing an opportunity, these Gu immortals retaliated. The stone monkey was very depressed. In this situation, he could only defend. Peak of Book Mountain. What is going on? Qin Ding Ling stood up, her expression changing. Book Mountain was an information path secluded domain of heaven and earth. Celestial Court's methods allowed it to collect information on the 2 battlefields at all times. Thus, even though Qin Ding Ling was at the rear, she could quickly sense all sorts of abnormalities in the battlefield. Right now, Celestial Court's troops had already advanced into Savage Wilderness Great World and Yellow Earth Great World. Savage Wilderness Great World's calamities and tribulations were few in number and power. Green Lotus Great World's calamities and tribulations were normal. But Yellow Earth Great World's calamities and tribulations were not normal. Not only were they much more severe, they were also targeted at Nie Kuang Feng and Bu Tian Kong. What is going on? Qin Ding Ling was shocked and uncertain. Fairy Yu Xiu had already started deducing. Now that she finished, she replied, "This Feng Yuan is truly amazing. This is his handiwork. This mysterious killer move can amplify the calamities and tribulations of heaven and earth, targeting the most talented living beings." Nie Kuang Feng and Bu Tian Kong represent many small worlds in the outside world, while Green Lotus Great World, they are 2 of the people with the greatest luck in the 8th layer of Crazed Demon Cave. Thus, they are being targeted. Saying so, Fairy Yu Xiu's expression suddenly changed. This killer move is moving so quickly, it has already engulfed us. Oh no. Qin Ding Ling's expression changed again. She raised her head and looked at the sky. She saw that above Book Mountain, tribulation clouds were rumbling, covering the sky and the sun. They were layered and thick, covering the surrounding 10,000 li. The calamities and tribulations are intensifying. What is going on? Qin Ding Ling gritted her teeth. Even someone like her could sense a trace of terror from the tribulation clouds above her. Fairy Yu Xiu's expression was grim. This calamity and tribulation is targeting Fairy Fengya. She has talent Gu and has been in closed cultivation, deducing limitless demon venerables arrangements. When wisdom path Gu immortals make their deductions, they would also expose themselves. Thus, heaven and earth sensed Fairy Fengya's existence and immediately prepared a calamity and tribulation to eliminate her. Feng Yuan used this mysterious killer move. He is actually using limitless demon venerables arrangements to attack my celestial court, damn it. Qin Dingling was furious. Lady Yu Xiu, please allow me to lead Divine Emperor City to the front lines and find trouble with Feng Yuan. He will not have time to use this move. If you do that, Feng Yuan will be happy to see that happen. Fairy Yu Xiu shook her head with a firm attitude. The most important thing now is to protect Fairy Fengya. We need to quickly form a formation and resist the calamity and obtain the best environment for Fairy Fengya. Almost at the same time, inside Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace, Immortal Zombie Giant Sun also sensed Feng Yuan's method. He praised, "This move contains heaven path profundity. It is beyond my expectations. Feng Yuan seems to be cultivating heaven path. But I wonder what this move is called?" Desolate Extremity Jiao Hua said in dissatisfaction. Feng Yuan has already allied with us, but he is still allowing this move to spread to Savage Wilderness Great World. Even our subordinates are starting to be affected. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun smiled. When he made the alliance agreement with us, he had clearly considered this. Thus, it was only a minor move. It is not a violation of the alliance agreement. Thus, this move is mainly targeted at that Gu immortal, Duan Hu. But it is also true that our Gu immortals are weakened by the calamity and tribulation. Jiao Hua added. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun nodded with a deep gaze. He is also forcing me to take action. This is really interesting. Then I will take action personally and take on this move. Master. The Gu immortals in the hall shouted in unison with concerned expressions. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun waved his hand. Don't worry. The Fate War has already ended for a long time. My strength has been recovering continuously. Moreover, I am not only taking action now to deal with Feng Yuan's killer move, I am also taking part in the operation of the world and gaining a deeper understanding of limitless demon venerables arrangements. At the next moment, Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace shot out a pillar of light that soared to the sky. It was grand and golden. Good, Longevity Heaven is also taking action. Feng Yuan soon sensed the commotion in Savage Wilderness Great World. He looked over, his gaze traversing a long distance as he gained a deeper understanding of Savage Wilderness Great World. Longevity Heaven was indeed hiding a trump card. At this time, Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace has activated, creating a wave of luck path. The wave is in line with the operation of the world, complying with limitless demon venerables arrangements and promoting the fusion of the small worlds. No, there is also the method of all living beings' luck. Those mutant Gu immortals under Longevity Heaven are being taken care of. The power of the calamities and tribulations that fall on them is greatly reduced. Feng Yuan observed for a while and gained a lot of insights. At his level, he could already comprehend other things by analogy. Although he was only observing Immortal Zombie Giant Sun's move, Feng Yuan deduced many profundities of heaven and earth luck and all living beings' luck. This move that Feng Yuan activated was called Heaven Envy's Heroic Geniuses. Using Heaven's Envy Immortal Gu as the core, it was specially used to deal with those with outstanding talent. Originally, Feng Yuan wanted to use this move on Venerables, but now that he used it, the timing was extremely ingenious. It was completely in line with Limitless Demon Venerables arrangements. Using Limitless Demon Venerable strength, this move could envelop all the great worlds and greatly increase its power. Chapter 2186. It had just rained a while ago. Northern Plains sky was blue and extremely clear. A Gu immortal was flying at a low altitude, only a few meters above the ground. His gaze was constantly scanning the ground, as if he was searching for something. This Gu immortal's chest was exposed, his body was well proportioned and his muscles were firm. He had an ordinary face, his nose was straight and his lips were tightly pursed, giving off an impression of unwavering determination. The ground he was inspecting had lush grass, it was a field of green. But if one observed carefully, they would find that the ground that was covered in grass was cracked everywhere. There was something fishy about it. The Northern Plains Goo Immortal had sensed some clues and started to investigate. Right now, he had already explored 100 li of land. Suddenly, a green shadow flashed past the cracks on the ground. "Found you!" The Northern Plains Goo Immortal's gaze brightened. He pounced down with a gray shadow, like an eagle pouncing on its prey. His momentum was swift and fierce, filled with determination. Rumble! The Northern Plains Goo Immortal directly crashed into the ground. The ground instantly cracked, rocks and grass flew everywhere. The Goo Immortal's attack hit the target. At the next moment, his pupils shrunk. The ground cracked open, revealing a huge body hidden in the shallow layer of the ground. It looked like a huge yellow dragon. But looking closely, it was not the body of a dragon, but a huge ginseng trunk. The ginseng trunk was yellow and full of wrinkles, giving off a feeling of strength. After suffering a heavy blow, the ginseng trunk erupted with terrifying strength, like a huge dragon turning over. Rumble! The surrounding ground cracked again, grass and mud flew everywhere. The Northern Plains Goo Immortal was also sent flying by this force. He flew into the air and saw the full appearance of the ginseng, only to see that in the surrounding 100 li, there were yellow ginseng roots growing out everywhere. It was like a forest had grown out. Hundreds of ginseng roots were like yellow dragons, dancing and attacking the Northern Plains Goo Immortal. The Goo Immortal breathed in deeply. A gray shadow appeared around his body. Under the shroud of the gray light, his figure became blurry, indistinct. When the ginseng roots hit his body, it was like they were passing through a layer of illusion. There was no effect. The Northern Plains Goo Immortal was like the moon's shadow in the water. No matter how the water rippled, the moon's shadow was not damaged at all. The Goo Immortals thus set their footing and started to prepare their offensive methods. Once the killer move was activated, grayish-green wooden spikes, each as thick as an ancient tree, stabbed into the ginseng roots and nailed them to the ground. As the Goo Immortal continued to attack, the number of ginseng roots attacking him decreased. Good stuff. The Northern Plains Goo Immortal's name was Wu Guang. He was a rank 7 woodpath Goo Immortal called Wood Statue Lord. The longer he looked at the ginseng, the more fervent his gaze became. This withered yellow ginseng was a mysterious species. Even Wu Guang, who specialized in woodpath, did not know much about it. However, this situation was quite common recently. The 5 regions merged into one, the earth veins surged, chi tides swept, and a vast amount of cultivation resources appeared. There were a lot of strange things in it. This ancient desolate plant was the same. Coincidentally, it was discovered by wooden statue Lord Wu Guang. This ginseng was extremely valuable. If Wu Guang could successfully raise it, it would definitely be a profitable long-term business. However, it was not easy to subdue these wild, ancient, desolate plants. They were not like those desolate plants that were grown from seedlings. Subduing ancient, desolate plants involved enslavement path methods. Wu Guang was not proficient in this. He did not want to ask for too much now. He only wanted to kill this ginseng and obtain many immortal materials. Undue delay could lead to trouble. This was the territory of the Huang Jin bloodline. If these Goo Immortals found him as a lone immortal, Wu Guang would not be able to gain any benefits. Immortal killer move, decaying wood dead ashes. After the number of ginseng roots attacking Wu Guang decreased to a certain extent, Wu Guang pushed with his palms. With a loud sound, a gray pillar of light tore through the sky and hit the ginseng's trunk. The ginseng's trunk was pierced by the gray pillar of light. A huge hole was formed. The ginseng roots that were still attacking Wu Guang seemed to have lost all their strength and instantly fell to the ground. They were like soft caterpillars, no longer as strong and firm as before. It's over. Wu Guang smiled lightly, but his expression changed immediately. Rumble. At the next moment, the ground shook, heaven and earth turned upside down. Over 1,000 ginseng roots appeared at the same time. Each root was at least 30 meters long. The roots covered the sky, casting a shadow over Wu Guang's body. Wu Guang was shocked to find that the ginseng's trunk that he had identified earlier was not the main body, it was just a larger branch. This ancient desolate plant might have over 10,000 years of history. It is already close to rank 8, it is at the peak of ancient desolate plants. Wu Guang's heart shook. Countless ginseng roots smashed down. Wu Guang quickly dodged. But at this time, a wild immortal goo residing in a certain part of the ginseng activated, causing Wu Guang's speed to fall sharply. Wu Guang was hit by the ginseng roots again and again. At the crucial moment, the gray shadow appeared again. Over 1,000 ginseng roots were like violent whips, whipping and stirring the air, causing air currents to surge endlessly. Wu Guang's body was shaking, his immortal essence was being expended rapidly. Oh no! Wu Guang could smell the aura of death. At this rate, his immortal essence reserves would not last for long. He relied on his defensive method to preserve his life. But this defensive killer move had a huge flaw. Once it was activated, the goo immortal could not move at all, they could only stay on the spot. Wu Guang was in danger. The situation was changing too quickly, it was a moment of life and death. Wu Guang felt bitter internally. He had been too careless this time, he did not investigate more carefully. The truth was, the ginseng moved underground, it was not easy for Wu Guang to chase it, it was not easy to catch it. If he had the time to investigate it thoroughly, the ginseng would have escaped long ago and gone underground. It is too late to say anything now, to think that I, Wu Guang, would die in the hands of an ancient desolate plant. Immortal essence started to dry up, Wu Guang gradually fell into despair. Roar! Right at this time, a fierce tiger pounced. The tiger's body was pitch black, it gave off a metallic luster, it was huge like a mountain, its claws and teeth were extremely powerful, easily tearing the ginseng roots apart. What ancient desolate beast is this? No, that's not right. This is a killer move. Wu Guang stared with wide eyes, surprised and curious. The black tiger fought against the ginseng roots. The two were in a deadlock, they were evenly matched. Rumble! At the next moment, the ground shook fiercely. The ginseng roots suddenly straightened, and then fell to the ground with a thud, never to move again. What? This is an immemorial desolate plant, mysterious ginseng. It was actually killed in one move. Wu Guang was shocked, his face was filled with worry and solemnity. Many times, humans were much more terrifying than wild beasts and plants. Wu Guang did not need to think to know. The goo immortal who killed this ancient desolate plant was very strong, extremely strong. Wu Guang escaped and saw a green-robed goo immortal. Wu Guang recognized this person, he cupped his fists. So you were the one who saved me, Qin Cheng. Goo immortal Qin Cheng waved his hand. I only assisted you, the one who truly saved your life was my master. Master, whose servant did you become? Wu Guang was shocked. Right at this time, the ground split open. A figure flew into the sky. Wu Guang stared with wide eyes. He saw that this female immortal was wearing a half mask. The mask covered her nose and chin. Her brows were sharp, her eyes were shining brightly. She wore a black gold armor. A domineering aura lingered around her, intimidating people's minds. It was He Lulan, who had just entered the ground and killed the mysterious ginseng. Roar! The black tiger roared as it returned, turning into a tattoo that landed on He Lulan's body. It was the totem killer move, Dark Capital Strength Tiger. Wu Guang had never seen or heard of this killer move before. Seeing this scene, he was even more shocked. He Lulan looked down at him. I saved you, how are you going to repay me? Wu Guang's body shook, he quickly bowed and thanked. I will never forget the favor of saving my life. I wonder if I can do anything for you, Lord? As long as you say the word, I will do my best to fulfill it. He Lulan laughed, looking at Qin Cheng. It seems you know him, what can he do? Qin Cheng said, Master, we are going to Half Moon Hill to challenge Yin Wu Quebec. This person has a close relationship with Yin Wu Ke, he can lead the way for us. Wu Guang quickly said, I do know Brother Yin, but the challenge. Qin Cheng laughed, explaining, Master's cultivation was successful this time, she came out of seclusion to challenge all the experts in the world. I lost to Master, According to the bet, I became her slave. Wu Guang took a deep breath. So that's it? He was hesitant. He and Yin Wu Kei were good friends. If he led this expert to fight with his friend, regardless of the outcome, Wu Guang would feel troubled. But He Lulan did not care about Wu Guang's feelings, she said, then lead the way. Wu Guang's heart shook. He Lulan's tone was filled with unquestionable dominance. Wu Guang was certain that if he went against this person, he would end up like that ginseng. Benefactor, please follow me, fellow Taoist Chen Cheng. Wu Guang led the way under his strong will to live. Inside the sovereign immortal aperture, milky white seawater rose and fell. The surface of the sea was covered in fog, one could not even see their own fingers. In this milky white fog, there were tens of thousands of figures walking and flying. Shizong's mind was in chaos, he was in a daze, sometimes in the seawater, sometimes in the white fog. He could vaguely hear a voice calling out to him, Shizong, since you are awake, why aren't you coming out? Thus, following this voice, Shizong walked out of the seawater, stepping onto the shore. He was naked from head to toe. After he left the crowd, he suddenly came to his senses. Looking at the thick white fog and sea around him, he inspected his body. He shouted in disbelief, Didn't I die? You have successfully revived in Master's secluded domain of heaven and earth, human sea, Shizong. But your cultivation level is gone, you are immortal now, you need to cultivate again. The Gu immortal who guided him smiled. Shizong was speechless. After a while, he knelt down on the beach. I can revive because of Master's benevolence and kindness. Shizong raised his head and shouted, tears flowed down his cheeks. Chapter 2187. Before Fang Yuan entered Crazed Demon Cave, the secluded domain of heaven and earth, human sea, had already been completed. In order to create the complete human sea, Fang Yuan ordered the slaughter of countless humans. The sin of killing was unimaginable, his hands were stained with blood, but he also got what he wanted, he was getting the desired result at this moment. One could imagine, if the news of the dead Gu immortals reviving in human sea spread, the morale of Fang Yuan's subordinates would rise greatly. In fact, in Fang Yuan's 500 years of memories, the secluded domain of heaven and earth, human sea, was used by Eastern Sea's Xia clan. In Fang Yuan's 500 years of memories, Xia clan's Gu immortals would not die completely when they died, they could revive in human sea. Even though the immortal Gu and immortal aperture's accumulations would vanish, Xia clan's Gu immortals could retain their cultivation level and immortal aperture itself. Eastern Sea's Xia clan thus displayed their prowess and even attacked Southern Border for a period of time. Southern Border's Gu immortals fought against Xia clan. As time passed, they learned and comprehended from Xia clan, causing Chai clan to imitate human sea and create human mountain secluded domain. In the 500 years of Fang Yuan's previous life, Fate Gu was only damaged, it was not completely destroyed. The current situation was that Fate Gu was completely destroyed. The difficulty of using human sea to revive Gu immortals was greatly reduced. But Fang Yuan did not let the dead Gu immortals revive with Gu immortal cultivation level. Firstly, reviving Gu immortals with their cultivation level was a huge expenditure on human sea. It would not take long before countless human and variant human lives were slaughtered. It was not that Fang Yuan could not bear to do so, but he was afraid of trouble. Secondly, if these Gu immortals could return to the mortal realm and cultivate again, it would be of great value to Fang Yuan. Firstly, these revived Gu masters were Gu immortals to begin with. They had abundant cultivation experience, they were almost certain to succeed in the crucial part of immortal ascension. These were all good opportunities to resolve Fang Yuan's doubts. Secondly, when these Gu immortals cultivate again, every time they undergo tribulation, Fang Yuan could help them obtain heaven path Dao marks. Finally, after these Gu immortals cultivate again, they might be able to innovate and modify killer moves. In the process of recultivating, they would be more dependent on Fang Yuan, which meant that they would be under Fang Yuan's deeper control. But at this time, when Fang Yuan activated the killer move Human Revival C, his heart pounded as inspiration flashed in his mind. At this moment, he made a crucial breakthrough in refinement path. So the human body goo refinement method is like this. Fang Yuan's eyes shone brightly as a faint joy emerged in his heart. The so-called human sea revival method was essentially using goo cultivation methods to refine a human body and human soul. This was indeed a human path method, but it was also using goo to refine people. Fang Yuan was lacking in human body goo refinement. When he researched the Ni clan earlier, he noticed that the human body goo refinement technique was related to blood path and so on, so his conclusion was not wrong. Using humans to refine goo and using goo to refine humans, the two are essentially the same. The two were two sides of the same coin. Like looking into a mirror, they reflected each other. The true core was the fusion of human and goo. Like sovereign immortal fetus goo, it was a goo worm that could turn into a human body after activation. But it did not provide a soul. Instead, it allowed the goo cultivator's soul to turn into the sovereign immortal body that was most suitable for a particular soul. Fang Yuan was using human sea to revive goo immortals. He was creating both a human body and a human soul. Looking at the legendary immemorial desolate beast Qing Chou, it was originally a killer move that turned into a living being. By extension, any living being could be created using the goo cultivation method. This was completely true in theory. In fact, this was already stated in The Legends of Rinzhu. The Legends of Rinzhu, Chapter 3, Section 14, had a clear record of this. All living beings were originally goo worms in secluded domains of heaven and earth, the blue sea of life. When these goo worms were washed ashore by the waves of the blue sea, they would turn into all kinds of living beings. All methods returned to the same origin, different paths led to the same destination. Using goo to refine humans, using humans to refine goo, human and goo were one. Even though Fang Yuan knew this principle, only now did Fang Yuan understand the true meaning of this principle. This enlightenment was like breaking through the final layer of paper. Fang Yuan's vision became clear. He only needed to make some deductions now to design a killer move that could break Ni clan's goo immortals methods and extract all kinds of immortal goo from them. It was not easy to achieve this step. Fang Yuan had a foundation in this aspect to begin with. In his previous life, he had been using the human isolation-style goo refinement method. After rebirth, he had gone through all kinds of fortuitous encounters. He had some foundation in this aspect. Even though Ni clan did not become his breakthrough point, investigating Ni clan provided Fang Yuan with a solid foundation. Eventually, the quantitative change turned into a qualitative change. Fang Yuan unexpectedly succeeded in breaking through in human sea. Since ancient times, refinement path had two paths. The first was the hairy man nature goo refinement path, using nature and Dao marks to refine goo. In contrast, limitless demon venerable used goo worms to refine nature. The second was the human isolation style. Ni clan's goo immortal refinement path quasi-supreme Ni Ren used humans to refine goo, implanting all kinds of immortal goo in the bodies of Ni clan descendants. In contrast, sovereign immortal fetus, human sea rebirth, and blue sea of life used goo to refine humans. The attainment level of refinement path Supreme Grandmaster is probably these four. Right now, I have already comprehended the human goo refinement method. I only lack the final, using goo to refine heaven and earth. And for this, using limitless demon venerables arrangements, I have already broken through. There are no more obstacles now. I only need to move forward and comprehend all the profundities. Fang Yuan evaluated. Jewel yellow skies. Bai Ningbing's divine sense was searching inside. She was selling immortal materials. Ever since she accidentally witnessed Fang Huan's rebirth and killed him, Bai Ningbing obtained a large number of desolate beast and ancient desolate beast corpses. She even obtained the true inheritance from Fang Huan's soul. Bai Ningbing's immortal materials were almost all sold. Only the final portion was left. How are you selling these immortal materials? At this time, a divine sense came and asked for the price. Bai Ningbing told her the price. Little immortal Xing Luo heard the price and shrunk back. She gritted her teeth and wanted to bargain. Can you make it cheaper? Next, little immortal Xing Luo gave a price and added, "If it's this price, I will buy it directly." Bai Ningbing planned to refine Gu herself. She created the killer move Breath Concealment Ice Pearl. If she could refine an Ice Pearl Immortal Gu, it would be greatly beneficial to this move. Right now, the immortal materials were almost all gathered. Bai Ningbing was not good at doing business. She was just about to nod and make the deal when another divine sense approached her. "There is actually a mala duck's neck here? This food path ancient desolate beast is very rare. Where did you get it?" The divine sense asked. Bai Ningbing did not want to expose any clues related to her. She asked directly, "Are you buying or not?" "What price?" After Bai Ningbing gave her price, the divine sense said, "I will buy it, I will accept all of it. Do you need immortal yuan stone or other immortal materials?" Bai Ningbing reported the ice and snow path immortal materials she needed. The divine sense smiled, "I have all of them, please wait a moment." Eastern Sea. Zue Xianweng retracted his divine sense and contacted the Righteous Qi Alliance. The Righteous Qi Alliance had a rich immortal material storage. Zue Xianweng used his contribution points to take out a batch of ice and snow path immortal materials. After sending these immortal materials to Jewel Yellow Skies, Bai Ningbing and Zue Xianweng completed the transaction. After getting the immortal materials she wanted, Bai Ningbing immediately left Jewel Yellow Skies. Central Continent's little immortal Xing Luo's divine sense was still lingering. It is such a pity. She had lost the immortal material she wanted the most. Little immortal Xing Luo was a lone cultivator. She had always fought alone. She only had rank 6 cultivation level. Her wealth could not compare to Zue Xianweng, not to mention that Zue Xianweng could take out the ice and snow immortal materials that the seller wanted. Let's wait and see. Little immortal Xing Luo was very disappointed. She was unwilling to give up. She used her divine sense to explore Jewel Yellow Skies. What is this? Not long later, she was shocked to find that a valley had appeared in Jewel Yellow Skies. Who placed an entire valley here? Sensing the situation, little immortal Xing Luo stared with wide eyes. This was the first time she had seen such a huge transaction. The valley's appearance immediately caused a small commotion. Many divine senses came over, and many Gu immortal wills also gathered to observe. Who is so talented as to sell an entire valley? It is not easy to do this. It requires deep earth path attainment. This valley is not bad. It has abundant moon path Dao marks. But such a large-scale resource point has high value. Can it be sold? If we want to sell it in Jewel Yellow Skies, we will need to pay Xian Yuan stone. These discussions had just started when the valley vanished. Someone really bought it. It seems that this transaction was made beforehand. That valley earlier seems to be Southern Border's Moon Bowl? It was indeed Southern Border's Moon Bowl Valley. Fang Yuan had left behind a group of Gu immortals in Southern Border, Eastern Sea, and other places. After negotiating with Wu Clan, Moon Bowl was sold by Wu Clan and transported into the Sovereign Immortal Aperture through Jewel Yellow Skies. Moon Bowl is here. Catch it, catch it. Good, good, a little to the left, a little to the right. Rumble. The earth trembled as the moon-worshipping bowl fell to the ground. Rockman Gu immortals immediately went forward and used a killer move to control Moon Bowl's mountain root, causing it to take root in the ground and act as an earth vein node. The other variant human Gu immortals were free now. They watched as they conversed. Did you hear? Shizong revived. Not just Shizong, all the Gu immortals who died in the outside world revived through human sea. Master is mighty, he is omnipotent. Reviving us Gu immortals is easy. But our cultivation level is gone, we need to cultivate again. As long as we are alive, there is hope. So what if we become mortals? We can just cultivate again. If only I could take on combat missions. Don't think about it, those Gu immortals who can take on combat missions have strong battle strength. Even though you have rank 7 cultivation level, you have just advanced, you do not have all your immortal Gu yet. That's right, we need to take things one step at a time. We should focus on completing these missions and raise our strength. A portion of the elites under Fang Yuan were fighting outside, while the rest of the Gu immortals were managing the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. they were working hard and putting in a lot of effort. Even though strange things were happening inside the sovereign immortal aperture, everything was still in order. P.S. I recommend. I am really a rich second generation. This book is quite interesting. Chapter 2188. Northern Plains. An intense battle had just started for a few rounds. In Wu-Kei continued to retreat while pointing his finger at He Lulon. Immortal killer move, crescent stab. Clang. At the next moment, there was the sound of a sword being unsheathed. A translucent light blue crescent shot out of the ground like a blade, slashing towards He Lulon. He Lulon was prepared. She jumped up at almost the same time, dodging it. In Wu-Kei's pupils shrunk. This attack was very fast. Ordinary Gu immortals could not dodge it. But He Lulon dodged it successfully. This showed that she had an exceptional investigative killer move. This method of mine has only failed on Tian Xia Xian and Tian Yizi. The former is a wisdom path Gu immortal. He has the ability to make deductions. The latter cultivates time path and has investigative methods that can predict the future. To think that I would fail on this mysterious female immortal again. Even though she cultivates strength path, she cannot be underestimated. Several thoughts flashed past In Wu-Kei's mind. At the same time, he was still retreating. Rumble. He Lulon exerted strength. Her body was like a meteor. She tore through the air and got close to In Wu-Kei in a few breaths of time. In Wu-Kei gritted his teeth. He raised his hands and used a killer move, Moonrise. A trace of moonlight appeared above his head and floated up, but before he reached the top, He Lulon's fist had already arrived. With a loud sound, In Wu-Kei was sent flying by He Lulon like a rubber ball. His thin body flew far away. He crashed on the ground and was dragged more than 10 steps away by the inertia. A deep trench was left on the ground along the way. When he raised his head again, In Wu-Kei saw He Lulon's figure again, as well as her fist. In Wu-Kei's heart jumped. That punch earlier, even though In Wu-Kei had defensive methods, he was still heavily injured. He did not want to take a second punch. You fell for it. In Wu-Kei suddenly smiled. He stretched out 5 fingers and aimed at He Lulon. Chong 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 chong. In an instant, 5 light blue, translucent moon blades appeared out of thin air and aimed at the center from all directions. He Lulon stabbed forward. He Lulon's eyes shone with a cold light. She didn't dodge or evade, and continued to throw her fists forward. In Wu's smile froze. He watched as the fist grew bigger and bigger until it finally landed on his eye. Boom! In Wu-Kei was originally lying on the ground with his head slightly raised. After receiving this punch, his head smashed into the deep pit below him with terrifying momentum. The earth trembled and rocks flew everywhere. Wooden statue Lord Wu Guang and pure sincerity immortal Chen Cheng's eyes twitched. Just seeing In Wu being beaten up made them feel pain. In Wu was directly smashed into the ground by this attack, and he was a few meters away from the ground. Smoke and dust billowed, but He Lulon did not give chase. Instead, she quickly retreated. Clang, clang, clang. Endless moon blades seemed to have gone crazy. They were created continuously and slashed at He Lulon. He Lulon had a calm expression as she continued to dodge. Her movements were simple and extremely nimble. Most of the crescent blades were dodged, and a few were shattered by her 2 fists. In Wu's crazy attacks finally gave him a chance to catch his breath. He flew out of the deep pit and into the sky. Right now, his face was covered in dust, one of his eyes was cracked, his eyelid was swollen and was purple. His vision was extremely blurry, his gaze flickered with lingering fear. Those 2 punches just now almost made me lie on the ground. So dangerous. Thankfully, I succeeded in moon ascension. In Wu let out a breath of turbid air. The moon aura that had emerged from the top of his head had already condensed into a crescent moon that hung high in the sky under the bright sun. The moon blade killer move was still being used. He Lulon dodged as she split a portion of her attention to look at the crescent moon in the sky. Previously, the moon blades could only be created from the ground. But now they can be created from thin air. Is this the effect of this crescent moon? He Lulon thought rapidly. Her thoughts collided in her mind like sparks. But this kind of amplification is not worth Wuk paying such a huge price. He would rather take 2 of my punches head-on in order to activate this crescent moon first. Lolan's mind was as calm as ice. Previously, she was attacking. Now she was defending. She could advance and retreat as she pleased. Wuk was still activating the crescent moon killer move. Crescent moons continued to be created. His attacks were relentless. But Lulan defended stably. At the same time, she used her fist force to attack the crescent moon in the sky. The crescent moon in the sky was attacked by the fist force, but it only shook like a mirage. The crescent moon is growing? A bright light flashed in Lolan's eyes. She acutely discovered something. So that's how it is. Lulan understood. She stomped on the ground as she charged out, enduring the crescent moon's attack as she attacked Wuk. Wuk's heart jumped. This female immortal's battle consciousness is too strong. She seems to have seen through my combat system. Wuk had an immortal opportunity in his early years. He inherited the inheritance of a certain Gue path Gu immortal great expert. Thus, he had a stable and complete combat system. The crescent moon in the sky would amplify all of Wuk's moon path killer moves. At the same time, Wuk's moon path killer moves would be broken. The shattered moon path Dao marks would be absorbed by the crescent moon, gradually filling up the crescent moon. The crescent moon would turn into a half moon, before becoming a full moon. Once it becomes a full moon, Wuk's offense and defense would be amplified to their strongest state. Lulan saw through this. She started to attack fiercely again. Wuk had already noticed that he was not Lolan's match. He wisely chose to stall for time. He moved while parrying her attacks. Lulan chased after him with all her strength. The 2 immortals chased as they fought intensely. Everywhere they went, rocks flew and humans died. Immortal killer move, 8 directional strength battle. Lulan shouted. Her body flickered as 8 figures appeared, surrounding Wuk. Wuk was caught off guard. He was surrounded in the center. Oh no! Wuk was shocked. Feng Yuan's divine sense continued to spread out in the sovereign immortal aperture. The sovereign immortal aperture was too huge. It was not easy to scan it. He needed to extend his divine sense for a long time before he could see the entire immortal aperture. There were still strange things happening everywhere, but with Star Collection City's control, Gu immortals were everywhere. This was no longer a problem. Feng Yuan was focusing on the Earth vein this time. Originally, the Earth vein had been constructed, but it was very crude and simple. It was just a line formed by a dozen or so points. This line made a circle in the mini-5 regions, connecting from end to end. But after this period of operation, even though the Earth vein was still a single loop, there were already many branches growing from this loop. It was no longer as thin as before. After some time, the nodes at the ends of these branches will connect to form a second, larger outer loop. The entire Earth vein will then have 2 layers of loops. Right now, in the 5 regions, not only were Southern Borders super forces transacting with Feng Yuan, Eastern Sea's Righteous Qi Alliance was also preparing for this under Qi Si Ancestors' orders. 2 islands had already been sold to the Sovereign Immortal Aperture through Jewel Yellow Skies. They were used as the nodes of mini Eastern Sea's Earth vein. Eastern Sea's Righteous Path forces were still in the dark. They did not know that the target of this transaction was Feng Yuan. They had a lot of profits to make, thus they were very proactive. Feng Yuan had a lot of capital. He had been lacking resources earlier, but that was no longer the case now. Feng Yuan had a vast amount of immortal materials. He used these immortal materials to purchase the islands and mountains. The immortal materials in the first 6 layers of Crazed Demon Cave had chaotic Dao marks. They could not be traded. But the 7th layer's Dao marks were all stolen by Feng Yuan through Thieves' Den. They turned into pure rank 9 immortal materials. Each of these rank 9 immortal materials had extraordinary value. They were hard to calculate. Feng Yuan's wealth rose sharply. He was very confident. In fact, if they were not used to refine Gu, these rank 9 immortal materials could only be sold to rank 8 Gu immortals or these super forces. Rank 6 and 7 Gu immortals could not reach the level of rank 9 immortal materials. These immortal materials were too high level. Even most rank 8 Gu immortals could not use them. Only those super forces would want to hoard some. After inspecting the earth vein and seeing that there were no mistakes, the development was going well, Fang Yuan retracted his divine sense. Turning his attention back to himself, Fang Yuan willed, cooking luck pot shook slightly. Fang Yuan started to inspect luck. At this moment his silver pillar of light had changed quite a bit. The silver pillar of light had become more solid. Its size was half of its previous size, but it was at least 5 times more solid. Be it the earth vein structure or Fang Yuan's refinement path attainments, they were the reason why the silver pillar of light had become solid. The 3 clouds that represented star constellation, spectral soul, and giant sun were still covering the top of the pillar. They were suppressing and obstructing it. At the bottom of the silver pillar of light, the surrounding dust had already condensed into the shape of a graveyard, wrapping around the silver pillar like it was supporting its foundation. I have been comprehending Paradise Earth's tomb recently. I have made some progress. I now have the ability to construct a graveyard. Through the graveyard, Gu immortals can be reborn. Even the immortal Gu of the Gu immortal when they were alive can be reborn. Looking at this luck, if I can comprehend Northern Plains Paradise Earth true inheritance, it will be of great help to me. Just as Fang Yuan was thinking, there was a huge change in luck again. At the top of the silver pillar of light, a bright star appeared between the 3 clouds. This star's silver-white radiance penetrated the clouds and shone on the surface of Fang Yuan's silver pillar. It was also a silver radiance. It seemed to be greatly beneficial to the silver pillar. What is going on? Fang Yuan's body shook. So it was like this. I understand now. He looked far away, piercing through the distance of 10,000 li, towards the central area where the 3 great worlds intersected. There, a small world appeared, emitting the strong aura of Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable. This was Thieving Heaven space. There was probably a Thieving Heaven true inheritance inside. P.S. Congratulations to Eating Melon for becoming the leader of this book. My eyes are watery with tears. I still need to update 12 chapters. The pressure is huge. In the past, I could update 7 chapters at once. But update 12 chapters at once? I can only vent my anger and vomit blood. I can't update anymore. The difficulty is too high. Everyone, take it easy. Take it easy. I'm a little afraid. I want to have a good Christmas and a good New Year. Chapter 2189. Bam 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 Bam. A series of fierce attacks sent Yin Wu-Kei to the ground. Yin Wu-Kei hugged his head and curled into a ball, activating defensive killer moves with all his might. But under all sorts of punches and kicks, his defensive methods crumbled rapidly. I admit defeat, I admit defeat. Yin Wu-Kei shouted anxiously. Fairy Black Moon, it's best to forgive and forget. Wu Guang hurried over to persuade her. Hey Lulan was only sparring, she did not have much killing intent. Hearing this, she stopped. She turned to Chen Cheng. Yin Wu-Kei has lost. Who is his next opponent? While she was asking, 2 Gu immortals flew over from the sky. 2 immortals, 1 male and 1 female. The male was tall, he had a shoehorn face and bean-sized eyes. He gave off the aura of a rank 7 light path Gu immortal. The female immortal had the appearance of a young girl. Her eyes were round and bright. She had a petite and cute body. She was a rank 7 wood path Gu immortal. They were Lu tribe's Gu immortals, Lu Chang and Lu Luo. Chen Cheng, Wu Guang, and the rest looked at each other. They did not speak. But Lu Luo asked first, what is going on? No one answered her. Lu Luo looked at Yin Wu Quebec. Yin Wu-Kei was still lying on the ground, being healed by Wu Guang. He smiled bitterly. This Fairy Black Moon came to challenge me. She has powerful methods. I am not her match. Lu Chang heard this and his eyes brightened. He smiled. Fairy Black Moon? May I know your name? To think that Northern Plains Gu immortal world would have such a heroine. Lu Luo mocked Yin Wu-Kei. Yin Wu-Kei, now you know the pain of being a lone cultivator, right? Our Lu family recruiting you as a guest Grand Elder will also be of great benefit to you. At least, after you join our tribe, Any Gu immortals who challenge you will have to consider the consequences of angering our Lu tribe. Yin Wu Kei smiled bitterly and shook his head. Thank you for persuading me so many times, but I am used to living a carefree life. I have no intention of joining any super force. Lu Luo frowned. You still don't know how to appreciate favors? Ever since the Fate War ended, in order to prepare for the 5 regions chaotic war, Longevity Heaven ordered the Huang Jin tribes to unite Northern Plains Gu Immortal world. Many Gu Immortals were recruited by these Huang Jin tribes, while many demonic cultivators were also killed. On the other side, He Lulan had no intention to answer Lu Zhang's question. She said to Qin Cheng, "Let's go." Wait. Lu Luo shrieked and tried to stop her. Then she looked at He Lulan. Female immortal, you're too daring. Don't you know that Yin Wuk was recruited by my Lu family? Now that you've injured him, you want to walk away? Sister. Lu Chang tried to persuade her, feeling a little helpless in his heart. Lu Luo had just advanced from rank 6 to rank 7. The rise in her strength also caused her emotions to be somewhat restless. If she was alone, perhaps her attitude would not be like this, but now that her brother Lu Chang was by her side to rely on, Lu Luo's attitude became somewhat casual. But Lu Chang had always loved this sister of his. He did not scold her. Instead, he stared at He Lulan. Fairy, why are you in such a hurry to leave? Are you interested in joining our Lu family? If I become the Lu family's supreme guest elder. Shut your dog mouth. He Lulan said plainly. Lu Chang was stunned. Lu Luo stared with wide eyes. She was shocked and furious. How dare you? You shrew. Before she finished, He Lulan interrupted her. 2 dogs blocking the way. If you bark again, I will kill you. Seeing that the situation was about to go out of control, Chen Qing quickly stopped her and tried to mediate. Lu Luo shrieked, I will not let today's matter rest. I want to see. Boom. He Lulan attacked fiercely. A strength path phantom suddenly appeared in front of Lu Luo and punched the latter's face, sending her flying. Sister. Lu Chang was furious. He was about to attack. With a loud sound, he was also sent flying by He Lulan. Lu Chang was a famous rank 7 expert in Northern Plains. His strength far surpassed Lu Luo. He quickly stabilized himself. You dare to attack my Lu tribe's Gu immortals? Boom boom boom. He Lulan was surrounded by 8 strength path phantoms. She activated the Dark Capital Strength Tiger Totem at the same time, causing the Lu tribe siblings to flee. This. Qin Cheng was dumbfounded. There is no way to resolve this. Wu Guang was tongue-tied. He looked at Yin Wu Kei and smiled bitterly. So Fairy Black Moon's personality is like this. Brother Yin, you are really lucky to be alive from this person. Yin Wu Kei snorted. If this Fairy Black Moon really killed the Lu tribe siblings, do you think Lu tribe and Longevity Heaven will let us go? Wu Guang was stunned. His expression turned extremely ugly. Do we still have to help the Lu tribe siblings? Wu Guang asked in a daze. Yin Wu Kei gritted his teeth. You want to lick Longevity Heaven's boots? Ever since Giant Sun Immortal set up the Imperial Court contest, Northern Plains has become his territory. For the last 300,000 years, how much suffering have the lone cultivators of Northern Plains suffered? The truth of the Imperial Court contest was known to all Gu immortals. Northern Plains lone immortals and demonic cultivators had a bad impression of Giant Sun Immortal. Back then, 5 Elements Grandmaster, who thought that he was a lone immortal, invaded Longevity Heaven. That was the proof of this attitude. Longevity Heaven wanted to unify Northern Plains Gu immortal world, but it was very difficult. Many Gu immortal experts did not want to submit to the Huang Jin tribes. They did not want to listen to these people that they hated in the past. Unless there were 2 situations. One was when the 5 regions chaotic war started. Northern Plains Gu immortal world faced huge external pressure. These Gu immortals had no choice but to unite. The second was when Giant Sun Immortal revived successfully and subdued these demonic cultivators and lone immortals with irresistible strength. In fact, even in the 500 years of Feng Yuan's previous life, Longevity Heaven was able to unify Northern Plains Gu immortal world because of Ma Hongyun. Ma Hongyun was strengthened by fortune rivaling Heaven Gu. On the surface, He looked like a rising star of humble origin, thus he united many of Northern Plains' lone and demonic immortals. But the truth was he was a pawn of longevity heaven, an arrangement made by Giant Sun Immortal. Because of this indirect method, longevity heaven was able to unify Northern Plains' Gu immortal world after a period of 5 regions' chaotic war. Now that the 5 regions' chaotic war had yet to start, and Ma Hongyun was killed by Fang Yuan, it was extremely difficult for longevity heaven to unify Northern Plains' Gu immortal world. Fairy Black Moon, I will definitely return the humiliation of today's defeat. Lu Chang brought Lu Luo and escaped angrily. He was very strong, but he could not use it. He Lulan was always targeting Lu Luo. Lu Chang was very wary. He could only take a beating most of the time. He felt very sullen. They finally escaped. Chen Cheng let out a breath of air. He had been very worried earlier. They can't escape. After I defeat the lone and demonic immortal experts, I will challenge these Huangjin tribes one by one. I will let the whole of Northern Plains know of my name. He Lulan smiled coldly. Chen Cheng felt a headache. He did not expect his master to have such great ambitions. Not just those lone and demonic immortals, she also wanted to challenge the overlords of Northern Plains, those super Huangjin tribes. Fairy, if you have such intentions, then I, Yin Wu Kei, am willing to travel with you, to strengthen your reputation. Yin Wu Kei walked towards He Lulan with Wu Guang's help. Oh! He Lulan raised her brows slightly. Yin Wu Kei smiled bitterly. To speak the truth, if I do not travel with you, when Lu tribe's Gu immortals come to settle the score, they will not let me off. I do not want to become a member of the Huangjin tribes. All right. He Lulan nodded. In the past, Chu Du had fought against these Huangjin tribes. I cultivate strength path with him. Why can't I defeat him? Let's go together. I will come too. Wu Guang said, this is such an interesting matter, I want to witness it personally. Thus, He Lulan's group grew stronger again. Crazed Demon Cave, 8th layer. 300,000 years ago. In the void, worlds were being created and destroyed like bubbles. Suddenly, iron chains appeared one after another. With a clattering sound, they formed an area where chains intertwined with one another in the blink of an eye. I was actually discovered. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable was surprised. He was forced to show himself. Limitless Demon Venerables will appeared. Stop, new Venerable. There is no space door here that you are looking for. Saying so, countless chains shot towards Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable from all directions. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable moved like lightning. He moved through the chains like a nimble flying fish. Limitless Demon Venerables will? His eyes shined with excitement. How do you know that I am looking for space door? Are you saying this because you do not want me to destroy your arrangements in Crazed Demon Cave? You have hidden the 9th layer too deeply. I cannot figure it out immediately. Why don't you invite me in? As long as there is no space door inside, I will leave immediately. Limitless Demon Venerables will said, Thieving Heaven, even though I do not leave Crazed Demon Cave, I know many things in the world. The current you cannot even control yourself. How can I let you enter the 9th layer? Cannot control myself? Why can't I control myself? Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable raised his eyebrows. I only want to return home. I only want to see my family and friends, but all of you want to stop me. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's expression became increasingly agitated. Limitless Demon Venerable was silent. The chains attacked even more urgently. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable snorted coldly. He stopped far away and stopped dodging. A dazzling sapphire blue light blossomed. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable activated a killer move. The blue light faded as a huge armor covered his body. He turned into a steel giant. The steel giant was covered in sparks. It charged towards Limitless Demon Venerable's will. The chains that filled the sky came to obstruct it but were all destroyed by the steel giant. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable controlled the steel giant and charged forward. He reached the center of the millions of chains and grabbed Limitless Demon Venerable's will. But at the next moment, Limitless Demon Venerable's will dissipated on its own. Almost at the same time, another Limitless Demon Venerable's will appeared far away. He said calmly, This is Crazed Demon Cave. My will is endless here. Is that so? Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable smiled coldly. Then try my next move. Boom, 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 an earth-shattering battle erupted. The worlds in the void were affected, countless of them were destroyed. Limitless Demon Venerables will had the terrain advantage. He was evenly matched with Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable at first. But as time passed, Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable was stronger. He gradually gained the upper hand. Limitless Demon Venerable was dead after all. Only his will was left to control crazed Demon Cave. Chapter 2190. The lightning giant rumbled. Every move it made was emitting boundless radiance. Millions of chains danced in the air, locking down Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable. The aftermath of the battle between the two venerables continued to spread. The entire void was shaking slightly. It seemed like it could not hold on for much longer. Small worlds were affected. They were quickly destroyed. They could not last for more than a few breaths of time. Inside the lightning giant, Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's expression became increasingly twisted. His eyes became more bloodshot. He revealed an increasingly brutal aura. Eat my move! Thieving Heaven roared. The lightning giant's mountain-like body froze on the spot. Its surface quickly changed shape, and with the crisp sound of metal clicking, cannons extended from its body one after another. Boom! Thousands of cannons fired at the same time. Beams of light tore through the void. Red, orange, yellow, green, blue, and purple were extremely colorful. It was a stunning sight. The beams of light moved across hundreds and thousands of li, destroying everything in their path. Countless chains controlled by limitless demon venerables were destroyed. This move contains metal, wood, water, fire, earth, and many other paths. Each color of the light cannon represents a path. Oh no! Limitless demon venerables was shaken. The defensive line that he painstakingly created was pierced, revealing the two great worlds that he had been protecting. One world was filled with wild beasts, the other world was filled with lush forests. They were Savage Wilderness Great World and Green Lotus Great World. Most of the light cannons were blocked, but there were still over 100 that shot towards the two great worlds. What? These two worlds contain life? Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's heart shook. He finally saw it clearly. His twisted and ferocious expressions suddenly became sluggish, and his bloodshot eyes also revealed a clear color. When he explored the void earlier, he saw that the small worlds were deathly still. They had no life. Thus, he did not care about the life and death of these small worlds. But Savage Wilderness Great World and Green Lotus Great World had life. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable did not want to become a bloody butcher. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable gritted his teeth. He controlled the lightning giant to change the direction of the cannons. All of the light cannons brushed past the two great worlds. The Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable spat out a mouthful of blood. Forcefully changing the direction of the attack made him suffer the backlash of the killer move. The powerful lightning giant was no longer dazzling. It became much dimmer. The battle between the two venerables came to an abrupt end. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable breathed roughly. While Limitless Demon Venerables was surrounded by countless chains, he showed a contemplative expression. At this critical moment, one's true nature was revealed. I can open the passageway and let you take a look. After a while, the Limitless Demon Exalts will suddenly said, What? Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable was surprised. But he soon understood the reason. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable still had traces of blood at the corner of his lips. His injuries were heavy and could not be healed in a short period of time. He chuckled. Then what are we waiting for? Limitless Demon Venerables will opened a path and led Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable into the 9th layer of Crazed Demon Cave. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable first saw a black and white mountain. This is the book mountain recorded in The Legends of Rinzu. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable dispelled the lightning giant killer move with a shocked expression. The Limitless will smiled. The book mountain is one of the cores. It is precisely because of it that this Mad Demon 9 Void formation can continue to grow. Every time a talented goo cultivator appears in the world and pushes for the development of a path, The Book Mountain can receive this new knowledge and allow the Mad Demon 9 Void formation to grow with time. Initially, the 8th layer's void was very small, there was no world at all. But later on, as Rule Path, Phantom Path, Refinement Path, and others continued to develop in the 5 regions, the void here also continued to expand. First, small worlds appeared, then more and more small worlds appeared. Reckless Savage Demon Venerable left behind the Savage Wilderness Great World, and Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable created Green Lotus Dao Field, greatly boosting the Mad Demon 9 Void formation. In time, living beings will be born and destroyed in other small worlds. They will no longer be limited to these 2 great worlds. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable went deeper and saw floating ice of all sizes. They were of all shapes and sizes. These are truthful floating ice? No wonder I did not find them when I explored the River of Time. So you found them and hid them here. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable realized. Finally, he arrived at the lowest layer of Crazed Demon Cave. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable showed a dim expression. He was very disappointed. There is no space door here after all. Limitless Demon Venerables did not lie to him. Limitless said, Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable, if you don't believe me, you can continue looking. There is indeed no space door here. How can I find space door? That is my only hope of returning home. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable asked. Limitless shook his head. If I knew, why would I need to fight earlier? Oh, Thieving Heaven, please return, there is nothing you are looking for here. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable was stunned. He was speechless for a long time. No, maybe this is what I am looking for? Suddenly, Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable laughed strangely. His expression was distorted, his eyes were bloodshot, even his tone changed, it became hoarse and deep, as if another person was speaking. Oh no. Limitless Will's expression also changed. The thing he was worried about the most had happened. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable continued to speak in a hoarse and deep voice. If I am not wrong, this is the weakest place in the Goo cultivation world's boundary. Oh, Limitless Demon Venerable, your Mad Demon 9 Void formation is using this place to pierce through the boundary of the world, allowing the things outside the world to enter as raw materials. That is why there are 8 layers of worlds, right? Say, if I break this place and leave the Goo cultivation world, will I be able to find my hometown? Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable said this as his eyes opened wide, the excitement on his body intensified. Limitless said in a deep voice, impossible. Even if we forced him back 2 or 3 times, he could charge in again and again until we expend all of our strength. This is all my fault, Limitless, let me go, I can help you. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable said hatefully. One Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable left through the hole, there was still another Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable trapped by limitless chains. Genesis Lotus was slightly stunned. Who was the one who left earlier? Reckless Savages asked. That was Shasha. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable smiled bitterly, my Tao Guardian. At the same time, the situation was urgent. Limitless interrupted him, asking, what method do you have? Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable said, do you know why Fate Goo's restriction on otherworldly demons is limited? That is because every otherworldly demon that comes to this world carries the mark of their homeland. Those are the Tao marks of otherworldly demons. Next, I will use the otherworldly space path Tao marks in my body to create space and forcefully seal the hole. Use this chance to make up for it. Without hesitation, Limitless took back the chains. Please. Chapter 2191. Crazed Demon Cave, 8th Layer. Big and small worlds were merging rapidly. All sorts of calamities and tribulations were wreaking havoc in the world. The battles between Goo immortals were also extremely intense. The weak died innocently in the aftermath, while the stronger ones were in a precarious situation. They were like small boats in a raging sea. If they were careless, they would capsize and lose their lives. Weak, too weak. Who can stop me? Die! Ha! Bu Tian Kong continued to clamor, It was unstoppable in the battlefield. It was originally favored by crazed Demon Cave's luck. After using the killer move Endless Learning, its attainment level rose sharply. Next, with the help of the Celestial Quartz Immortal Goo and killer moves, its strength rose sharply. Like him, Nie Kwang Fong and Duan, who were the same. At once, the three of them became the strongest Goo immortals in the battlefield. Evil beast, don't try to show off your might. Fang Yuan's 4 rank 8s surrounded the stone monkey Bu Tiankong. Bu Tiankong felt pressure. It stuck out its tongue and licked its lips, its eyes shining with excitement and ruthlessness. Good, you have a lot of people. For you. Du Lei warrior said as he activated a transformation path killer move, turning into a Du Lei lion with a lion head and a human body. Remember, my name is Duo Luo. Duo Luo warrior also used Duo Luo lion transformation, turning into a lion head and a human head. Steel Rush. Steel Rush warrior turned into a rhinoceros. Frost Butterfly. Frost Butterfly warrior shrunk to the size of an adult's fist. It had butterfly wings in human shape, emitting cold air. Battles between Goo immortals were usually fought alone. But these 4 Goo immortals cultivated transformation path. Their Dao marks did not conflict, and they were familiar with each other. They came from Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven. They had rank 7 cultivation level, but with Fang Yuan's help, they advanced to rank 8. Immediately, the 4 warriors surrounded Bu Tiankong and fought. They fought until the sky turned dark, the sun and moon lost their light. Bu Tiankong was surrounded, its injuries increased, but it fought fiercely. Its fists, legs, head, body, elbows, knees, and others became Bu Tiankong's weapons. Fist shadows flew everywhere. Every time they clashed, Bu Tiankong would be sent flying. But the 4 rank 8s cultivated transformation path. Their bodies were tough and strong. Even though they were sent flying, they would quickly attack again, maintaining the encirclement and giving Bu Tiankong huge pressure. The 5 fought from the sky to the ground, and from the ground back to the sky. Everywhere they went, the other Goo immortals dodged them. Awesome, awesome. Come, come, come. Bu Tiankong's killing intent was aroused. It felt its mind becoming clearer. All sorts of killer moves flowed in its mind. The bottleneck that had troubled it in the past also started to loosen. He was one of the 3 children of Providence, and his talent and aptitude were even more extraordinary. The powerful pressure from the outside world was actually an opportunity for him, squeezing out even more of his potential. The more the stone monkey fought, the more ferocious it became. Initially, it wasn't very proficient in the killing moves it had obtained from the heavenly court, but now, it was already very proficient in using them. In fact, it even started to fuse them into its original style. Goo 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 even with, and of goo goo, of we cannot he Ling King of Su, Tian and One Imd, although they were still surrounding the stone monkey, they felt as if they were suppressing a volcano. The volcano was constantly accumulating power and brewing, turning the external pressure into internal power. Once it reached its limit, the volcano would erupt. It would definitely shock the gods and shock the immortals. It would set off a fatal counterattack. Quick, kill him. With the help of the Lord, let the calamities and tribulations wear him down. The 4 immortals quickly conversed in secret, their coordination becoming more and more adept. From start to finish, Fang Yuan's Heaven Envy's heroic genius's killer move was in effect. The tribulation was used to attack Bu Tiankong, Nie Kwang Fong, and the others. Of course, most of the calamities and tribulations were a kind of refinement path method, constantly refining various small worlds, as well as the tangled Dao marks in the large worlds. This was especially so when calamities and tribulations occurred frequently inside and outside the small world. Under the bombardment of the various calamities, the small worlds were destroyed and completely integrated into the 3 great worlds. During this process, the savage great world naturally benefited the most. However, there was still a small world that was unique. Compared to all the other small worlds, it was fresh and refined. No matter how the catastrophe raged, it remained unmoved. It was Thieving Heaven's true inheritance space. Ordinary small worlds were round or oval-shaped bubbles. But Thieving Heaven's true inheritance space looked like a squarish block with sharp edges from the outside. No matter how the calamities and tribulations tempered it, it remained in its original state. Within Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace, immortal zombie giant Sun's gaze was already on this Thieving Heaven's true inheritance space. Otherworldly demon. He snorted lightly. Memories that appeared in his mind made him slightly unhappy. In the past, Giant Sun became an immortal venerable and entered the 8th layer of Crazed Demon Cave. He learned about the inside story of the 4 venerables mending the heavens. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable disregarded the goo cultivation world for his own selfishness and almost destroyed the 5 regions. Even though at the final moment, Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable extracted his own space path Dao marks to create a Thieving Heaven space and block the hole was too big to be mended. The other 3 wills did their best and paid a huge price. Other than Limitless Will, Genesis Lotus Will and Reckless Savages Will had no choice but to go into hibernation afterwards. Giant Sun Immortal thus took the chance to exterminate Reckless Savage's will and obtain the ownership of Savage Wilderness Great World. Thieving Heaven left behind this true inheritance back then. Other than suppressing the whole, there was a deeper motive. It was to leave it for the crucial person 300,000 years later, Gue Fong Yuan. However, I have already made a move in advance and destroyed a portion of the true inheritance. I obtained the killer move Perfect Pair and Imitation Gu. Thieving Heaven's true inheritance space paid a price to block the hole back then. The hole that appeared was not perfect. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun calculated the situation. Since Thieving Heaven's true inheritance is here, Fong Yuan has myself Luck true inheritance. He can definitely inspect Luck and know that this place is his fortuitous encounter. He will definitely go. And Celestial Court will definitely send troops to obstruct Fong Yuan. The enemy is still Celestial Court. Celestial Court had the upper hand and maintained their advantage. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun cultivated Luck Path. He was not as proficient in deductions as Wisdom Path. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun decided to watch Fong Yuan and Celestial Court fight. He would reap the benefits later. The main point was to deal a blow to Celestial Court. Peak of Book Mountain. Fairy Yu Xiu, Qin Ding Ling, and the rest were also looking at Thieving Heaven's true inheritance space. Thieving Heaven's true inheritance space has appeared. Since it could block the hole back then, it will not be destroyed by the tribulations in these worlds. We need to resolve it. It has already become our obstacle. Fairy Yu Xiu said. Qin Ding Ling suddenly received an important piece of information. She quickly said, "The spy in Yellow Earth Great World reported that Fong Yuan has already gone to Thieving Heaven's true inheritance space. But Longevity Heaven is very quiet, there is no movement." Fairy Yu Xiu was not surprised. Of course he will go. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable set up this true inheritance back then to leave it for him. As for Immortal Zombie Giant Sun in Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace, he will definitely come. Saying this, Fairy Yu Xiu smiled. Qin Ding Ling, subordinate is here. Qin Ding Ling had a solemn expression. Let's go. Come with me to meet Fong Yuan and Immortal Zombie Giant Sunday. Fairy Yu Xiu slowly stood up. Qin Ding Ling revealed an excited expression but was also a little suspicious. We don't need to be wary of Limitless Demon Venerable's countermeasures? Don't worry. This Thieving Heaven space is not Limitless Demon Venerable's original arrangement. He needs us to destroy this small world or wait for Fong Yuan to inherit the true inheritance and destroy the space. This Thieving Heaven space is also an obstacle for limitless deductions. We will destroy it, that is what he wants. Fairy Yu Xiu answered. Celestial Court's army moved out. Divine Emperor City carried Fairy Yu Xiu, Qin Ding Ling, and the rest and set off from Book Mountain. At the same time, Demon Judgment Board moved out, Fairy Ming Hao, Gue Fongjing, and the rest were also mobilized from the front lines. Even though Green Lotus Great World was being attacked by Longevity Heaven and Fong Yuan, thanks to Fairy Yu Xiu's previous contributions, Celestial Court gained many mutant Gu immortals like Bu Tian Kong, Nye Quang Feng, and Duan Hu. These Gu immortals caused Yellow Earth Great World and Savage Wilderness Great World to fall into a disadvantage. Immortal Killer Move, Spiraling Green Blade Leaf. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Countless flying leaves were like blades, flying towards Nie Kuang Feng from all directions. Nie Kuang Feng laughed loudly. His figure moved around agilely as he dodged the flying leaves. If he could not dodge, he would crash into them. He had turned into a whirlwind. The wind blades around the whirlwind were like sharp teeth. They were extremely sharp. Xiao Jian gritted his teeth as he looked at Nie Kuang Feng getting closer. The pressure in his heart intensified. He and Nie Kuang Feng had been fighting for several minutes already. Even though heaven envy's heroic geniuses could restrain Nie Kuang Feng, it could not kill him. Nie Kuang Feng obtained Celestial Court's help and quickly recovered. It treated Xiao Jian as its prey. Die for me! Nie Kuang Feng shouted. You fell for it. At the crucial moment, two figures appeared beside Xiao Jian. One was also a mini-man Gu immortal, Green Forest Great Sage. The other was Black Locust, the owner of Great Locust Grotto Heaven. He also cultivated wood path. Xiao Jian's killer move immediately changed. The three immortals attacked at the same time, causing the killer move's power to rise sharply. The flying green leaves turned into seeds that were planted on Nie Kuang Feng's body. Countless vines grew out and bound Nie Kuang Feng tightly. Nie Kuang Feng was originally a tornado, but these vines bound him from the inside out. They interfered with his immortal essence infusion. Thus, Nie Kuang Feng's killer move lost the support of immortal essence. It became intermittent. Its power fell to rock bottom. The vines increased in number. They grew denser and denser, almost covering Nie Kuang Feng in layers. Don't force me. Nie Kuang Feng struggled, but its strength was weakening. We finally caught this monster. Black Locust was overjoyed. The three Wood Path Gu immortals looked at each other, showing expressions of joy. Xiao Jian was overjoyed internally. Earlier, Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch lost to Nie Kuang Feng, but now he defeated him. Comparing the two, Xiao Jian finally suppressed Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch. But at this time, Nie Kuang Feng's aura started to become strange. The vines had already turned into a huge ball of vines, but Nie Kuang Feng's voice could still be heard. I am demonizing. Whenever I am in a desperate situation, I will demonize. I do not want to demonize. Once I become demonized, I will not be able to wake up. Unless I destroy all the living beings in the world I am in, I will not be able to wake up. But you forced me to do this. You forced me to do this? P.S. I recommend Revolution Goddess. It has a different feeling. It is an exciting fantasy novel. Li Qi was thrown into another world by the Revolution Goddess. This world was filled with gods and demons. There were as many mortals as dogs. It was hard enough for him to have a good life, but the goddess wanted him to create a revolution of mortals here. Chapter 2192. Nie Kuang Feng screamed. Its voice became louder and louder as its aura surged, reaching a terrifying level. Boom! With a loud sound, the vines exploded into countless pieces. Nie Kuang Feng regained its freedom. But now, it was not a dark green tornado. It had turned into a reddish-brown demonic wind. The wind howled. It instantly crossed thousands of steps and arrived in front of Green Forest Great Sage. Green Forest Great Sage had already activated a defensive killer move, but after being devoured by the reddish-brown demonic wind, his aura weakened rapidly. After a few breaths of time, he no longer had any signs of life. The demonic wind paused for a moment. Then, like a demon shark that smelled blood, it charged towards Black Locust, who was closest to it. Be careful! Xiao Jian quickly helped. But after a few rounds, the demonic wind still managed to kill Black Locust. The demonic wind finally pounced at Xiao Jian. Xiao Jian could not match Nie Kuang Feng. He retreated while fighting. After a few rounds, his tiny face was extremely grim. His forehead was covered in cold sweat. The aura of defeat was getting thicker. Rumble! Lightning tribulations continued to descend, but Nie Kuang Feng ignored them. It was so strong that it made people feel despair. At another location. Stop! Lu Wei-yin shouted. But Bu Tiankong still punched, smashing Steel Rush Warrior's head into pieces. Next, Bu Tiankong growled and shattered Steel Rush Warrior's soul. Steel Rush Warrior's soul dissipated, his headless body fell down from the sky like a broken sack. Be it his body or immortal aperture, they would be absorbed by the great world as nourishment. Who else? Bu Tiankong raised its head and roared, its battle intent surged into the sky like a beacon, shaking heaven and earth. At this point, the 4 rank 8 Gu immortals that attacked it were all dead, they were brutally killed by it. Lu Wei sighed as he flew towards the stone monkey. The stone monkey stared at him fiercely. Are you the next one? Very good, even if you are a sage of Yellow Earth Great World, I will kill you. Lu Wei shook his head. I am not a sage. Bu Tiankong, your killing intent is too strong. Lu Wei had no choice but to attack Bu Tiankong. Bu Tiankong had killed too many Gu immortals. If it was not stopped, this Gu immortal level battle would gradually end. Boom boom boom. Lu Wei and Bu Tiankong fought. This time, Bu Tiankong was finally suppressed. Although he was strong and could kill many rank 8 Gu immortals, he was not a pseudo-venerable. In contrast, even though Lu Wei Yin's overall strength did not reach that level, his defense was at pseudo-venerable level. Lu Wei withstood Bu Tiankong's fierce attacks with ease. You're not a real sage, but you're already so powerful. Very good, very good. Attack me. Kill me. It's been a long time since I've experienced killing intent. Why not? Why only defense? Is your attack so weak and powerless? What a disappointment. The stone monkey kept on bellowing, its figure shooting through the air like a bolt of lightning. Its attacks were like furious thunderbolts, and its prowess kept on rising. Lu Wei was distracted, because he knew that Feng Yuan had already left for the thieving heaven true inheritance space at the center. Not good. Lord Feng Yuan, please stop. Even though that small world might contain thieving heaven's true inheritance, it will definitely be attacked by Celestial Court and Longevity Heaven. Celestial Court has already sent out their main force. There are many immortal Gu houses and Gu immortals. Longevity Heaven has also sent Calamity Luck Altar. It is not time for the decisive battle yet. What if Star Constellation Immortal Venerable attacks Paradise Earth Tomb while you are not here? Lu Wei transmitted his voice, but Feng Yuan did not even reply. Lu Wei gritted his teeth, his expression turning ugly. No matter how strong Feng Yuan is, he is only a pseudo-venerable, he is not a venerable. I need to help. If Star Constellation Immortal Venerable appears and kills him, who can protect Paradise Earth Tomb and stall for time? Just as he thought of this, Lu Wei Yin's vision turned dark. At the next moment, Stone Monkey Bu Tiankong's fist landed on Lu Wei Yin's face. You dare to be distracted? You are looking down on me, you will pay a terrible price. Bu Tiankong roared. Bu Tiankong flew towards Lu Wei Yin. Both sides got closer again. Lu Wei Yin was sent flying. He immediately activated a killer move. Suddenly, rain started to fall from the sky. The tribulation rain landed on Bu Tiankong's body, greatly slowing its speed and corroding its defenses. At the same time, Lu Wei Yin's killer move showed its effect. Yellow-brown smoke quickly appeared on Bu Tiankong's body. The smoke rumbled and sealed it. Get lost, get lost. Bu Tiankong roared. It activated all sorts of killer moves, sweeping away the tribulation rain and the yellow smoke. However, these raindrops and dust increased in number, and finally he was sealed. A lump of soil wrapped around Bu Tiankong. It fell to the ground like a meteor and turned into a yellow mountain. Just stay inside. Lu Wei Yin immediately rushed to Thieving Heaven space. I am not resigned to this. These things can't trap me. Roar. Bu Tiankong roared. Its voice was like thunder that shook the battlefield. With a loud sound, the mountain was blown away. Dust and rocks flew everywhere as it flew out like lightning again. What? Lu Wei Yin was surprised. Bu Tiankong's performance was out of his expectations. How could it escape so quickly? Bu Tiankong resisted all sorts of tribulations while flying to catch up to Lu Wei Yin. Boom. The two killer moves clashed. Lu Wei Yin was restrained again. This monkey's killer move has become much more powerful, so that's why. Lu Wei-yin realized. The tribulations were taking care of Bu Tiankong, but as long as it could not be killed, it would continue to undergo tribulations and increase its Dao marks. Thus, Bu Tiankong became stronger as it fought. I want this heaven to no longer be able to cover my eyes. Bu Tiankong roared. A rainbow light pierced the sky and swept away the dark clouds within 500 li. I want this land to no longer be able to bury my heart. Bu Tiankong roared. It stomped on the ground and the mountain collapsed, revealing Lu Wei-yin, whose defenses were shattered and who had a shocked expression. Bu Tiankong had already fallen into a frenzy. It discovered Feng Yuan, who was not far away. It gave up on Lu Wei-yin and charged at Feng Yuan. Be careful. Lu Wei-yin quickly warned, this monkey is not simple. Feng Yuan did not turn around as if he did not hear it, he only focused on the space in front of him. Bu Tiankong teleported and appeared behind Feng Yuan. I want all living beings to understand my intentions. I want you, a sage, to vanish into thin air. Bu Tiankong roared, using the strongest killer move in its life. Wind and clouds rumbled, heaven and earth changed color. Feng Yuan turned around slightly and waved his hand behind him. At the next moment, Bu Tiankong traversed the entire battlefield like a meteor, crashing through several mountains along the way. With a series of loud explosions, it created several thousand feet long gullies on the ground. Finally, it laid on the ground, its eyes were wide open, it did not move. The chaotic battle continued without end, and the battlefield that was in full swing became silent. The unstoppable Nie Kuang Feng saw this. His reddish-brown demonic wind suddenly froze. Feng Yuan turned around and looked at him. Nie Kuang Feng shuddered. At the next moment, boundless fear gripped his entire body. I will die, I am going to die. He exited the demonic state, he regained his clarity. Escape! He quickly escaped, leaving behind his opponent, Xiao Hejian. Xiao Hejian was heavily injured and on the verge of death. He had no strength to retaliate, just one attack and his head would be gone. He watched with a dumbfounded expression as Nie Kuang Feng left the battlefield in a frenzy. Feng Yuan turned around slightly, facing Thieving Heaven's true inheritance space again with a calm expression. His gaze turned towards Celestial Court's army. Divine Emperor City and Demon Judgment Board flew over like a mountain. He looked to the other side. Longevity Heaven's Calamity Luck altar shined with golden light as it rushed over. A cold light flashed in Feng Yuan's eyes. He turned into a white ray of light and entered Thieving Heaven's true inheritance space first. Charge in, we will fight inside. Fairy Yu Xiu quickly ordered. Celestial Court's Immortal Gu House also entered Thieving Heaven's true inheritance space. It was not convenient to use their full strength outside. If they used too much strength, Limitless Demon Venerable's countermeasures would be triggered. At the same time, it would be easier to destroy Thieving Heaven's true inheritance space from the inside. Feng Yuan's vision changed. He looked around and saw that he had already entered Thieving Heaven's true inheritance space. Every true inheritance space left behind by Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable could be seen as an artificial secluded domain. This was a strange space. The light inside was gentle, there were no mountains or rivers, there was no wind or land, it was completely empty. But this place was slightly different. Pitch-black lines spread and covered almost every inch of Thieving Heaven's true inheritance space. These black lines were thick and thin. They all gave off auras that made Feng Yuan's heart palpitate. At the same time, Feng Yuan felt a sense of familiarity with these auras. He quickly thought of the mysterious black fire in the Blue Dragon Whale Grotto Heaven. Even though Feng Yuan did not know what happened 300,000 years ago, he quickly understood after seeing this. It seems that this Thieving Heaven true inheritance space is about to collapse. I need to comprehend the profundities within and find out where the true inheritance is hidden. The last time he entered Thieving Heaven's true inheritance space, he inherited ghostly concealment. At that time, Feng Yuan used open door gu and closed door gu to enter. Thieving Heaven's true inheritance space was very stable. There were many winds of assimilation. Only when otherworldly demons touched it would the winds of assimilation disappear. Feng Yuan accidentally saved Feng Jioge because of this. After the tornadoes of assimilation disappeared, Feng Yuan successfully inherited ghostly concealment. It was a smooth process. But this thieving heaven space was clearly different. There were no winds of assimilation. Even if thieving heaven's true inheritance existed, it was hidden deep inside. Feng Yuan had to deduce it. But Feng Yuan was not in a hurry to deduce. He took out a formation from his immortal aperture and placed it in this thieving heaven space. It was the 5 regional limit formation. The 5 regional limit formation activated, spewing out 5 colored smoke. In a few breaths of time, the 5 colored smoke spread and covered the surrounding tens of li. The 5 chi was so dense that one could not even see their fingers. After the celestial quartz army charged into the thieving heaven space, they entered the 5 colored smoke and were immediately suppressed. This is the 5 regional walls? P.S. I recommend Strongest Boss of the Heavens. It is quite interesting. Everyone can read it if you are interested. Earning luck could allow one to travel through the heavens. Chu Yi opened his eyes and found himself lying in the cleansing room. An old eunuch was holding a knife and slicing at his crotch. Chapter 2193. Why are there 5 regional walls mixed together? Is this an arrangement in thieving heaven's true inheritance space? No, this is Feng Yuan's 5 restriction profound light chi, but he modified it. It is like the 5 regional walls have been reborn. Fairy Yu Xiu quickly deduced. Feng Yuan's 5 restriction profound light chi and 5 regional limit formation were exposed in the Fate War. With these clues, it was not a problem for a wisdom path great expert like Fairy Ming Hao. Boom! Feng Yuan suddenly appeared. A killer move slammed onto Demon Judgment Board. The Demon Judgment Board was instantly blasted deeper into the fog. We cannot fight here. Feng Yuan has the sovereign immortal body. He is not restricted. Guiyue Fengjing shouted. Originally, the 5 regional walls had completely vanished. To think that they would reappear in Feng Yuan's hands. It seems that he has prepared a lot for this battle. Fairy Ming Hao gritted her teeth, ordering, find the 5 regional limit formation and destroy it. Southern restriction purple-black miasma light chi, central restriction white-gold sacred light chi, northern restriction jade licorice light chi, western restriction scarlet raging fire light chi, and eastern restriction blue water light chi. These 5 were no longer the same as before. They had all been enhanced. They were almost the same as the 5 regional walls of the past. Back then, Tao Zhu researched the 5 regional walls and created 5 restriction profound light chi and the 5 regional limit formation. Feng Yuan made a breakthrough on the basis of his life's research. He reached a height that even Tao Zhu could not reach in his life. Feng Yuan had the sovereign immortal body. He was not restricted by the 5 regional walls. In contrast, other Gu immortals were suppressed by the regional walls. No matter what Gu worms they used, they would suffer backlash. As a result, Feng Yuan's advantage was too huge. This was something the Celestial Court immortals did not want to see. In the past, they would not be suppressed by central restriction white gold sacred light chi, but it was different now. After the 5 regions merged, chi tides swept through the world and cleansed it. After the 5 regions merged, Gu immortals' auras were no longer differentiated. And this aura was the combination of the 5 regions. It did not belong to any of the previous 5 regions. Thus, no matter which region Gu immortals came from, they would face 5 layers of suppression in 5 restriction profound light chi. Boom boom boom. Feng Yuan aimed a vicious attack at the city of God Emperor, causing the green radiance on the surface of the majestic city to tremble violently. But the divine Emperor city was too big. It was hard for Feng Yuan to shake it in a short period of time. A female immortal rushed out from God Emperor City. She had the appearance of a young lady and was pretty. It was Fairy Yu Xiu. Her fighting spirit was strong, and she took the initiative to face Feng Yuan. Guiyue Feng Yuan, do you dare to fight? Right at this time, another immortal Gu house entered thieving heaven's true inheritance space. It was the Calamity Luck Altar of Longevity Heaven. Inside Calamity Luck Altar, Bing Sai Chuan transmitted, Immortal friend Fang Yuan, why don't we work together and destroy this divine emperor city? Fang Yuan smiled and replied, no, the demon judgment board has already been smashed into the 5 regional walls. The God Emperor City is too majestic and cannot be easily shaken. You stall Divine Emperor City, I will go in and destroy the Demon Judgment Board. Immortal friend Fang Yuan. Bing Sichuan wanted to persuade him again. But Fang Yuan turned around and entered the 5-colored fog without hesitation. Ignore him, our target is Divine Emperor City. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun was sitting on the main seat of Calamity Luck Altar as he ordered. Yes, Master. Bing Sichuan immediately activated Calamity Luck Altar and charged towards Divine Emperor City like a golden meteor. Fairy Yushio gritted her teeth, she had no choice but to defend. Lu Wei-yin also entered at this time. Lord Fang Yuan. He only saw the final scene of Fang Yuan's figure disappearing into the 5-colored fog. Sigh. Lu Wei-yin sighed deeply, he did not dare to enter the 5-colored fog. He could only inform Bing Sichuan, who was inside Calamity Luck Altar, to attack Divine Emperor City first. The 5 regional limit formation continued to activate. The 5-colored fog continued to spread. Within the fog, Demon Judgment Board roamed around, trying to find the location of the formation. And outside the fog, there was an intense battle between Divine Emperor City and Calamity Luck Altar. Found it. Inside Demon Judgment Board, Fairy Ming Hao suddenly opened her eyes. She was a pseudo-venerable wisdom path great expert. Her full strength was no small matter. But this deduction caused her to suffer a lot of damage. After all, she was using a wisdom path killer move inside the 5 regional walls. Good, destroying this formation is equivalent to destroying one of Fang Yuan's trump cards. Guiyue Fangjing's morale was high. He controlled Demon Judgment Board to fly forward with all his strength. The 5-colored fog became denser, Demon Judgment Board's radiance became dimmer. Guiyue Fangjing was enduring a huge backlash. His expression soon turned pale, blood started to seep out of his mouth. Boom boom boom. Fang Yuan found them, he continued to use killer moves with terrifying power. Demon Judgment Board resisted with difficulty, it staggered forward. Ignore him, destroy this formation first. Fairy Ming Hao's childish face was filled with determination and decisiveness. Demon Judgment Board paused for a moment before shooting out a blood-red pillar of light. The blood light was extremely grand. It shot towards the formation with the momentum of wind and lightning. The 5 regional limit formation's surface shined with 5-colored light. It shook slightly but it did not fall. How can this be? Inside Demon Judgment Board, Fang Zheng was very shocked. He knew the power of this move, even in the 5 regional walls, it should not be like this. But Fairy Ming Hao saw through it, her pupils shrunk. Fang Yuan invested a lot in this formation, there are at least 5 rank 8 Immortal Gu houses, its defense is very strong, we won't be able to destroy it in a short period of time. The 5 regional limit formation originally used Boundary and Limit Gu as the cores, with a vast number of Mortal Gu as support. But later, Fang Yuan added Earth Vein Immortal Gu, followed by 2 Immortal Gu, Formation Spirit and Formation Flag. During the Fate War, most of these Immortal Gu were rank 7. But Fang Yuan was different now. During this period of rest, not only did he modify the 5 regional limit formation, other than increasing its defense, he even raised all of the Immortal Gu in the formation to rank 8. He was so rich that it made people's hair stand on end. Demon Judgment Board's full-strength attack could not even scratch a layer of the 5 regional limit formation skin. Instead, because the killer move was activated too fiercely, the backlash was even greater. This famous rank 8 Immortal Gu house was covered in cracks. It was showing signs of breaking apart. What do we do now? Guiyue Fangjing was panicking internally. Fang Yuan was bombarding it from outside. He felt great pressure. The goal of destroying the 5-realm limit formation had also been declared a complete failure. I suggest we retreat. Fang Jing gritted his teeth, suggesting to Fairy Ming Hao. Fairy Ming Hao nodded. We are at too much of a disadvantage if we fight here. But it is fine. Destroying this formation is just an attempt. If we fail, it will not affect the overall situation. Let's go. Fairy Ming Hao came out of Demon Judgment Board, opening her immortal aperture's entrance and quickly storing this house. Next, under Fang Yuan's shocked gaze, she vanished on the spot. Soon, Lu Wei-yin, who was fighting outside, transmitted to Fang Yuan that Fairy Ming Hao suddenly appeared beside Fairy Yu Xiu. He asked about Fang Yuan's situation. Ming Hao and Yu Xiu, these two pseudo-venerables, can they teleport to each other and reinforce each other instantly? Fang Yuan guessed. Fairy Ming Hao and the rest did not destroy his 5 regional limit formation, while Fang Yuan did not dismantle Demon Judgment Board. In essence, both sides were evenly matched. Fang Yuan might have a slight advantage. But the battle was still in a deadlock. As long as the 5 regional limit formation continues to work, the 5-colored smoke will spread and fill the entire Thieving Heaven True Inheritance space. But if this takes too long, be it Celestial Court or Longevity Heaven, they will not allow themselves to stay in the smoke. Fang Yuan thought rapidly. The 5 regional limit formation was not a battlefield killer move. It could not restrain these people. They could still move in and out freely. The 5-colored smoke would take too long to fill the entire Thieving Heaven True Inheritance space. During this period of time, Thieving Heaven's true inheritance might be discovered by someone, or the space might collapse due to the intense battle. Fang Yuan flew out like lightning, leaving the 5-colored smoke. He rushed towards the battlefield of Divine Emperor City and Calamity Luck Altar. On one hand, he was wary of Celestial Court's deduction ability. It was like his refinement path attainment. Celestial Court's wisdom path attainment had a huge advantage over him. Fang Yuan had to restrain these people. They could not deduce the location of the true inheritance. On the other hand, Fang Yuan had to fight while making deductions in his mind. Divine Emperor City floated in the sky, green light spread. It was majestic and unmoving. Calamity Luck Altar was like a golden meteor that was pushed to its limits by Bing Sai Chuan. It flew around Divine Emperor City while launching all sorts of attacks. And between the 2 immortal Gu houses, Fang Yuan, Lu Wei-yin, Yu Xiu, and Ming Hao, for pseudo-venerables, fought. Both sides were in a deadlock at first, but not long after, Fang Yuan and Lu Wei-yin's side fell into a disadvantage. Fairy Ming Hao and Yu Xiu both had extremely outstanding and mature combat systems. Fairy Ming Hao's flying star attacks looked like a single attack, but they were actually consecutive moves. Under the situation of consecutive hits, Fang Yuan suffered higher and higher damage each time. Meanwhile, Fairy Yu Xiu's methods were very profound. She used her attainment level to suppress others. Ordinary Gu immortals could not defend against it. Under Fairy Yu Xiu's care, Lu Wei-yin fell into a tough battle. Meanwhile, Fang Yuan had a taste of Fairy Ming Hao's Pride Gu. The thoughts in Fang Yuan's mind collided. There was a huge problem. Many powerful and complex killer moves could not be used by Fang Yuan. The risk was too high. And most importantly, Ming Hao and Fairy Yu Xiu had great teamwork. This level of teamwork was extraordinary. This was the first time in Fang Yuan's life that he had seen something like this. In this aspect, Fang Yuan and Lu Wei-yin's teamwork was completely suppressed by the 2 fairies. Yu Xiu and Ming Hao's teamwork has already undergone a qualitative change. If I fought them alone, I would have lost already. Lu Wei-yin had a heavy heart. The other side had incredible teamwork. This level of teamwork was beyond the realm of mortals. It gave off a feeling that it was natural and natural. Other than fighting against Fang Yuan and Lu Wei-yin, Yu Xiu and Ming Hao even had the strength to help Divine Emperor City deal with Calamity Luck Altar. Fang Yuan, you want the Thieving Heaven True Inheritance? Fairy Yu Xiu smiled. Then do you know that Giant Sun Immortal had once come here and destroyed Thieving Heaven's world, forcefully taking out a portion of the true inheritance? Thankfully you are allies now, you can ask for it. Fairy Yu Xiu smiled sweetly, sowing discord. Fang Yuan snorted coldly. He said to Lu Wei-yin, go deal with Divine Emperor City, I will deal with these 2. Lord Fang Yuan, without me, you are alone. Lu Wei-yin hesitated. Fang Yuan glanced at him coldly. Go, you are hindering me. Lu Wei-yin gritted his teeth. He had to fly away from Fang Yuan. Fairy Yu Xiu and Ming Hao immediately saw their weakness. They looked at each other before attacking Fang Yuan at lightning speed. Fang Yuan opened his Immortal Aperture's entrance, letting out a young Gu Immortal. It was rank 8 transformation path Gu Immortal Jean Budu. Immortal Killer Move, Incomplete Freedom Transformation. The young man shouted, a blood-red cloak fluttered behind him. I became more handsome and stronger. Jean Budu clenched his fists, staring at the two female immortals with a bright gaze and surging battle intent. Please remember this book's domain name. Literature Library Mobile Version. Chapter 2194. In Thieving Heaven's True Inheritance Space, the battle between the two immortal Gu houses had been going on for some time. The battle was intense. Come and fight. Jean Budu shouted. He was like a rampaging dragon, charging towards the two pseudo-venerables of Celestial Court, Ming Hao and Yu Xiu. Yu Xiu and Ming Hao split up, retreating at the same time, hiding far away. Jean Budu missed again. He snorted coldly, feeling a little angry. He was one of Fang Yuan's clones. He cultivated Transformation Path. His cultivation level was rank 8 and he had totem killer moves. But his battle strength was still far from peak rank 8. He was not the match of experts like Qin Ding Ling and Wu Yong. But once he used Incomplete Freedom Transformation, he rose to pseudo-immortal venerable battle strength. Incomplete Freedom Transformation was not a small matter, it was extremely profound. This move was made up of 3 moves. They were Thunder Rush Yellow Bird Transformation, Devouring Blue Leopard Transformation, and Internal Breath Green Fish Transformation. After Jean Budu used Incomplete Freedom Transformation, he immediately gained the advantage of the 3 killer moves. He did not have any shortcomings in other aspects. He could move like lightning, he could breathe out lightning bolts, he had strong recovery and regeneration abilities, he could also devour all attacks. Even though he had a human body, his movements were filled with monstrous strength that could scare even ghosts and deities. He directly suppressed all immemorial desolate plants and immemorial desolate beasts. He turned into a human-shaped dragon that fought heaven and earth, rampaging unhindered. Even Yu Xiu and Ming Hao did not dare to fight Jean Budu head-on, they only fought while moving around. However, all sorts of killer moves flew towards Jean Budu. He would either devour them or endure them. His injuries would heal rapidly. After the first few rounds, Yu Xiu and Ming Hao lost their temper towards Jean Budu. This opponent's skin was too thick, but he was extremely fast. Fortunately, he was slightly weaker in Wisdom Path, but Yu Xiu and Fairy Ming Hao were the most proficient in this path. Thus, Yu Xiu and Ming Hao used Wisdom Path killer moves to weaken Jean Budu while helping themselves to deduce and evade Jean Budu's attacks. It was undoubtedly a wise decision for Fang Yuan to hand over incomplete freedom to Jean Budu. He himself was a pseudo-immortal venerable, so it was a bit of a waste for him to use his incomplete freedom. Handing it over to Jean Budu immediately gave him another pseudo-immortal venerable to assist him. After Jean Budu made his move, the situation changed. Fang Yuan and Jean Budu joined hands and fought fiercely against Yu Xiu and Ming Hao, regaining control of the situation. The Celestial Court lost their previous advantage, and both sides fell into a stalemate again. Jean Budu frowned deeply. These two are very slippery, they play to their strengths and avoid their weaknesses, they are not letting me use my advantage at all. Moreover, their coordination is too good, my main body and I are the closest, but our coordination is actually not as good as theirs. This is likely related to the fact that they are both Wisdom Path great experts. Rumble, while moving and turning, both sides exchanged killer moves again, creating a dazzling display of fireworks. Fang Yuan's main body had a cold expression from start to finish. Yu Xiu and Ming Hao were also secretly scheming. From the start of the battle, Fang Yuan has not used his full strength. He is deducing while fighting. He wants to deduce the location of Thieving Heaven's true inheritance. Fairy Yu Xiu had a deep understanding of the enemy's situation. Fairy Ming Hao gritted her teeth. He still has the Qi Si clone that also has pseudo-venerable battle strength. If he lets it out, it will be troublesome. If we work together, we can block the 3 of them, but the crafty Fang Yuan will definitely make use of his advantage in numbers. He will let us go and focus on Divine Emperor City. The Celestial Court actually knew about Qi Si ancestors' true identity. It turned out that Qin Dingling had already found out about this secret, but she pretended not to know. During the pursuit of Fang Yuan, the Celestial Court did not notice it. But after the pursuit, Qin Dingling learned of this truth from the Celestial Court Grotto Heaven. After all, the Qi Si clone was formed in the Celestial Court. He even used the Qi harvest fruit that the Celestial Court produced. The Celestial Court had stood for 3 million years without falling. It naturally had its methods. Precisely because of this, the Qi Si clone used the name of the Righteous Qi Alliance to invite the Celestial Court to send Gu immortals to deal with Fang Yuan, but Qin Dingling brushed it off. Fairy Yu Xiu transmitted, Qin Dingling is a qualified leader of the Celestial Court. Back then, the Celestial Court lacked pseudo-venerable battle strength. If she did not act, Fang Yuan would misjudge the situation and not expose the Qi Si clone. In this battle, we will benefit from it. Fairy Ming Hao nodded to herself. In a hurry, Fang Yuan cannot be killed. We cannot let Fang Yuan obtain the thieving heaven true inheritance here. We need to focus on this thieving heaven space and destroy it from the inside. The battle was intense, but strangely, none of the Gu immortals in the battle treated the other party as their main target. Fang Yuan had been deducing in secret. He did not use his full strength. Zhan Budu was released to restrain the two pseudo-venerables of the Celestial Court. After all, his clone's cooperation was much better than Lu Wei Yin's cooperation. Meanwhile, the Celestial Court's main goal was to destroy the thieving heaven true inheritance. As for Longevity Heaven's side, Calamity Luck Altar had been looking for trouble with Divine Emperor City. It used all sorts of killer moves without restraint, not caring about the thieving heaven true inheritance space. Evidently, no matter what Immortal Zombie Giant Sun's main motive was, he definitely wanted to destroy this space in advance, so that Fang Yuan could not obtain anything. Even though Longevity Heaven allied with Fang Yuan, it was only because of the pressure from the Celestial Court. They did not want to see Fang Yuan receive funding again, especially when this funding came from the venerable thieving heaven. Outside Divine Emperor City, the jade green light was still dense, firmly protecting it, no matter how the outside world attacked. Divine Emperor City was not just defending, it had both offense and defense. Immortal killer move, Divine Bean Soldiers. The yellow bean soldiers charged at the front, the green bean soldiers rained down arrows, the red bean soldiers self-detonated, and the black bean soldiers were the core of the army. There were also blue bean soldiers and white bean soldiers mixed in, each of them had their own role. Every time Lu Wei Yin charged towards Divine Bean Palace, he would be attacked by these Divine Bean soldiers. Lu Wei Yin used an offensive killer move. These Divine Bean soldiers suffered heavy losses, only 1 out of 10 survived. This result shocked Lu Wei Yin. Even though he was more skilled in defense, his offensive methods were definitely at the peak of rank 8, to think that he could not completely eliminate these Divine Bean soldiers. The reason was Divine Emperor City's other move, Graftwood. This move allowed the Divine Bean soldiers to connect with each other. The damage they suffered would be shared among them. Most of the damage would be shared with Divine Emperor City, while the rest would be distributed to these Divine Bean soldiers. Thus, the Divine Bean soldiers were very tenacious in this battle. Lu Wei Yin spent some effort to break out of the encirclement. When he got close to Divine Emperor City, countless lightning bolts attacked him. It was a mortal killer move, Myriad Life Spring Lightning. Countless lightning bolts moved like snakes and dragons. There were also jade green lightning balls that bombarded him. After the lightning balls exploded, the scattered wood path Dao marks remained in the surroundings, gradually transforming this battlefield. Thankfully, this was Thieving Heaven's true inheritance space. It was not the ordinary 5 regions. This move's prowess could not be fully displayed. And when Lu Wei Yin endured the lightning bolts and got closer, the jade lights outside Divine Emperor City would turn into whirlpools that shot out painting path killer moves. These paintings were complex and varied. They involved flowers, birds, fishes, and insects. They were extremely flexible and gave Lu Wei Yin a lot of trouble. Painting path is a whole of its own. My attacks cannot block them. My defensive methods cannot conceal them completely either. This is truly troublesome. Painting path was hidden by Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable. After all, Lu Wei-yin was at a loss in this battle. Lu Wei-yin could not break Divine Emperor City's defenses. Calamity Luck Altar was the same. Calamity Luck Altar was a rank 8 Luck Path Immortal Gu House. It was personally created by Giant Sun Immortal when he was alive. It displayed unparalleled might during the Fate War. But now, it was hard to gain any results against Divine Emperor City. Because Divine Emperor City would shoot out a faint white light from time to time, Calamity Luck Altar would have to evade it every time, not daring to be hit by it. This was the human path killer move, Ruined Family. This move countered Immortal Gu Houses. Back then, during the Fate War, Immortal Gu House Chicken Dog Coop was only hit once before the entire Immortal Gu House was destroyed on the spot. None of the Gu Immortals inside survived. This was a human path offensive killer move created by star constellation Immortal Venerable. Calamity Luck Altar was restricted because of it. At once, Calamity Luck Altar only dared to patrol outside. This 3-layered round altar had many pillars, white jade railings, and golden light, but right now, it gave off the feeling of a powerless and irritated fly. Thinking about it, it was not strange. Calamity Luck Altar displayed its might earlier, but it was mostly fighting against Gu Immortals. In fact, its most valuable method was the killer move, Tribulation Operation Freedom Wheel. This move could transform all sorts of calamities and tribulations into something that did no damage to the immortal aperture. It could even turn into a rain dew that nourished the immortal aperture. Longevity Heaven relied on Calamity Luck Altar to safely survive calamities and tribulations and grow stronger. This was Calamity Luck Altar's position. Giant Sun Immortal left it in Longevity Heaven before his death for this reason. Divine Emperor City's Painting World. Fang Di-chang and Shen Shang worked together to comprehend the profundities within. There must be some problems in the outside world. A huge battle is likely to occur. Divine Emperor City has Emperor City and Divine Bean Palace's various methods. These methods are being used frequently now. It shows that the Gu cultivator attacking Divine Emperor City has extraordinary battle strength. Shen Shang said. To them, this was a great thing. The more these methods were used, the clearer they could see and comprehend the profundities of Wood Path, Painting Path, and Human Path. Could the one attacking the Divine Emperor City be his main body? Fang Di-chang guessed. Or is it trying to save the existences in Qi Howling Painting World and Beast Howling Painting World? At this time, Shen Shang and Fang Di-chang's expressions changed drastically. They stood up in shock. Their gazes penetrated the secret room and looked at the sky in the painting. In the sky, wisps of golden light suddenly gathered and condensed into 2 large hands. These 2 giant hands covered the sky and covered the earth. They were unimaginably large. The left hand grabbed the Roaring Chi mural and the right hand dug out the Roaring Beast mural. Genesis Lotus will roared furiously. The power of the painting path erupted, suppressing these 2 giant hands with all his might. Thieving Heaven's true inheritance space. The battle reached the final juncture. The entire thieving sky was covered in black cracks. It was on the verge of destruction. Jean Boudou gritted his teeth anxiously. My main body has yet to deduce the location of the true inheritance. I'm afraid it's really too late. The time has come. Inside Calamity Luck Altar, Immortal Zombie Giant Sun glanced at Fang Yuan and stepped out. In the next instant, he appeared on the battlefield. P.S. Congratulations to Sanshin Dazzling World and Yusin Daoist for becoming the 2 new Alliance Masters of this book. Cough cough. Demanded. Can anyone tell me how many chapters 10? Pull up load next chapters. Chapter 2195. Giant Sun Immortal? Fang Yuan's pupils shrunk. Even though he had guessed it, he was still shocked internally. Golden light shone in the battlefield. Divine Emperor City shook intensely as if something was about to break out of it. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun shouted. Inside the painting world, countless citizens stared at the sky with dumbfounded expressions. They saw 2 giant hands flying through the air and creating 2 huge black holes in the painting world. The two giant hands flew out of Divine Emperor City and disintegrated on the battlefield, revealing Demon Immortal Chi-Ju and Mao Li Chiu. I'm saved. Demon Immortal Chi-Ju was overjoyed. Master! Mao Li Chiu saw Immortal Zombie Giant Sun and started crying. I knew you would come to save me, woof. Mao Li Chiu shrunk rapidly, becoming small and exquisite as it entered Immortal Zombie Giant Sun's embrace. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun revealed a doting smile as he patted Mao Li Chiu's head. You are still the same, barking like a dog when you are happy. Woof woof woof. Mao Li Chiu looked up at its master, barking as tears rolled down its face. Giant Sun immortal? He has already recovered to this extent. Fairy Ming Hao was shocked. Ignore him, stall Fang Yuan with all your strength. Thieving Heaven's true inheritance space is about to be destroyed. Fairy Yu Xiu reminded. Fang Yuan snorted coldly as he opened his Immortal Aperture's entrance. Qi Si Ancestor flew out. Immortal Killer Move, Unlimited Qi Si. At once, a grand and boundless aura surged over. Ming Hao and Yu Xiu were obstructed by this move. Fang Yuan took the chance to escape into the five-colored smoke. This is the place. He found the location of Thieving Heaven's true inheritance. The five-colored smoke had already corroded it. Fang Yuan instantly broke through and took away the remaining Thieving Heaven true inheritance. Almost at the next moment, Thieving Heaven's true inheritance space collapsed. Quickly leave. Lu Wei-yin and the rest quickly retreated. After Fang Yuan kept the 5 regional limit formation, he was the last to come out. Thieving Heaven's true inheritance space vanished at almost the same time. In the end, he still succeeded. Fairy Ming Hao sighed. Fairy Yu Xiu laughed. Half of this true inheritance has already been destroyed. It is fine, we have already achieved our goal in this battle. Let's go. The next part is the key. Fairy Yu Xiu put away Divine Emperor City and the two immortals instantly disappeared. Seeing this scene, Fang Yuan revealed a thoughtful expression. Lord Fang Yuan. Lu Wei-yin hurried over and met up with Zhan Budu, Qi Si Ancestor, and Fang Yuan. On the other side was Calamity Luck Altar and Immortal Zombie Giant Sun. Both sides did not speak. Although they were allies, both sides were well aware of the reliability of such an alliance. For pseudo-venerables, Bing Sai Chuan, who was in Calamity Luck Altar, was speechless. In such a short period of time, Fang Yuan's strength actually rose to such a level. Longevity Heaven's Gu immortals were not fools. Once Qi Si Ancestor appeared, they guessed that this was Fang Yuan's clone. Giant Sun Immortal. Fang Yuan looked at Immortal Zombie Giant Sun with narrowed eyes, remaining silent. Even though the other party was clearly an immortal zombie, he had extraordinary strength and profound methods. He immediately broke Divine Emperor City and saved Demon Immortal Chi-Ju and Mao Li Chiu, who were sealed in the painting world. Right now, Mao Li Chiu was curled up in Immortal Zombie Giant Sun's arms, wagging its tail and begging for mercy. Where was the majesty of a legendary immemorial beast? As for Demon Immortal Chi-Ju, he was hovering at the side with a hesitant and doubtful expression. He was saved by Immortal Zombie Giant Sun, but right after he was saved, Celestial Court, Longevity Heaven, and Fang Yuan fought, and then Thieving Heaven's true inheritance space was destroyed. What happened to this world in the end? The situation was quite complicated. Demon Immortal Chi-Ju could not accept it immediately. Fang Yuan. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun nodded at Fang Yuan and spoke first. This is Celestial Court scheme. Fang Yuan raised his eyebrows slightly. Oh? What scheme? Immortal Zombie Giant Sun pointed at the place where Thieving Heaven's true inheritance space was destroyed. According to what I know, Thieving Heaven's true inheritance space was added after the event. It was used for emergency purposes. It greatly hindered Limitless Demon Venerable's deduction. Thus, Limitless was happy to destroy this place. At the same time, Celestial Court's Feng Ya's deduction of Limitless Demon Venerable's arrangements was obstructed by this space. Now that this place is destroyed, her side is basically a piece of flat land. When I deduced Limitless arrangements earlier, I fought with her from afar. This immortal is the strongest wisdom path expert among the 3 pseudo-venerables. She has already touched the other core of the 9th layer, primordial domain. Celestial court came this time to obstruct you, Feng Yuan, from obtaining thieving heaven's true inheritance, but the truth is that they are using the captives in Divine Emperor City to lure me into taking action. Without my obstruction, Feng Ye did not show up. It is very likely that she has already made a breakthrough. Her original lead is already huge. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun had just finished speaking when Feng Yuan's expression changed slightly. The other immortal's pupils shrunk. Even Immortal Zombie Giant Sun turned to look at Green Lotus Great World. The immortal's gazes pierced through 10,000 li. They saw that at the center of Green Lotus Great World, at the peak of Book Mountain, a lump of light appeared. This lump of pure white light was extremely huge, far larger than Book Mountain. It was like a sphere, but it was shining brightly inside. Faint white light flickered continuously. The immortal's hearts shook. Lu Wei Yin's expression was unsightly. He blurted out, "Primordial Domain." The Legends of Renzu, Chapter 5, Section 36. Carefree Wisdom Star was born. She was very smart and quick-witted. Renzu liked his 8th child very much. But at the same time, Renzu was very troubled. My mind is broken, what do? I cannot fill it with more knowledge. Sigh, it seems that only the two of you can help me. Thus, Carefree Wisdom Star and Great Strength True Martial Kai used their minds to fill up with knowledge. They filled their minds with knowledge and went on their way with Renzu. Renzu and his son and daughter made their 3rd attempt. Before they moved, they would scatter ink texts and knowledge. The ink texts described the knowledge and formed a black path. Renzu and his children walked on this small path and walked forward. But when they used up all of their knowledge and reached the end of the ink text path, they did not see Wisdom Gu. Renzu's 3rd attempt failed again. Great Strength True Martial shrugged, saying in disappointment, "What do? We have already tried our best, but our knowledge is not enough. But we can't bring any more knowledge." Renzu sighed, feeling helpless. At this time, Hope Gu flew out. "Oh human, don't be disappointed, I am here." Renzu was curious. "What can you do?" Hope Gu replied, "Oh human, I can help you awaken your aperture." Hope Gu could awaken one's aperture. Hope Gu exerted its strength, opening an aperture for Renzu. Modesty Gu laughed. "Then let me help you as well, human. Oh human, with humility, you will be more open-minded, you will be able to store more things." Thereupon, the aperture became much larger. Renzu obtained this aperture and was very happy. "This is so huge, I can store countless knowledge. This is amazing." Renzu and his children returned to Book Mountain again, refining knowledge and collecting ink texts. Renzu stuffed a lot of knowledge into his aperture, to the point that he did not even know how much he had. Renzu and his children set off for the 4th time. They walked on the ink text path and went deep into Qian Kun Crystal Wall. They went very deep. They searched many places and changed directions, but they could not find Wisdom Gu. They had no choice but to return to Book Mountain again. Because this exploration took too long, the ink text path that they set off could not withstand the flood of information. Many of them had already disappeared. Renzu found an Inkman elder and asked, "Why can't we find Wisdom Gu?" The Inkman elder said, "Sometimes when we Inkmen go out to explore, we will see Wisdom Gu by chance. But the 3 of you have searched almost the entire Qiankun Crystal Wall and did not see Wisdom Gu. It is likely that it is hiding and does not want to see you." Carefree Wisdom Heart quickly asked, "Then where is Wisdom Gu hiding?" The Inkman elder pondered, "Oh humans, you have searched almost the entire Qiankun Crystal Wall. But if Wisdom Gu is still in Qiankun Crystal Wall, then it can only be hiding in one place. This place is called Primordial Domain. It is the most mysterious place in Qiankun Crystal Wall. Qiankun Crystal Wall reflects everything that happens in the world. It contains endless information. And Primordial Domain contains the information of the beginning of heaven and earth. It also contains the information of the end of all living beings. It is the starting point and also the end point. It has nothing, but it contains everything." Great Strength True Martial was overjoyed. "We have never been to Primordial Domain, oh Inkman Elder. Please tell us how to go to primordial domain. The Inkman elder shook his head. It is not that I do not want to help you, but we Inkmen have only heard of this place, we have never been there. Oh humans, we Inkmen admire you. The knowledge that you possess has long surpassed ours. So, if you want to go to primordial domain, you can only rely on yourselves. Renzu and his children could only research on their own. Carefree Wisdom Heart had a discovery. She cried out in joy, I found it, I found it. Oh my daughter, what did you find that made you so happy? Renzu asked curiously. Carefree Wisdom Heart spread out her two palms. I found the pear goo in my right palm. I found the error goo in my left palm. These two goo grew out of your body. They look ordinary, they are not as good looking as my authority goo. How can they help us? Great Strength True Marshal was very proud, he did not mind. Carefree Wisdom Heart replied, these two goo can allow us to differentiate knowledge. Look at this knowledge, many of them are correct now, but after some time, they will be wrong. There are also many that are correct here, but wrong there. I feel that if we find the knowledge that has always been correct and use it to create our path, we will definitely be able to reach primordial domain. Renzu nodded, you are right. Let's give it a try. But no matter how they searched, they could not find such knowledge. Great Strength True Marshal Strong Goo said proudly, oh humans, it is futile to search like this. Because in this world, there is only strength and weakness, there is no right or wrong. Only people like you are doing unnecessary things, there is no right or wrong. Chapter 2196. Venomous Goo Master is taking a day off. Currently typing, please wait for a moment. After the content has been updated, please refresh the page to receive the latest update. Chapter 2197. Qian Kuan Crystal Wall reflects everything that happens in the world. All of the information is real, there is no fake information. Using right and wrong cannot filter them, because they exist, or rather, they existed before, then they are all logical. Carefree Wisdom Heart was criticized, but her eyes were shining brightly. I understand, the existence of all things in the world, be it right or wrong, they are all logical, they have their true meaning. This is true meaning. Be it information or knowledge, they are a form of expression of true meaning, a form of confession. If we can grasp true meaning, not only can we explain what is right, we can also explain what is wrong, we can understand everything. Let us find it together. The three of them began to dig out the true meaning from the sea of knowledge. Great Strength True Marshal was impatient. Renzu also could not persevere. Only Carefree Wisdom Heart was still meticulous. She had a solemn expression. After a long time, Great Strength True Marshal suddenly pointed at Carefree Wisdom Heart, saying in surprise, look, another goo grew out of your body. The newly born goo was called Serious Goo. Carefree Wisdom Heart was very happy after hearing this. With this goo, I can recognize true meaning better. After a long time, Renzu also pointed at Carefree Wisdom Heart. Look, another goo grew out of your body. The second goo was called Learning Goo. Carefree Wisdom Heart started to learn knowledge, transforming it into her own understanding, instead of using memory goo to memorize it. She understood more and more knowledge. A third goo grew out of her body. The third goo was called Talent Goo. I found it, I found it. On a certain day, Carefree Wisdom Heart cheered. With the help of Serious Goo, Learning Goo, and Talent Goo, she finally found true meaning from the knowledge. Quickly tell me, what is true meaning? Great Strength True Marshal was very happy. He quickly asked. But Carefree Wisdom Heart shook her head. There is true meaning in it, but I cannot decipher it. Then use ink to express it. Great Strength True Marshal thought about it and reminded her. But Carefree Wisdom Heart shook her head again. It can only be understood, it cannot be written. Renzu waved his hand. Forget it. Since you have a true intent, let's go. Free and unfettered Wisdom Heart was filled with true intent. Setting off from Book Mountain, the ink runes sprinkled down along the way formed a path of ink runes that was far more spacious and sturdier than before. The human ancestor and his children stepped onto the great Tao and reached the origin realm. In primordial domain, they saw Wisdom Gu. Wisdom Gu was helpless. It had already hidden so deeply, but Renzu still came to find it. It could not avoid it and was eaten by Self Gu. Crazed Demon Cave's 8th floor. At the center of the Green Lotus Grand World. The high seats at the peak of Book Mountain were rarely full. Che Wei was 5th, Qin Dingling was 4th, Fairy Ming Hao was 3rd, Fairy Yuxiu was 2nd, and Fairy Fengya was 1st. This Fairy Fengya had her hair coiled into a bun. She was rather old, but her beauty was not waning. She was graceful and gorgeous. Her whole body was shrouded in a layer of light. It was the sign of having talent Gu. This time, it was precisely because of her that the primordial realm finally showed signs of appearing above Book Mountain's head. After Thieving Heaven space was destroyed, Fairy Yuxiu and Fairy Ming Hao brought all the troops and returned to Fairy Fengya's side. Fairy Ming Hao sighed. To think that Giant Sun Immortal's painting path attainment would be so deep, he could save Mao Liqiu so easily. The Celestial Court wanted to use Mao Liqiu and the rest to lure Giant Sun Immortal. The Celestial Court was very clear about Giant Sun Immortal's protective nature. But out of Celestial Court's expectations, Giant Sun Immortal actually succeeded and saved the captives. The other party is a former immortal venerable after all. It is not strange that it is unexpected. Qin Dingling said, "Furthermore, we are the ones who benefited the most from this battle." Fairy Yuxiu, however, was hesitant. "We cannot tell which side benefited the most now. We expanded our advantage. Giant Sun Immortal took back Mao Liqiu, while Feng Yuan obtained the remaining Thieving Heaven true inheritance. For some reason, I feel uneasy in my heart." Fairy Fengya looked at the primordial domain in the sky. "The situation is clear now. Feng Yuan and Giant Sun will definitely attack us with their armies. Our side will wait patiently. As long as we defend, we will grasp the key to this battle and return victorious. We will regain the glory of Celestial Court. Are you confident?" The other Celestial Court Gu immortals heard this and spoke excitedly. "It is all thanks to Lady Fengya's planning that we have such a good situation. We must defend this time. We cannot make the same mistake again. Even if we have to sacrifice our lives, we will not hesitate. In my opinion, even though they have many enemies, Feng Yuan and Giant Sun will not work together. They will be wary of each other instead." Yellow Earth Great World. Lu Wei-in saw Feng Yuan and frowned. Primordial domain is showing signs of progress. Celestial Court's wisdom path attainment is truly amazing. We cannot compare to them. This situation is truly terrible. Primordial domain had already been leaked, but only half of it had been taken by Celestial Court. It had not truly fallen into Celestial Court's hands yet. Even so, Celestial Court's advantage was huge. Because primordial domain was more important and crucial than Book Mountain. As long as a venerable reached primordial domain, they would immediately replenish their attainment level and become a Tao Lord again. Whoever could enter primordial domain first would be able to turn their advantage into victory and become the final victor of the battle in Crazed Demon Cave. Not only that, after the battle in Crazed Demon Cave, the venerables who became Tao Lords would return to the 5 regions and dominate the world. They would likely become the final victor of the 5 regions' chaotic war and become the ultimate master of the world. Lord Feng Yuan, Celestial Court is about to obtain primordial domain. We need to attack with all our strength. If we cannot stop Celestial Court, we will taste defeat this time. Lu Wei-in had a resolute expression. He had originally planned to defend first and then attack, but now, he had no choice but to take action. "How do we attack with all our strength?" Feng Yuan asked. Lu Wei-in had a difficult expression. Celestial Court had an obvious wisdom path advantage. Ever since the battle in Crazed Demon Cave, Celestial Court had always held the initiative and maintained their advantage. Celestial Court's 3 pseudo-venerables all cultivated wisdom path. This advantage was not lost under their strategies, but instead expanded. Now, Celestial Court had actually drawn out the other core of the 9th layer, primordial domain. What was more terrifying was that Limitless Demon Venerable did not use any countermeasures. This meant that Celestial Court had already understood many of the mysteries of the ninth layer and had cleverly avoided limitless methods. From start to now, Fang Yuan had not seen Limitless Will, it was most likely dead. Lu Wei-yin sighed and said with admiration, "In the past, Limitless Demon Venerable killed his way into Celestial Court, forcing star constellations will to play chess with him. Both sides comprehended and deduced together, obtaining all kinds of Heaven Dao results that were secretly sent to Crazed Demon Cave to help this place deduce. However, at the same time, Celestial Court's methods also infiltrated Crazed Demon Cave. When Celestial Court drew out Book Mountain from the ninth layer, I already felt that something was wrong. Now, they want to draw out Primordial Domain. This level of wisdom path truly leaves me in the dust. Now, Celestial Court has the advantage, forcing us to attack with all our strength, while they are waiting. The worst thing is that we cannot truly use our full strength." Fang Yuan nodded slightly. "This is what I am worried about. Celestial Court's wisdom path is outstanding. Don't they know that this will provoke attacks from both sides? But they still did this. This means that they have the confidence to resist the attacks. And this confidence is likely to come from this Crazed Demon Cave. Celestial Court could draw out Book Mountain and now draw out Primordial Domain to avoid Limitless Demon Venerable's counterattack. Firstly, it was because of their amazing wisdom path methods, and secondly, they had already come into contact with Crazed Demon Cave for over 1,000,000 years. They had a deep foundation. Fang Yuan clearly could not reach this level. If he truly used his full strength, limitless methods would be triggered. That was to say, Celestial Court was still making use of Limitless Demon Venerable. This is the problem of fighting against such a wisdom path expert. Lu Wei-yin frowned deeply. In fact, he had a deep worry in his heart, but he could not say it out loud. That was Guiyue and Fang Yuan's strength. Fang Yuan was indeed a pseudo-venerable with outstanding strength. He was the strongest person in the world before this trip to Crazed Demon Cave. But now, he was facing Giant Sun Immortal and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun's appearance shook Lu Wei-yin's heart intensely. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, who had not appeared all this while, was giving him more and more pressure. Could Fang Yuan fight against these two existences? To speak the truth, Lu Wei-yin had no confidence. Venerables were invincible. This was the truth of humanity's hundreds of years of history, the truth that was witnessed by the vast and endless river of time. It was precisely because Lu Wei-yin had no confidence that he set up the defensive counterattack strategy earlier. Fang Yuan might be able to resist a venerable for a while, but only a venerable could deal with a venerable. This was Lu Wei-yin's true thought. Similarly, this was the thought of Fang Yuan's subordinates. Even though these subordinates worshipped him fervently, they would not be arrogant enough to think that Fang Yuan could defeat a venerable. Venerables were invincible. Back then, when primordial origin became venerable, variant humans were the overlords of the world. Did they not have pseudo-venerable battle strength? They did, and there were many of them. But they never had any hope of defeating a venerable. Yes, Fang Yuan's strength was unfathomable. He could even easily defeat other pseudo-venerable Gu immortals. But this was not strange. Even though pseudo-venerables were at the peak of rank 8, the difference between them was like heaven and earth. If Fang Yuan fought against a venerable, no one would think highly of Fang Yuan. They would only hope that Fang Yuan could last for as long as possible. As long as Fang Yuan can last until Lord Paradise Earth revives, that will be our chance of victory. But now, the Celestial Court is forcing us to make a move. If we fight now, we might not be able to wait for Lord Paradise Earth to revive. Lu Wei-yin felt like a huge rock was pressing down on his heart. Fang Yuan looked at Primordial Domain expressionlessly. The situation is like this. We can only attack head-on. Just follow the agreement with the Longevity Heaven and send out all your subordinates. Pull up load next chapters. Chapter 2198. Crazed Demon Cave 8th Layer. The illusion of the origin realm hung high in the air, growing more and more lifelike. The green lotus great world, the yellow earth great world, and the savage wilderness great world had fused more and more deeply. Now, only a small portion of the earth wall remained, preventing the three worlds from communicating. The various small worlds had long since merged with the three great worlds. Among them, the savage great world had benefited the most. It was also the largest great world. This was all thanks to the giant sun immortal's fate of heaven and earth, which allowed most of the small worlds to fall into the savage great world. Fang Yuan sent almost all of his Gu cultivators towards Celestial Court's Book Mountain. The Longevity Celestial sect also mobilized their army. Their military might was vast and mighty. The Celestial Court was already on standby. They were led by Duan Hu and Ye Kuangfeng respectively. As long as it's not a sage, none of you are a match for me. Ye Kuangfeng roared. His body danced in the air, stirring up gales that stretched for thousands of miles. The gales swept through the battlefield, vast and mighty. The enemy is here, we need to cooperate to have a chance of victory. Xiao Hejian looked at Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch, the latter nodded with a solemn expression. In the previous battle, these two variant human Gu immortals had fought against Nye Kuangfeng. They had both lost. Not only did many Gu immortals lose their lives, Xiao Hejian and Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch were also in a sorry state. They managed to survive. After this recuperation, their strength had recovered to its original state. Now that they were facing Nye Kuangfeng once again, they decided to put aside their personal grudges and fight together. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch waved his hand as frost chi surged out, enveloping Nye Kuangfeng and slowing his movement, slowing his speed. Xiao Hejian, on the other hand, shot out green leaf blades that covered the entire sky with astonishing power. The violent gale swept up the long gale, blowing the sky and earth until it changed color, and the green leaves and cold wind scattered in all directions. Immortal Killer Move. Extreme Ice Crystal Light Immortal Suppression Coffin. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch shouted as he concealed his aura, not letting it leak out. In the next moment, with a loud bang, his body exploded into countless rays of cold light. Cold light shot out extremely cold. Wherever it went, the atmosphere froze and turned into pieces of floating ice, which then fell to the ground. Nye Kuangfeng's heart palpitated. He hurriedly dodged, but how could he make it in time? He was shot by countless ice crystal lights and sealed in the mountain like ice. The thicker the layer of ice, the more powerful the cold light shot from the outside will be. Nye Kuangfeng was unable to struggle free. Under the pressure of death, he once again fell into a trance. Gotcha! From the inside out, countless cracks quickly appeared on the solid ice and spread outwards. Oh no, I cannot trap him anymore. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch sensed something amiss. Xiao Hejian finally succeeded. Immortal Killer Move. Cutting Grass. Xiao Hejian's palms were like blades as he aimed at Nye Kuangfeng, who was trapped in the ice, and gently sliced downwards. Immediately, two blades of grass condensed and fell down leisurely. They drilled into the cracks of the ice and shot into Nye Kuangfeng's body. Nye Kuangfeng's body immediately trembled twice. Xiao Hejiao appeared again and again, causing Nye Kuangfeng's body to tremble unceasingly. The green mass of wind became increasingly sparse and weak, until its resistance became weaker and weaker. I'm willing to surrender. Nye Kuangfeng weakly shouted. Master's orders are not to be surrendered, Xiao Hejian said coldly. In the end, Nye Kuangfeng lost its life under his and Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch's joint attack. Once Nye Kuangfeng died, the mutant Gu immortals lost their leader. They were heavily injured and escaped in defeat. Fang Yuan's army advanced and attacked all the way to the base of Book Mountain. On the other side, Space Extremity and Desolate Extremity of the 8 extremities in Longevity Heaven worked together to kill Duan Hu. The two armies met at the center of Green Lotus Great World. Celestial Court had only obtained Book Mountain for a short period of time. They could only set up a formation around Book Mountain. This formation was called Four-Way Star Formation. It had 4 subformations in 4 directions, completely surrounding Book Mountain. At the peak of Book Mountain, Fairy Fengya activated her killer move day and night, drawing out the primordial domain in the sky. After the two armies discussed for a while, they split up to attack the four subformations. Mao Liqiu led the way into the western subformation. Gai Liqiu led the way into the northern subformation. Xiao Hejian led the way into the eastern subformation. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch led the way into the southern subformation. The remaining troops were led by Bing Sichuan and Lu Weiyin. They were the vanguard of the four groups. Mao Liqiu entered the formation. Countless starlight beams rained down like a storm. Mao Liqiu roared, its body expanded and became extremely huge, its purple fur was smooth and tough, the starlight could not penetrate it. It rampaged through the subformation, the other Gu immortals followed behind, killing and destroying everything in its path. Evil beast, you are causing trouble again. We will kill you this time. The star formation shook, two Gu immortals flew out. One was Nine Spiritual Fairy, the other was Prince's Impatience. Nine Spiritual Fairy turned into an immemorial desolate beast, blocking Mao Liqiu. The fake immemorial desolate beast was stronger than the real immemorial desolate beast. Mao Liqiu was soon suppressed, its flesh was sore and it was exhausted. Prince's Impatience used fire path killer moves, all kinds of yellow bird flames flew everywhere, killing the mutant Gu immortals of Savage Wilderness Great World. More than 10 of them died. Mao Liqiu was impatient, it had to retreat. On the other side, Gai Gu faced Zhou Xiong and Jun Xinguang. Zhou Xiong used an information path killer move to attack, while Jun Xinguang turned into a rainbow, supporting him from the side. One main and one supplementary, they complemented each other. Yellow Extremity Jiaohui used a totem killer move to fight with Zhou Xiong. They were evenly matched. Just as they were about to fight, Gai Gu was shouting loudly, he was fleeing from Jun Xinguang's attacks. Leave, leave. Gai Gu grabbed Jiaohui's shoulder, ignoring the latter's stare, he dragged him away. Longevity Heaven's two groups returned in defeat, Feng Yuan's two groups were in an even worse state. Xiao Hejian and Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch were trapped. They could not escape even if they wanted to. These two immortals collided with Celestial Court's Che Wei and Wan Zihong. The situation is dangerous. I hope you can save them quickly. The letter requesting for help had already been sent to Lu Weiyin. Che Wei created Weapon Path. His methods were becoming more mature. His status was only below Qin Dingling now. Wan Zihong was originally a Western Desert demonic cultivator. She was recruited by Celestial Court. She had a good performance in the Fate War. Now that her immortal Gu Qibei had recovered to its peak, she was extremely powerful. Bing Sichuan and Lu Weiyin discussed urgently. This surrounding star formation belongs to Star Path. We are not proficient in it. If we want to forcefully break it, Celestial Court has elites guarding it, it will be very difficult. Lord Feng Yuan's item can even break the 9-9 consecutive unceasing formation. This formation will definitely be easy to break. Bing Sichuan was talking about the 5 regional limit formation. Lu Weiyin nodded. He was about to speak when a Gu immortal came from Yellow Earth Great World. This female immortal had snow-white skin, rabbit ears and blood-red eyes. It was Lady White Rabbit. Under Feng Yuan's guidance, Lady White Rabbit had genuine rank 8 cultivation level. Lu Weiyin laughed heartily, saying to Bing Sichuan, I have already asked Lord Feng Yuan for help. We will borrow the 5 regional limit formation and use it to break the formation. Lady White Rabbit, it has been hard on you. Lady White Rabbit smiled. I have to do my best for Master. I have to disregard my life. This is nothing. But Master did not bring the 5 regional limit formation this time. Master said that this formation has no status, its effect is slow and cannot be used in an emergency. Thus, I brought some other methods. Bing Sichuan was curious. Lord Feng Yuan's methods must be extraordinary, please let me take a look. Thus, Lady White Rabbit took out an immortal Gu house from her immortal aperture. Rising Cloud City, Frost House, Unbreakable Fortress, Dragon Soul Dark Castle, Red River Pavilion, Red Heavenly Altar, and Scarlet Palace. A total of 7 immortal Gu houses, each of them was rank 8. Bing Sichuan was dumbfounded. Master said that he could only create this many immortal goo houses in a short period of time. Master has ordered us to use these immortal goo houses to charge the formation. Lady White Rabbit said. As it turned out, ever since Fang Yuan entered Crazed Demon Cave and collected a vast amount of immortal materials, his Time Path clone He Chun Chiu had been using 4-element square regret blood refinement pool to refine immortal goo. After all the rank 8 immortal goo were refined, he started to construct the immortal goo houses. Fang Yuan originally did not intend to build immortal goo houses, because they were not practical for him. But after arriving in the great world, he could not casually make a move at his level. Thus, he started to prepare for a rainy day and started to arm his subordinates. They were indeed pressed for time. These immortal goo houses were modified by Fang Yuan from Cloud City, Dark Flow Giant City, Profound Ice House, Unbreakable Iron Fortress, Blood River Chariot, Nightmare News Dark Castle, Green Wave Pavilion, Weaving Cocoon Pavilion, Golden Altar, and other immortal goo houses. Strictly speaking, they were half new and half old. If it was the Celestial Court, even with 3 Wisdom Path pseudo-venerables, they would not be able to break it easily, they would need to spend time to deduce it. That was enough. Lu Wei-yin was overjoyed. He sent the immortal goo houses to break the formation and save Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch and Xiao Hejian. Next, 7 rank 8 immortal goo houses entered the battlefield and destroyed the other 2 subformations. 2 groups of people charged towards Book Mountain. At the peak of Book Mountain, Fairy Feng Ya's eyes were shut as she controlled her methods. Yu Xiu and Ming Hao were in charge of the situation. Seeing so many immortal goo houses, Fairy Yu Xiu's expression turned grim. Fang Yuan is so rich, his refinement path methods are terrifying. I'm afraid he is plotting something in refinement path. Thankfully, he cannot match us in wisdom path, so these immortal goo houses are half new and not old, we can still use them. Fairy Ming Hao said as she activated a killer move. Human path killer move, humble reciprocation. Book Mountain shook, countless killer moves blossomed like dazzling fireworks. In the sky, primordial domain floated in the sky, tribulation clouds rumbled, calamities and tribulations were everywhere. On the battlefield, countless killer moves filled everyone's vision, surging like a tidal wave, raining down from all directions. Under such a vast number of killer moves, Fang Yuan's subordinate goo immortals hid inside the immortal goo houses, going against the flow. Longevity Heaven had many goo immortals. They could not all enter Calamity Luck Altar. Bing Sichuan took out 5 immortal goo houses. One was Broadsummer's Harem, one was Heart Delight's Harem, one was Red Bean's Harem, one was Yearning's Harem, and one was Peach Heaven's Harem. These were the 5 harem that Giant Sun Immortal had set up in the 5 regions when he was alive. They were all at rank 8 level. The foundation of an immortal venerable was on full display at this moment. My lifetime's accumulations still cannot compare to Fang Yuan. Rank 8 immortal goo are actually overflowing in his hands. Is he trying to become a venerable through refinement path? Immortal Zombie Giant Sun looked at the battlefield as he deduced. Fang Yuan observed the battlefield while comprehending Thieving Heaven's true inheritance. This Thieving Heaven true inheritance originally contained Imitation Goo, the Killer Move Duo pair, and so on, but Fang Yuan only obtained a small portion of the Thieving Heaven true inheritance. However, this small portion was extremely important to Fang Yuan. The true inheritance's content involved refinement path. It described how Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable forged Qian Kun Crystal Wall back then, how he forged Immortal Goo, and so on. Other than the 4 refinement path domains that I calculated earlier, there is also this one. Refining Fake Goo. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable left this true inheritance to me with deep intentions. Pull up load next chapters. You're tuning in to the Passion Pages YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.